sound. Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the half-life, Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. Bring the firefight, baby. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm burning you in the dead of night. Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legends feel good. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
A do-or-die situation for the side of Complexity and LDLC, both with their backs against the wall. One loss here in this series will be elimination in the play-ins through Cologne 2021. They will not be going to the main event, but the winner will be. I can tell you that much. Welcome back, everybody. We love having you. And moreover, we love having Jason Moses O'Toole right here on the desk, live and in the flesh. My goodness. Oh, yeah, and Yanko's here, too.
Yeah, not in the flesh, but still equally glorious.
Yeah, he's like there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you. Hey, Trace.
Hey, man. So let's look at this one from a top-down level. Maka is someone from LDLC that we're looking at to be a bit of a saving grace in a matchup where already they're the underdogs.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, you'd obviously want, you're going to need someone from LDLC to do this performance. We've kind of talked about Complexity as like the team that doesn't necessarily lose to teams they shouldn't, but LDLC, they've got some solid wins under their belt, and if he's going to play like this, and I think the cool thing is, I mean, not only is, I think his rating in losses is pretty solid as well for someone who's a star player, that 1.0 rating. You're definitely going to want him to deliver here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yanko, what's your take on Maka in the current situation of LDLC?
Yeah, I think he absolutely raised a couple of eyebrows. Well, around this time last year when he was on Heretics and we had those RMR tournaments here in Europe, he had some great performances. They had a couple of upset wins off the back of Maka. So I think he's absolutely the player to watch here and the one that needs to, you know, carry the load if LDLC is going to make an upset.
Yeah, they're going to have to, you know, make an upset here. This is really do or die for both teams. As we said when we first started the segment, one of these teams goes into the main event. Now, that's how this kind of shapes up. You look at LDLC and you're thinking, who the hell are these guys? Sixer and Haji, they were, you know, they're part of this lineup. Those are going to be the most recognizable faces in this team.
Yeah, those are the first two I picked out. Obviously, Sixer has some experience competing at this level in the past, and you hope that that comes over and that transfers into some of the other teammates that they can help build. But I mean, this roster, you have to think this would be a huge win for a roster that needs to have that kind of growth before we can see them competing at this level consistently. I think it's possible with kind of the way that we've seen Complexity play. I lost a lot of confidence yesterday in them in that Faze match.
Really, now that's a talking point, and I'm going to look at you too, Yanko, because I'm thinking Complexity. We know they're not really on the top of their horse right now. This is not the creme de la creme for creme de la creme, not creme de la creme.
It works. We're American. It's fine.
What's going on?
Tastes like cedar, so
yeah.
I think
That's a classic.
I think there were a couple of situations yesterday. I think where you could really tell they were off sync, right? I don't know if it was the fact that, you know, we moved to LAN and things were a little bit more chaotic. The fact that they were, you know, on the other side of a very good Faze team. So you could see like Config as one of the key players for Complexity. He opens up the round with a nice entry kill here on Kerrigan, catches him right before he goes full blind. And, you know, it's a 5v4 situation. It's going to turn into a 4v3 and it's 1:15. Like, he has pushed dark, but here he's really just supposed to wait. There's not much happening on the map. Outside of that, right, it's not like they were pushing towards A, so he dies there, they lose a key round, and we saw as well, moving on to Nuke, in a couple of rounds in these retakes, just complexity through not throwing away, but just losing rounds with advantages, and that really hurt them. That there was an abysmal first half for them on Nuke.
But also, when you look at
like any other event, just playing a lot basically. And for a specific opponent, it's kind of hard. For a first opponent is Vici, and there's not much information on them honestly, because the last official was like 2 or 3 months ago, which is quite some time for any team. So we're kind of going to play our own game versus them honestly, and look at what we can. But in general, we just want to make sure that we're at our best individually, all of us.
I was going to say, but also, over on Nuke yesterday with Faze and Complexity, it wasn't just something where Complexity didn't, necessarily show up. It was Faze really kind of taking the game to them. I mean, they took that game by the horns.
Yeah, that's what I think made it a little bit frightening for me when thinking about Complexity, because I thought Faze, especially on Nuke, really got in their face. They didn't really, on Complexity's T side, Faze didn't let them get away with anything. Like, they were flashing through smokes, being aggressive outside, 2 or 3 bodies being thrown at the main portion of the attack, and they were shutting things down sometimes before it even began. The retakes were the same way, and, that worries me for a team like Complexity. If that first plan gets stopped, like, that looked so disorganized yesterday, them trying to find a second option or something to move into after plan A was no longer an option.
Also, I think a bit worrisome as we do kind of dive into what's going on in the Complexity camp. We have to talk a little bit about Rush. This isn't his best of showing. We're talking about a major winner right here going into what is an elimination game for Cologne, Yanko.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Rush. He is a veteran player. I mean, he's played countless LANs. Major winner too, right? So it's it's not a matter of inexperience or not being used to the LAN environment. Probably just a slump for him, and we could hear it yesterday from Faze. The adjustment they made on Dust 2 is they started targeting Rush on that long A a little bit more, and it was fruitful for them. So he needs to step up in a sense of he can't be a liability, right? Like, he doesn't need to be the star of the team and outfrag everyone else, but he needs to make people think twice if they're going to come into his territory.
That's exactly what Twist said in the interview, Jason, is they targeted Rush. They knew that this was going to be one of the weaker links in that matchup.
And it's one of the adaptations that I really like that FaZe did. But certainly I have a lot of confidence in Rush. Even when he was away a little bit and came back into Complexity, a lot of question marks around what kind of level he would bring and what he'd be able to provide. I think Rush is like a really, really solid player. Obviously, a very tough start in this tournament for him.
Tough tart also.
Yeah, tough tart as well. But, he's got enough players around him. I think also that, with his style, Rush is kind of someone I never thought of him as like, he's obviously not a star player, but he's not someone who like creates things. He's just like a very solid player. And I think when there's like some kind of disconnect between what your guys are doing on the map, like when Config is flanking a little bit early, when your players who are supposed to be making a plays are a little bit disorganized or going too fast in that sense, I think that really throws off Rush's timing and his feeling as well of when an attack is going to come to his position.
Yeah, and speaking of the time and positioning, we position ourselves now to look at the vetoes. Again, an elimination game, very important stuff in this best of 3, Yanko.
Yeah, I think this one is pretty straightforward. No Overpass, no Inferno. LDLC probably going with the Dust 2 pick. Complexity on the other side. Mirage, of course. What else could they pick? But this one actually makes sense. It's one of the weaker maps for LDLC as well. So the Decider is pretty much the only one that's left a little bit in the air. And if you're Complexity, you probably just want to get rid of Ancient and move. Well, LDLC does it for them after that NIP experience, right? So they get to choose for the third map. I guess they remove Nuke after the Faze game from yesterday.
I actually don't mind them leaving Nuke in. I was wondering if their confidence was going to be shot on Nuke, but LDLC's, their Nuke stats look good, but don't have a lot of solid wins on it. Don't have any wins in teams that are in the top 20. So for Complexity, if you're feeling confident for that map against FaZe, surely you have to bring it out here as a decider.
And I'm looking at LDLC to have gone back and say, okay, if Nuke can go through in this veto, yesterday, did they pull out all the tricks? Did they use everything in their arsenal just to try to beat FaZe or at least take them to a third?
Nah, because they got shut down so hard. They didn't get to use anything. They got it all still available to them.
That's a tough one. Well, LDLC not walking into this one as the favorites, I think, is pretty fair, Yanko.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was surprised, though, how they dispatched Bad News Bears yesterday. Bad News Bears didn't even get double digits. Sure, they're not, a world-class name, but, I mean, neither is LDLC, right? So that was a pretty comfortable win for them after, a loss already on the same day. So that maybe gives you, a sort of hope that I think what Maniac was talking about in the EG Vici matchup, like if LDLC here can make Complexity doubt themselves a little bit, right? Like, and make them feel flustered of the sorts. I think that could be a way in for LDLC.
Which, yeah, that's asking a lot, though.
It is, but I mean, you have to feel like, I mean, perhaps they are at a little bit of a breaking point. Perhaps you can apply that pressure. Remember, this is the first LAN back. Like, I know these guys are all experienced from the complexity side, but, you know, when you're away for a year from these LAN events, that nervousness is going to come back. I'm sure we're going to hear plenty of players talk about how they got the LAN jitters again for the first time in a long time. And with elimination at your back and a team that's expected to make it into the main event, LDLC have like a huge chance. If they can jump out to a big run, if they can get started really early, then we'll see. Is complexity going to rise to the challenge, or are they going to crumble? Are they going to fold and crack?
Yeah, and right now we're just at the cusp of getting into the server. I just ask you about LAN jitters, Jason, because, you know, what is the normal side effect for you? Are you looking at like sweaty palms, or is there something else?
You know, dude, I haven't played on LAN in so long. Holy hell. I was always really nervous in pistol rounds. It was pistol rounds that made me nervous. And then once you got one round out of the way, you settled down and it was all good.
There's so many players who will tell you, if I just get 2 kills in the pistol round,
you start feeling good.
I'm going to own them. If you don't kill anyone in the pistol round, guys, don't count on me. And I'm like, well, that's great.
Wow. I mean, there's some realism
really helps
there.
creating a game plan. So how can I think of a pistol round where this guy gets 2 kills? Screw winning the pistol round. Like, we just need him online, right?
There is like a factor of setting the tone, and it was something that I kind of, I don't know. It's something that is, I guess, a little hard to nail down. But if you come out swinging, if you come out hot in those first 5 rounds and you let the other team know you're going to be in their face, that can cause problems for the opponent game plan.
Absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen. That sound means just one thing, that it's time to get into the game. Config versus Maka. That's Complexity versus LDLC for a spot within the Cologne main event. Let's kick it off.
Roll, yes indeed. Thank you very much, Stunner, and I'm hyped for this one. 1xBet does not have much, oh, never mind.
We'll get the right ones up there soon, don't you worry. That was the last game. The game
there.
was over so quick, we didn't even get a chance to update the odds, but we will, as Poison is at the top along, and everybody from LDLC is out long. Set up here, we'll see some aggressive maneuvers from Blame
They
up
got
Catwalk.
1 smoke, I was about to say 2, so they won't have the cross, but on pistol, not such a mandatory. Here comes the swing. Oh my goodness, lots and lots of bodies for Poison to communicate. It does look like they'll be holding it from the CT on the cross. He's just trying to keep his head tucked. Oh, good find. That's the first. Kiyo's down. Looking for his second. So many to find. He's managing his angles really well here, Poison. He's not having any issues contending with 1 at a time. JKS in support. He can play around the smoke drop now by LDLC, and looking good from Mr. JKS. 2 on the taps. Rush flashing them through, and this one just falls apart for LDLC. That lacks a lot of luster.
Take a look at the radar. Take a look at how many CT bodies are around that C4 that's dropped over towards that A site now. They've completely swarmed on. That was a 3-man B lean that they quickly got on over. They helped Poison out, who was able to hold them at bay, and now it's just poor Sixer left with it all to do.
But best case scenario for a second, Chad.
For Sixer right now?
No, best case scenario in this round, right?
Okay.
You've gone long, you swing, and you haven't been able to knock that USP off. It's Glocks versus USP, I understand. You're closing the gap. You've only got 1 smoke, so you're still going to be having that awkward elevator fight. You're going to get flashed through your own smoke. What's the best case? How do you win a round off that?
So because it is the Glocks and you're hoping to buy respect, you're hoping that they stay CT and they stay short. Because at that point, they're not likely to hit 5 headshots as you jump through the gap, right? There'll be a flash that comes. They're going to be able to pick that gap quite quickly.
Advancing on your smoke.
Maybe you take some damage, but really, you're probably not going to lose too many bodies. And man with the plan sitting behind them is Keita. We'll give him a shout out early.
I find him really, really insightful in the interviews we've had in the online era. Like, he clearly does a lot of legwork, a lot of the hard work, analytically driven in terms of his analysis. But, you know, he's been a house name for Complexity, and he has been credited with
the technical timeout. Here we go. You've got to wait. It's going to be on
2,
shoot.
3.
Oh, they're doing it on 3.
1,
I think
2,
the thing is,
rock, paper, scissors, shoot. What? That's the rules I played by.
I always did. Well, the thing is, I had to start bringing shoot in because here's some of the problems that we have. Right? You say what? What's it called?
Rock, paper, scissors.
I say scissors, paper, rock.
But that's just fruity, isn't it?
But then some people say like it could be what? Paper, scissors, rock.
There's no way that anyone's ever said that.
Let us know how you say
What do you
scissors,
call
paper, rock.
that game. And even if it is in a different language, why don't you translate it for us? That's always very fun. Let us know how it directly translates. Yeah, Lizard Spock, I believe that.
What was that from The Big Bang Theory?
Oh, yeah. I mean, peak of television and
That's
comedy.
some comedy right there, isn't it?
I mean, for a second, I got excited when they had like an Alienware logo in the background. I was like, oh, games, esports. Either way, they're up short. And it is only going to be 5 Glocks and a flash.
Poison, this is your chance.
This is going to be just as impressive as Tabson's ace. Here it comes.
Tabson's ace was great.
It was stunning. It really looks so easy. And Poison, actually not quite as easy. This time it's the P250, actually, that gets the style points.
Well, that makes sense. Normally he has the AWP, right? So with the rifle, he's not feeling himself. With the P250, though, the sidearm comes out. Those are the sounds that guns make.
Apparently, actually, no, I'm not even going to do it. Never mind.
All right.
Can you make a machine gun sound with your mouth? I'm not asking you to do it on microphone, but can you do that? You know, like your classic, you've got a Tommy gun on the playground at school, you know? Yeah, you can do that. Apparently, that's something that the female...
Tommy gun on the playground at school. Cut that one out of context.
Please. Yeah. I mean, when you're playing World War II or whatever.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Aji's having a go. Oh, he's looking good too. Poison's dead. He's going to burn if he's not careful. Drops the smoke, lives to tell the tale. Rush MP9 can challenge out. Good control of the spray. He nearly takes 2. Good damage from Haji. Bodes well for LDLC's first weapon round here, and the bonus from Complexity is going to hamstring them. FAMAS, MP9, off the flash. Config makes a lot out of a little. That FAMAS shutting down the mid-presence. They're actually at a demand disadvantage now. LDLC cannot stomach this, not only with Haji's entry damage, but they had that mid-control. The trade took so long, just off that single flash. Great setup and team play from the CT so far.
Well, a couple of problems here, though. JKS is clearing out towards the lower tunnel, so if they were just to stroll into the B bomb site, they have the weapon advantage, especially for the range against this MP9. JKS cleared out towards the doors now. He's about to round the corner and get a rude shock.
Are they expecting that? Oh, they weren't. Maka. Oh, he gets caught on the jiggles. Oh, JKS. Great management. Peeks out, every bullet connects in those little poisonous bursts.
Yeah, that was beautiful stuff right there, and I think it's going to be necessary for JKS to be one of these players to get off the mark in a good way. When you take a look at how things have been going for them, especially in the match yesterday against Faze, it was down towards the bottom of that scoreboard with old Rush there. So he can come alive. We know that JKS is a good player, and he's one of these potential stars for the squad. But here we go, back down towards the pistols, and I really want to see something a bit more competitive than what Vici offered up. Poison's already taken Haji out of the round, so that long traction stopped. They've made it out towards the corner, and they do have another flash to work with here. Maka might pop and go. Poison was going to be caught in no man's land, but look at that nade, perfectly landing. 6 are down to 2.
God.
Of course, the walking wounded as well, and this is just a mop-up. Aisle long, 1, 2, 3, make that 4. On for the ace here. A little bit blind, but he... It's a chance. You think it? Don't steal it. Don't steal. Rush.
Thief. Absolute scoundrel.
Why?
He didn't even take the pot shot while flashed. Like, he just knew. He had enough faith that he wasn't going to be able to hit the shot.
Why did he steal that?
I have no idea. It's just not fair, really, is it? Poison, ace denied. Just a shooting gallery for him. Lovely and very little resistance, of course, when they're only on the pistols. Deagles were the best threat.
I'm not moving.
Yeah.
I'm not moving.
You're going to hit me? You're not, are you?
All right, well, the smiles are great. Wait, is this a second timeout already?
No, when did they take the first?
I just felt like one already came on in.
Yeah, you're
okay,
right.
this Oz Striker, here he is. Here's the man. He's getting vocal early. This is the coach of LDLC. And we spoke about it yesterday because we did their opening matchup on Ancient against NIP. So just to run you through a couple of these names. Lambert, he's the in-game leader of the team. He's done a bit of broadcast work within the French scene. We'll go down the list. We've got Maka, he was the one the desk was talking about, a star, or at least a potential star. We need to see if he can be proven on LAN. Kioz, he played for Simon Gaming back at that Star Ladder Minor when we're going all the way back into 2019. And we'll get to the rest later because the guns are out and the tag is in. Maka will put Config on notice here, down to 5 HP just on the cross.
Yeah, he's going to have to alter his positions a little bit. Could be very vulnerable to pre-fires and nades. Might want to play a little further back. Tucked in for now. Wow, Lambert nearly completely booked. He is actually off the nade. Safe and sound. Maka quite the opposite. Yeah, he's just caught another one on the nose. They're taking so much damage. Poison wants to stick around. That's aggressive. Maka taking space, taking names. Poison down. Blame to challenge out. Good find and a great management of that FAMAS. He gets 2 off that. The rest are so broken. 14 points of health between Maka and Lambert. It really does fall to Haji to be the blunt object. Nice try. Head obscured by the brickwork. Needs the JKS finding another. Well, that petered out very quickly.
Yeah, you could see they did so much damage and they tried to accelerate up cap, but just straight on into the death. And
3 kills for your squad, 5 rounds into play. Does not bode well just on an individual level. You have to be able to hang with these boys.
Maka won't be saving here. With this camera that we're getting from our lovely obs team here, you can see the creepy crawly config going to be in the backlines, and Maka's ass is completely exposed. Head about to be 2, and there you go. Orps on the deck. Lambert on that 3 HP, 34 seconds. Call it 5-0. Don't call the 5-0.
Don't call the 5-0.
Yeah. well, they might need the 5-0 because there might be a murder in the server here today. If this is another Vici special.
Why are you just throwing those poor boys under the bus?
Okay,
This is an LDLC special.
We could have a bit more of a longer form conversation about
That's
this.
true.
We should grab the teams who come through the minority regions and through these global, like Sprout, right? And we should put them in a mini tournament, and we should let the best of those come into the big boy tournament.
Don't hate it.
Because, like, I'm from a minority region. I know how difficult it is, but what do you learn coming in here and getting owned? Like, if somebody could tell me, I would love to hear it.
And the format could be different. It could be like round robin. So like if you are Vici, but if you're Vici or Swiss, bring Swiss back.
Give 'em lots of games.
But just give them lots of games because I admit that I hope that like Vici, I don't know their plans, but like if I was them, if I had this opportunity, I'm on European soil, stick as long as you can. You know, there's all those fancy boot camp centers. We used to see the adverts. Just book a ticket, stick around for a couple of weeks and scrim your hearts out. I think that would be great. I don't, of course, obviously know, but it'd be interesting to find out. Look at Lambert go into the smoke. This is a chance. If they had a flash, we could have seen something potentially threatening there. Instead, falls by the wayside and already around complexity through experience. We'll just not let slip. Config's getting a little aggressive here. Makes sense, wants to punish. Oh, he's so hot on their heels. I hope they're diligent. Someone has to be watching the back. This is going to be a horrible finish. Oh,
Bye-bye. Config from behind. That was 3 just crispy little shots. Poison, he's in the best spot to deal with that as well. We don't get anything done. 6-0.
4 frags, 4 LDLC so far. Just grey screened, full body sticking out. That is a quick finish, isn't it, really?
I don't think he even meant to get that last one there. Poison's dead. Oh.
Guys, I want to do some killing, please.
All right, well, we've got the AWP out back for Maka. Lots of hang time on that jump there, almost getting tagged again. They're very fast about this, right? They're not crossing their T's and dotting their I's. They're writing in cursive like a doctor, and it's very, very messy to read.
Yeah. Kios yet to make much of an impact. Chance onto Config, dancing around the smoke. They are advancing and do have control of short, but that's just step 1. Haji's cleared out tons. The fact he took his bomb solo there is kind of mad.
Look at this nade just primed. Like, as soon as their exec, which can only be 2 mollies in a smoke, comes in, what are they going to do?
Oh, they've got a smoke as well. So, you going to go now, or are you going to respect the smoke?
Oh, they're totally going to go now.
Here we go. Through the grey screen. Straight into Blaine. Good find. That's Kiyo's first frag. A great tracking from Poison. Zorp, he's only got the heads to aim at. Still found 2. A third? No way, Haji. He falls as well. Maka clawing something back. Perhaps a competitive round. It's Sixer to prove me right. And he's doing exactly that. 1 more to find. 20 bullets in that Galil. JKS maybe in his blind spot. As he goes for that bomb retrieval, just as he looks away, clearing other corners. JKS, a chance. And Sixer falls just short of the mark. They make it 7-0. And I was expecting a bit more of a competitive start here out of LDLC. They are already having this half perhaps lost in the next round of play.
Watch this, right? This second shot is great, but the third one that he gets is wild because I think Maka is
there
aiming at him and just completely misses. So Haji goes down, Maka gets the second shot on target, but they've lost too many teammates by that juncture. And okay, now it is the second timeout in 7 rounds of play. So I was a little bit ahead of myself before. It felt like maybe they should have taken 2 timeouts in that first 4 rounds, but now
it's just running away from them. It's sprinting away from them.
Very, very quick. And the ADR that we have on our screens right now, Lambert with 10 ADR, Kios with 22, right? That's pretty rough scenes. The bomb hasn't even gone down yet, right? They haven't even got that far into the bomb site to get the bomb planted. So,
but like, yeah. I mean, I'm no expert, but the pace that they're throwing in, it does just lead to a lot of these early fights lost, and you're playing these impossible, insurmountable mana disadvantages. I wouldn't mind just seeing a full spread out default, draw rotates, take your time, and take those late duels. And we haven't seen any evidence of that. LDLC obviously
fast
not
again.
It is, yeah. They're going to throw a body out long. It's good to see some ground covered. Blue Bin's under control of Maka. Keeping this one as a conservative buy.
So they just have a smoke and a flash now for the A execute. Wait, Rush is here. This could get deadly.
Got a real shot. Good start. Sixer with a solid response. He needs another off that Deagle if he wants to have a chance. Poison flashed off the line. He will re-peek into the multiple targets. He's dinked down. He's under a lot of scrutiny. Does well to take another down. The molly lined up by JKS should deny a default plan. The bomb Nowhere near the site just yet. 2 versus 3, it is certainly winnable. Config's coming around thick and fast, and there's a very low HP on Hadji. He may not be ready for this. Smoke currently keeps him safe. Lambert's posted up on the AWP as well. Config's going to have to manage his angles well here. Starting to fade. Lambert's looking away. Hadji's too low for this duel. He'd have to hit that perfect first bullet, and even that's not enough. A dink starts Lambert to finish the job. Now just JKS, and I'm not sure if he's aware of that car position. Maka has the element of surprise, and as the smoke is dropped, Maka, patient. Lambert could expose himself here if he's not too careful. He's still got his hands very much on the keyboard. Moving around, there's a chance JKS can isolate some duels here. Maka does strike, and LDLC break their silence.
Oof. All right, with Deagles and the faster approach. So it's paid off eventually, right? So they've been, as you're saying, you know, we're not seeing the default spread. We're not seeing the classic Counter-Strike that we've grown to know and love in the Tier 1 echelons over the last year and a bit. It's been very, very fast, but it has worked on out here. And Poison, as soon as Rush went down, it was a 3-man B lane from Complexity. They were expecting a B hit or a mid to B. The site's given up. And yeah, just great patience there from Naka.
But yeah, I have to give some credit. Just I haven't got to watch Poison much. Of course, during this event, I haven't got to see too much of Complexity either. And the fact that that's twice now where we thought, oh, he's booked here, and he always takes one with him. You know, we've seen a lot of AWPers over these last 2 days. You see them just in situations where you think, oh, they've definitely got one. Poison's finding 2 in those, and it's very impressive that he's managed to post 14 already. Definitely a reliable source, and it looks like we are seeing a full B test here. JKS turning the flash, he can unload, and he does! Oh, beautiful! Combined with Config, he's won the round. It's only Lambert and Maka remaining, a familiar duo. Bombs lost on B. Maka to try and regain some control. What's the util situation? They've still got on B. Config has a smoke. May be able to lock them down in that bomb retrieval when they feel under threat. Now would be a good time, actually. Config considering it. He's just posted up on the AWP instead. JKS to monitor that bomb retrieval. Oh, Lambert's met by the AWP.
Nice, yeah.
And JKS can finish the job if Poison doesn't beat him to the punch. Okay, right back to normality it seems. Complexity return the favor.
Okay, well this is LDLC's pick. Scoreline 8-1, and JKS just, right, he just was getting into position as that exec was taking place. Mows them on down, and another quick round done and dusted. Still, not looking great for the Frenchman. Or back out. That low buy situation they converted here gave them a bit of extra cash. Max loss bonus is in play. And away we go again. I'm just going to pick mid.
Whoa, that's very brave, and Maka completely caught out, scoped in. They are taking some liberties, aren't they, Chad?
Yeah, they're being very aggressive in a lot of these scenarios, and they're not shying away from fights. It feels to me like Complexity know that they're the better team and want to bully LDLC into submission here. Yanko was talking about, you know, rattling them. Well, right now, 8-1, I don't think Complexity are going to feel too rattled. And they're just walking in for free. Just walking in, getting kills. Guns are not out.
3 more. Starting to commit to the site. The Molly will deny that cross, at least make it costly. Oh, Hadji brave to go through the flames. And now it's time for that plant.
It's going to be a 5-on-3 site retake, and all the real estate is for Complexity.
Look how much util they've got, bro.
Yeah, they can all just come up through spawn. They don't even need to go short right now.
Guns are out. They want to take this fight. They want to try and equalize the numbers. They can't handle all these angles if they strike at the same time. That's a start. They're all on the side, though, and the info's there. Config's missed his flick. They've equalized. Now getting interesting in this post-plant, and more frags. Kios with a double. Make it a triple as he lines them up. And LDLC do fight their way out of that pickle.
Ooh, all right, well, good mid-round, well, after-plant decision to take the fights towards CT. That forced rush wide, as soon as he gets pinned on down, well, the rest of them are all coming through that one choke point. I thought it would have looked good, but that was on the contingency that Rush is still alive to keep them off of that ramp. Because when you go for this kind of retake, this ramp right here is a power position. Assuming Rush is in pit and he can see the ramp, that means they can only play either towards site or short. So that was well done considering the early casualties there. And an important round because they win this one. LDLC can break the bank. Config's going to push this.
B. And already caught one. Maka with his chance, and B's wide open. Just like that, Chad. We've got ourselves a little bit of a game here. LDLC to throw an economical blow here. It's going to probably encourage the boys from Complexity, just so they have something to present into the next, to just batten down the hatches and save.
Well, the pace of the game is one thing you can't be complaining about here, right? It has been very, very quick. The fact that Config there has just run on into his death, and JKS went, well, I'm going down with the ship here. He's continued through. 2 quick ones, and well, now it's going to be 8-3. So maybe this is it. Maybe they think that Complexity are a little bit gambly on their CT side with some of their setups. If they can take advantage of that, pace is a good way to do it. You can find that gap. You can thread that needle. No dramas. Looks like they're sending out a bit of a scouting party here to take a few scalps. It's just Kios who's clearing out short. Now he's tentative as he makes his way up the catwalk. And an easy round. The kills come to you. The conversion comes through. And now the frag chance is starting to look better. And if you check out this round recap on the right-hand side of your screen, 3 of the last 4 ain't bad, especially as we move into the tail end of this first half. Now, money for Complexity, it doesn't look great, but the fact that they did save 3 guns, that's going to burn them a timeout here just to talk through their options. Guns can be dropped, but not great. We're talking like MP9s, maybe Scouts, or they can take a save. With 2,400 coming into the bank balance in the next, I wouldn't mind seeing them go all in behind the rifles they've just held on to.
It would match the style of play they've been playing so far.
Yeah, and the reason I say that is because right now, if you get 2,400 in the next round, I'll let you guys do the maths, right? JKS hasn't invested just yet, right? It's going to be 4,400. That's enough for an M4 and a little bit of util, right? So they're not going to have the AWPs in play unless they save some of these goodies.
Contesting long, and looks like LDLC were planning on knocking on that door. Deterred, Kios changes his mind.
Well, now it's tempered. Now they're actually taking a step back and not just throwing pace and caution to the wind here. Gonna be run boost out top mid. This one, I don't see this one every day of the week. A little bit worried about a potential AWP or scout.
Config just going looking. Okay, Complexity definitely getting a bit aggressive on these CT, especially on the lesser pistol, just the CZ for Config, taking a look as the sound cue came in from Tons. That gives them the man advantage, and now LDLC, they just have to complete the formality. Hinge smoke to imply short control is being fought for.
They know that they killed Config, who's a B defender, so it makes sense that they are heading over towards this B bomb site, but right now, Complexity are clearing on out towards short. If they get a little bit of a wriggle on here, they might be flanking LDLC before they enter the site.
Yeah, I mean, it's the job of Lambert. He's just given up on that angle as Complexity start to advance. Timing's going to be really interesting here. Blame's still on A, so it's about 3 men. Poison into Tons, and oh, just misses the mark. Maka very low. Pressure, Lambert trying to defend. They can't quite hit the shots. It's Maka that can.
Nice.
Solid defense of this tunnel's aggression, and that should lock down Complexity's chances. Nothing left for them. Blame just to save what he could. It's going to be the FAMAS preserved, but here we go. Bombs are planted. LDLC finding themselves 3 rounds in a row.
Well, now it feels like if you just take a look at Complexity's money again, because Config invested there in that CZ, they shouldn't buy in this next round. They should not buy. They should go for a bit of a half investment here. And if Blame's not careful, they know his position now. They could even rip this FAMAS away. Would love to get his hands on that AK-47. Hadji's coming for the hunt. Maybe he gets a second chance here. It was spotted towards the mid doors. Hadji undetected. Kios tunnel visioned in. The footsteps might be obscured. Hadji very loud about this. Flame's going to hold on to it. So another round for LDLC. Starting to get competitive here. 4 out of the last 5. Sounding a lot better than that 7-0 start. Poison already has 17 kills. We've had a couple of these early pop-off performances from individuals, haven't we?
Yeah, but I mean, he got into the teens in the first, 5 rounds of play. So don't forget that Glock stomp. Put a nice extra 4 in the bag. Not 5, as we saw. And, well, it looks like they are going to be investing, Chad. It's the FAMAS. Config's actually been given a lovely gift of the M4. And now we're rocking and a-rolling.
Poison on the scout.
Straight up doors. No, this is interesting. It's JKS. Yeah, he's all alone. Completely isolated. He'd have to do a complete miracle round on the FAMAS. Kios, 1 for 1. And the site is lost. Config, nothing he can do. I say that. He unloads onto Hadji. Maybe they might be interested now. Catching them on the advance. Nothing in return. They're talking about it.
It's a kit for Blame, so they have time to work with here. Bomb's just gone down.
Maka's in tons. I wonder if Rush is going to dip his toe in that, because that's just a dead man. Oh, damn, jumps and baits the shot. Now he can join his forces. They know where Maka is. Tons side AWP.
Couple of smokes for this too.
They're starting to advance. Complexity Gonna start applying the pressure. Maka still managing to pick away at one. The smoke on Tun's redundant now as he walks in.
Oh.
Good tag, Config on notice. Lambert does struggle to finish his meal. I think with the HP and the time just ticking a little too fast for their liking. It's a good shot from Config to keep him honest.
Blame gonna get away. He's so low.
Is LDLC not only with, what was it, 3 in a row, it's now 4.
Blame just went down to the bomb as well there. So this last foray of rounds from Complexity has been awkward, not just with the money management, but with the decision-making as well here. So this is getting turned on its head quite quickly. The French are back in it here, and you can hear they're starting to get a little bit louder. This was great from Maka, right?
That's 2 for 2 in terms of the B-AWP pop-off. He gets another double, or at least a tag onto the second as well. Every shot he's hitting as well is just going to be a confidence booster for his LAN.
Complexity have actually called another timeout here. So we've had 4 timeouts in this first half. There's only 2 more rounds of play. The loss bonus has started to build in a big way, but still not enough to warrant a buy. So how many of these last 4 rounds that they've lost have Complexity not had a full buy scenario? What are we talking? Like at least 3?
3 is to my count, yeah.
So, yeah, they're just some of the decision-making with the economy here has left them in an awkward spot. The fact that Poison, who had 17 kills, is having to operate with a scout, like, that just hurts. That just hurts to see because it had so much impact.
Starting to look like a competitive half. 8-5. He does just like gunning it, doesn't he?
He has so much faith in Maka to cover, and yeah, he's tagged up Poison, so he's done his job. But look at him just barreling down middle. Another one of these in-game leaders who loves getting stuck on in.
All util dropped. But one and a quick snap out of Lambert. Owie, that'll leave a mark.
And look at the gap that this has created. Rush and Blame have put pressure on short. The other 4 members of LDLC are out long. They're just able to creep on up here.
Zero defense. No one is currently aware of long. The Molly car will be an indicator, a sound cue that they'll have to acknowledge and respect. But yeah, Armored Deagles, just the scout. I say just the scout. It's a pretty good headshot into Kios that does tie us up to 4-4.
They know Lambert's around. They're trying to clear him out now. JKS is starting to have a look here, but look how passive Lambert is. Justin is pushing on in, and he hasn't cleared the corner. Lambert might have a few.
Oh, he could not only start the round, but finish it as well. They're all coming from short. Lambert communicating. Sound cues are plenty. Complexity no longer considering it much of a threat. Poison's having a glance. He's considered it. And now Lambert reveals it. Nice find onto Blame.
It's a save call again. I'm puzzled.
I wish you could see Chad's face, everyone.
Like, just the last, you know... Oh, all right. Well, this is great, because LDLC are competitive now, at least. Up to 6.
I mean, this was what, 7-0? 7-0. And I don't know if I'm just putting 1 and 1 together here, but it went 7-0, and then Complexity started making unusual decisions.
Interesting choice.
Yes, yeah. Which one might assume may have influenced the other in terms of feeling like they may have just got a free ticket to the main event. Seems like LDLC have quickly put them back in their place.
Yeah, and if you have a look here, we'll be able to check things out.
Oh, that was nearly 2.
Yeah, that was actually...
It wasn't a wall bang so much as it was through the flesh of another teammate.
So we can take a look here just on the right-hand side of your screen. See how few frags are had right now by LDLC. Nobody is in double digits, and the scoreline is almost as close as it can be with an 8-7.
Yeah,
that shows you how many saves there have been from Complexity and how awkward this has been in the tail end of this first half. Yeah. What a puzzle.
I think Keita's definitely going to have a furrowed brow in the review of those last 6 rounds of play. Bro, you do see the default spread now towards the tail end. The final round is when LDLC tried to whip it out.
Take the pace off. And Poison finally has an AWP. So does Config.
Eos might take a look on that. Flash through mid. Blame with an early info play. Now, the A defense feels like the weakest part of the map right now for Complexity. It's going to be Rush and Poison just doubling up on long at this point in time. Poison to react should he feel pressure from short, as he will now. Guns are fired. Blame starting to maneuver back. He's in that tough state. Interesting smoke, long side.
Or they're isolating Rush right now, I think.
Yeah, Poison's going to have to either push through it or have Sixer duel one-on-one with Rush. Good defense. Rush finds it. Oh, the bomb carrier's on his way across. Not anymore. Kios loses his life. Hadji with a very nice trade. The bomb's still able to be recovered. Look how close it was to falling off the lip. That could have been round-defining. Instead, scooped up and planted. And now Complexity, in order to extend their lead on the end of this half,
They lost one like this before, though, didn't they? They came up through CT last time round. This time it's all going to be through short. Pushing long. They're actually hunting. They're going over towards Rush here.
They know he's a crucial component. It's going to find him pulled out of the flash. Hands off the weapon. They're doing it again. Good shot from Maka as well. Complexity, another man advantage just falls by the wayside, and LDLC are tying up the half. Config to come up clutch. He's got 2 more to find. Bomb's well over half gone now. He doesn't even have the time for this. Pulls out the AK, spotted out, hunting for the swing. He'd need them both in quick succession. Not quite precise enough. Just about gets there, but no time. And so just looking for the ego frag, and he will get it. That'll be 8-7. After a 7-0 start, LDLC put themselves right back into Dust 2. Do not...
Hey Future Pros, back on Dust New with a timeless flash. This is the new map's take on the old faithful short flash. When thrown correctly, this flash should affect any CT playing short for an easy frag. If you don't jump and throw the flash, it will not make it around the corner. To do this flash, you need to be running up the short catwalk. Align your aim so you are aiming below the open window, but also along this smaller window. You want to jump throw the flash just as you get close to these planks on the floor. That's about it. A CT could be playing a closer angle, so be on the lookout for that too.
Ay, big spender, big tipper, look up. I'm a star like the Big Dipper. Keep it 100 with you, ain't nobody realer. 7-figure, father figure, laughing to the bank.
What started as a stomp for Complexity ended in 1 round out of the last 8. LDLC are back in a big way. 8-7 on the half. The favorites here with some questionable economic choices. Now staring down the barrel of a close one as we're getting this one underway, and the 1xBet odds are favouring the favourites. But look at Hadji.
Yeah, all alone. Decided he's going to take on the whole squad, and Config's having absolutely none of it. Damn, even doing significant damage to Maka. He'll take a USB for his troubles, walking straight into Sixer, and just with a simple click of his mouse, We're into the 4-on-4. They're charging up long. Six is the only one to try and contend with this.
Kios is already in T-spawn.
Oh, true. Well, we'll come back to that one. For now, JKS, without any help, has got himself across. It's Flame just as the smoke now blooms. And Poison can plant pretty much uncontested. Sixer was hiding in on Gandalf. He should have an element of surprise and a great shot. Poison down. If they take the pistol here, Chad, it's going to get very troublesome very quickly. Complexity. They fall, and LDLC getting as loud as they can. That's big for them. They know it.
Oh, dear. I just talked about 7 rounds right now for LDLC to get back into that half. Then the pistol. They are in the driver's seat.
So, what did you say? 8 out of the last... What? 7 of the last 8?
Yeah.
For LDLC?
Yeah, the tides have shifted. They've definitely shifted.
We're now 8 of the last 9. Here we go.
This is, yeah. This is the point.
We're not going to be seeing our standard response. It's a full hero. Blame. Armored to the teeth. Kalashnikov in hand.
Who dropped in that one? It was Rush, huh?
Six has whipped out a round 2 AWP. It's all getting a bit interesting.
Okay, this is a bit
Come on,
puzzling,
Chad.
isn't it?
So dive in, get your knife and fork
I
out.
guess that Six is expecting the force buy, which is kind of true in a way. Lambert's about to take this contact long, which should bring Sixer over to help the party out. Deagle tag's good, but they need to get across, and there's no way the Complexity are accounting for an AWP here. So now that they've pushed back this long position, they're starting to scurry through spawn.
Where's Config?
Where is Config?
Is he...
Oh, he's just chilling. He's starting to move now. That was weird. I thought he was AFK or something.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Okay, so they're all back in business. LDLC have just retaken long control, right? So Complexity think that they forced them away. They haven't at all, and Rush is in pit. He might have a few here.
Early potential. They are looking, but Maka might take a first look. Rush not quite precise enough. Up short. An interesting pivot. Don't forget, Blame's really the main man, point man for this, and he has hit one great shot. There's a lot more to be required, and Lambert does just gracefully bait extra shots. Now the bomb's lost. Don't know if it actually fell CT or it's just on the lip. Good find from Config's Deeg, and no trade available. Sixer trying to get glass cannon on the AWP, and Config now with an AK trying to swing out. Maka's having none of it, and neither are LDLC. What is going on?
It really looks like LDLC have done their homework, right? Because the information and space that they took back, they're going back long, they kind of felt like they knew Rush was going to be there, right? So this is looking very, very good, at least in terms of their prep. And now, when it was 7-0, I wasn't talking about Complexity getting rattled. I think at this point, they probably are. Poor financial decision, saw that half peter away and run away from them in a very big way. And now, well, this is where they could start to get exploited. Things are looking great, and off the bat, Maka opens things up onto Poison.
Okay, something is brewing now here in Cologne. Round 18. Already Complexity down a man, and it's the star of the show. 19 from Poison. It will be kept that way here in our 18th. Okay. Time to piece this one back together again. I think, yeah, rattled is the perfect term. Complexity gonna have to thinking caps on. LDLC starting to put the right foot forward in a very big way. Smoke arriving on the Xbox. JKS from Tons might be able to apply a little pressure towards the doors.
They're just going to walk short here for what should be a cat execute. Flash short, Rush entering with the bomb. Kios is just overseeing business here with the FAMAS. He's called out that flash to his teammates. Another one called now, and lobbing out his own utility in response. Nade just chipping away. And now the set piece can be organized. Six's AWP is isolated. Oh, he's actually given that over to Maka, never mind.
Good damage on that. See the lineup punishing the default lineup with the smoke.
What's a fake? They're going back for a mid to be here, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it. Smoke does arrive. Lambert trying to contest as best he can. Molly will stop his typical spray. Starts pushing in. Is there a flash? No, just pushes in dry, and he's got one. Could have been more. Unfortunately, Sixer is super low. It will fall to Kios on the flank. Hadji, or rather Config, holding it. He's hit the shots now. Maka alone in the sides and controlled nicely from Rush's AK. Looks like Complexity have got this one in the bag. A quick fake and a pivot. Bomb down.
Yeah, Hadji really shouldn't go for this one. It was just trying to see, I think, if he could catch Config straggling, but it's good to keep 3 alive, and that AWP can be secured at the backup platform. So if we're going to look at positives now for Complexity, out of this round where they didn't have an AWP, they get one, not for free, they had to work hard for it, but they pick one up, and they put themselves in a much better position moving forward. it's good quality of life little updates here that Vlad's been chipping away at. Right now we just constantly get the frags here.
The round frags, yeah, we lost them when we got the permanent frags, but it's good to see everything back in order.
Bomb's going to go off. And now tied up again, so complexity 9-9. Money's not really there for LDLC to go for a buy, so I'm going to be very interested to see how they respond. And again, really just look at the frags, right? I'm going to read through them for everybody at home. 12 for Maka, 11 for Lambert, 9 for Sixer, 8 for Hadji, and 5 for Kios. It doesn't feel like they have enough kills to be leveled up at 9-9, especially when you compare that to the other side. You've got 19 for Config, 19 for Poison, right? That's just 2 of the players right there. Almost both dropping 20s.
What is he up to? Sixer strafes straight into that AWP. Poison ready to punish. Just tried to use the speed of that scout to catch him off guard, bait the shot, and maybe a second on the cards. Maka catching bullets. He's not missing at the moment. Poison makes it 2. Flame to finish off the job. It's Hadji. Good resistance here on CT. Body drop, conflict to trade. He does find both, just like that. Complexity sailing towards the 10th now, and absolutely no rush. Kios, last man standing, a Deagle and a Scout. Does he get, a good start in the 1v4? I think he just spotted another. Yeah, JKS crossing B. That might draw him into the wrong side of the map. Unfortunately, bomb crossing A as we speak. But if Kios can isolate this, there's an AK to play with. Not to be. Good find. Okay, Colt take 10. And so far, it's an even keel, 2-2.
Ooh, this one is the B stream right now. It is Renegades taking on OG. This is, a progression match indeed. Winner of this one will be finding themselves take one step further and should be getting into the main event here. Renegades toppled MIBR yesterday. OG lost to Big. And it would be curious, if Renegades picked that one up, I would be very surprised. OG have been looking better and better, especially since the additions of Nico and Flames. And now we're going to see an eco from LDLC. So with Sixer in the server, I was trying to think what could we do with his name that would be fun, right? And for some reason, I don't know why, and I don't know if we'd use this in a positive way or a negative way, but it could be like something like Sixer, he looks like he's at a Catalina wine mixer. I don't know where I heard Catalina wine mixer.
Catalina wine mixer.
But it's a thing. I just Googled it to make sure it was real.
From a thing.
It's from Southern California or something. It's an event. I don't know where we could use it. Is it a positive or a negative?
But what's it got to do with Sixer?
Well, mixer rhymes with Sixer.
Catalina wine. Wow. I mean, it's a stretch.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking full stretch Armstrong stretch.
Well, that was the only thing I got.
Well, I mean, it's also a number. I think there's a lot to be done with the number.
That's true.
You know?
Yeah, okay. I was a little bit outside the box, wasn't I?
Yeah, you can get.
I'm on a different planet.
You could get like mathematical. You're kind of in more of an abstract kind of, contemporary dance kind of approach.
Oh dear. I think Lambert spotted some shadows here potentially, but they're going to flash over mid regardless. JKS could cut some stats here. The spray from range will get 2, and 2 more have crossed his gaze.
5 bullets. No need for any more. Last man standing will drop down. Okay, so Complexity definitely having no issue in the eco. 3 consecutive rounds now for them on their T side. Config and Poison up to their usual antics. You can see the ADR there on the left-hand side of your screens. Averaging well over a kill a round.
So just so we're clear, we're not getting in Sixer at the Catalina wine mixer.
It rhymes.
Yeah.
If I knew where on earth I'd heard that before,
we've definitely heard it, right?
I think it's from some sort of like Will Ferrell comedy.
Okay, all right.
Like some nonsense.
All right.
Ooh, okay. A little aggression from Maka. I love it. Love a little short peek. And it may catch Poison off guard. It's off the shoulder. He actually goes for a second. Lord almighty. Taking some gambles here.
Is he going to re-peek again?
Feels like it.
Told just to go and fight.
Yeah, that seems like the message. Seems like the memo. He wants Config and he's booked him. Tags him. Finish with the M4. Go on, my son. He gets it. That's one way to equalize. 4v4 at the 1:20 mark. All right. They've even pushed up Xbox. Lambert's holding lower tons. JKS monitored for sure.
Yeah, this is very aggressive stuff, right? The fact that he went for the second peak and then went and reinitiated in lower dark from a completely different angle. They're looking very, very spicy here today. Nothing to lose, everything to gain here from the underdog. And now it's just Sixer towards the top of the site, hiding behind the single box.
Okay, all he has to do really... I can't say the obvious again.
Hide?
Not die, was what I was going to say. All he has to do is not die. Maka's actually arrived as well.
Getting clamped in on right now. Lambert's pushing for the big flank here, so they will be locked into going towards this long position.
Right.
Heels will be there to help them out towards short, but it is the A set piece coming on through.
Double smoked. Macam, he looks like he wants to peek around this.
What is going on?
Oh, and a perfect timing, just as Poison dropped into pit. No AWP support,
And
no
it's coming.
Overwatch, and here comes the flank. Poison's got the bomb. It's falling apart for Complexity
25
here.
seconds.
LDLC throwing another brutal twist of the knife into the mix. 11 to 10. LDLC looking to make their map pick count.
You can tell they're definitely playing like an underdog right now, just with some of these rounds that they're throwing in the way of Complexity. And this is not how the game started at all. They were just getting dictated to, and now it's changing, right? They're the ones who are forcing all these fights, and it means whatever Blame is calling from spawn, even if it is a default spread, the default spread's being isolated. Look at the timer at the top of your screen. They're taking these fights at 1:30. They are taking the fight to Complexity. Walking through those smokes from Maka, that is insane.
Yeah, that is crazy. And it's working wonders for them. Good find from Poison. He's definitely no slouch on those doors, crosses, everything. It just costs you something on the way across. If he catches a glimpse, he'll make it count, Lambert.
There's no way.
No way your crosshair is going to be in the right place. Blame holds it.
Down to
Good
19.
damage. But regardless, Long once again seems to be the mission statement. Oh, Kios, go on, my son. Go on. Jumps right into Blame's face and will get an AK for his troubles.
It's forcing the hand of Complexity. Just by pushing and taking these fights, again, they have to go long.
And Hadji, in support of Sixer, see what util they're going to drop. It looks like the smokes are going to be thrown out for the wall. Hadji, well, how do you contest this? He can't. Bit of damage chipping away at Config. A defensive smoke dropped by the CTs. Interesting, look, they can play around this. It doesn't give those free fights, and Sixer peeking around it has managed to find another. Damage inflicted, Keon's low. Jakey has to plant, rush on the Overwatch. Good catch onto Maka on shot of one way. They're throwing so many CT smokes. This is kind of nerdy. And it's working. Rush can't find him under the smoke. A little bit of a release of his crouch key costs him his life. Sixers 2. Now Hadji. 2 to find. Rush the first. And it's too easy. Hadji. A huge find. Clutches up for LDLC. And I have to give some credit to them. They're doing everything in their power to make that a weird round for Complexity. There's a new smoke on Gandalf. There's a new smoke on a Vanguard. They play around them and isolate the site, making it feel different.
It's so jarring, right? Like, there's just so many bodies there all the time. Complexity are feeling like they're left with no options. And, well, options is what they have to discuss right now. Their money, it's been siphoned on through. LDLC will do them a favor and give them 30 seconds of talking time. But it's getting real weird out there. The fact they're running 2 guys into Upper Dark at the start of the round, forcing Blame with 2 players, not even like tradable. They weren't even tradable. Lambert went on his own, then Kios came back. And he's the smokes you were talking about. They were able to deal with Sixer here, right? Russia's done so much, but Hadji, no dramas in the world. Steps on up, takes both of them down. Great stuff there, and you can hear how fired up they're getting.
Oh, this is going to do, honestly, this is going to do so much. The adrenaline surging through their veins right now, the testosterone, just the sheer volume, they are going to be feeling themselves. It just feels within reach now. I imagine when you're staring down 0-7, there's part of your brain that's just sitting there but not believing it's possible.
Look at the contrast, right? For Complexity, they're expected to win this. They're the heavy favorites right here, and they've heavy invested again. Poison back into the AWP, but there's some omissions. JKS on the Galil. Deagle for Blame.
Back to Long.
They're creeping out.
Sixer, definitely under a lot of scrutiny, but he lives to tell the tale. Not going to be seeing any of the B aggression this time, but not going to be seeing a default out of Complexity. These aggressive maneuvers from the CTs haven't forced Blame's hand into a default.
I think that's the thing, right? Because if they keep just going for their spread and these aggressive maneuvers from LDLC keep coming out, they might keep losing men. Now it's just the trundle up Long. All 5 coming here. Sixer, you're about to be overwhelmed.
Oh, Spot's just the tip of the head. He knows they're close. He knows he's got a lot to do. Smoke to try and hold them at bay on that ramp. They're already crossing in. It's Rush and JKS. Make it just Rush. Good find from Hadji. Only the one. Rotates coming in from short. Sixer happily, again, playing around that smoke. It enables him to stick around a little longer. I don't know if he's got the wall bang in him.
Oh, he's getting closer.
He is. He's closing the gap. He could hit something. Some close quarters AWPing. Loudly scopes. Rush will have heard it. No scope into Rush. He knows Blame's low. Swaps to the USP. They can ruin Complexity's day here. The bomb's ticking in their favor. Poison holding from Long. The plant is down for him. It should be a Complexity round. Is there anything left in the tank from Sixer? Trying to challenge out. The healthy Config decides he's going to take matters into his own hands, and I think things are going to slow and peter out to a Complexity 12.
They have to save right now. They're going to lose everything LDLC if they go for this with Maka and Lambert, and Config wants to hunt. He's jumped on down in towards spawn. He wants to take that away. Maka with another miss, and Config denies the AWP. It's just Lambert hanging around for any dregs, and oh, he's lucky to be alive himself. That's 12 for Complexity now, and the chaos continues.
Woo,
behind Six's AWP. He's having a bit of a look. It hasn't blown back, so... Oh, okay. Well, they can take a bit of a breath right now, Complexity, but they're not off the hook by any means. You can see how dicey that was getting again. Just blame on the site. You're really lucky here. Rush is doing a great job of clearing out towards the bomb site. He's giving them room to work with. And Six is a madman.
Yeah, he is. Peeking around that smoke, you can see the plan. This time, Complexity best them. And I mean, the fact that they just were so persistent on long, they made it work. And now it looks like a different flavor being thrown straight into the mix. Obviously, this time up against the USPs, who are going to be a little more passive. Talking of Poison's prowess on the doors, he's given us a nice demonstration here.
Well, they're pushing upper again. JKS about to get to business.
He's looking that way. Molly will force the hand of Sixer if he's not careful. Forced away. Quick react, doesn't get punished.
Lambert's coming back towards mid here. This could be perfect for Poison.
No flashbang, so it is just going to be the bullets. Oh, what? Bullets have actually found 2 members
and
of
an
Complexity.
AK.
No, Complexity, you don't lose the eco. Not to make it 12-12.
They've just gambled over towards A right here. LDLC with 4 players, and they're going towards long. They might isolate Rush. He's on his own.
He's completely isolated. Blue bin. Lambert, he's been pretty switched on. You can see he's watched the demos. I wonder if he'll even consider it. I don't think he will. Look at his crosshair. The rest will. There's an AK. Oh, Rush is saving them. Kios does well to find something. Now the Deagle. He needs the headshot.
Whoa.
He steadied his aim. He knew how much that first bullet would count, and now he's lost his teammate too. JKS and Config. There shouldn't be anything left for Hadji here. No armor. Missed shots. Config tagged.
Oh.
He's the one to zip up the body bag. 13 for Complexity, but by a gnat's wing.
Jeez, these rounds are all so tight. This is close stuff, and Complexity, I don't even know if they can have a sigh of relief with this. Once again, in case you missed it, this was a 7-0 start. LDLC have done everything in their power to make this one competitive. It's jarring time and time again.
From 7-0 to 8-7.
All right.
Now we stand at 13-11, and again, LDLC swallow their pride.
This is just a short push. Look how quick they are on all these maneuvers. Straight up cat. They're just going for a walk behind it. They might catch them off guard again.
This is so cheeky. I mean, you said they're playing like underdog Counter-Strike. It's very, very unusual. Poison's going to be setting himself up to a check, and oh dear, an AK-47.
On JKS now.
And a frag. JKS is coming back through T-spawn. Kios was staring at it, does manage the angle well. I don't think he's been spotted out. Lambert considering it. If JKS gets timed, this is a problem. Hadji's already found another. Flame's gone down. JKS at least claws something
Not going to expect another. There's no way.
From behind, yeah, Kios has got him booked. There's no way, and they're doing it. LDLC keeping these poor boys from Complexity on their toes. Bombs on Rush. Hadji's having a round. He's got 3 with that AK-47. He's not even stopping there. Looking to take contact, and Sixer finishes off the job. LDLC get a little louder here in Cologne, and they force a timeout straight out of Complexity.
But that was an eco.
That was an eco.
It wasn't an eco with a saved gun. That was just a couple of upgraded pistols. How have they pipped that gap?
It was an M4. I think
that one,
was, yeah.
Wasn't it M4 in the previous?
Okay, maybe I'm
this
tripping.
is the one here
this
where
is
they
the push.
Yeah, the last one is where with the M4.
Oh god, and it got close.
Yeah,
okay.
right, and they just creep on up, and then Blame's in lower. He died to Hadji, who grabbed the AK and fell back, right? Then you've got JKS, who's dealing with 2 more players.
3 on the recovered AK-47. LDLC, just when you thought they were being written out of the script. And he even takes the AK into the next. Oh, this is doing wonders for them. LDLC starting to believe that it's possible.
This is a meltdown for Complexity, right? You get away with the win here, right? This scoreline, it doesn't even matter. The rounds that they've lost and just how close this game has been, they're frazzled.
I'll say it as well. I think the analyst desk is going to have a lot to say, win or lose, about this Dust 2 map.
Look at the Complexity money situation right here. It has to be a save coming out of them, and key to the coach in the backline. You've got to feel bloody helpless
Look at his
here.
face. I mean, it says it all.
It's just
Look at him.
amusement.
Sixers straight up
This
mid.
is crazy, man.
Hadji's in lower tons.
They're just throwing caution to the wind.
I honestly did not expect this out of our first map to get today with these boys from LDLC. They're all staring at the floor. They're going shopping for a pistol. Hadji's just pushing in. He'll take them all. Anyone else? 360! He's playing Call of Duty, folks!
Hey.
He's playing Call of Duty on these boys. I don't even know. 360 Deagle to finish. Ace as well from Hadji on the eco. Oh, man. Yeah, sure. Stomp the eco, but do it with style. Doesn't let them get any confidence points at all. Let me see that one again.
All right, well, these boys, they're definitely playing to win right here. They're not messing
What's
about.
the call? I just can't wait to see what they're going to do next.
Mid, they're pushing mid again.
What are they up to?
They're just fighting. Poison's getting a shooting gallery. Are they on the T side right now? What is happening? The fight is coming to Complexity, whether they want it or not, and Config down long.
I think, honestly, I reckon Blame is just vibrating with rage right now. He's like, what are these people doing to me? Oh.
You know, before we were talking about Vici and, you know, being able to come in from an underdog region and throwing crazy Counter-Strike. This is the crazy Counter-Strike that we're talking about.
Yeah, well, you know, we said, how on earth would you, reinvent the wheel?
Oh, they missed the smokes of the cross.
Have they? Oh, yeah. Big gap. Oh, a missed shot, though. That's a bad one from Maka, and it enables JKS to find space. And Sixer, another miss from Maka. Now Complexity have been given a real window of opportunity. I like the boost. Hadji's been looking very sharp with the AK-47, but he's just lost his boost. Still goes for it. Headshot found. Perhaps delaying just enough. There's plenty of time.
It's going in.
He wouldn't. Just as it fades, Flame F caught. He does take another with him now. Perhaps a situation for Maka to deal with the bomb.
Might have to expose his head to pick that up.
It's
Maka
possible.
could pop it.
It's possible. Flashes for the peak. Flashes for the retrieval. Now the bomb can go down. Chances dwindle for Maka. 28 points of health. Unless he could somehow isolate the duel onto Hadji, a crazy blind wallbang to the car. It's not going to happen. Good find. Config will secure it. Complexity will make it 14. And that's wing, though. I mean, look, the gap in the smoke from Cole, they're flustered.
They are definitely flustered. They are really under the pump right now, right? As the favorite coming into this and being pushed to this level, and just the type of Counter-Strike that's being thrown your way, right? You cannot account for this. It is impossible to account for 3 guys running through mid doors on a crucial gun round when the scores turn up at 13-13, right? That's not a... We're talking about Dust 2, where CTs are getting tagged on the cross time and time again. They're running through the doors at an AWPer on point. Poison's got 22 kills.
Oh, it's fun to watch. I hope you guys are having fun at home. Give LDLC your love for what they are currently showing here at the Intel Extreme Masters IEM Cologne 2021. This was the JKS find. Virtue of a missed Maka frag. And then you can see it did come right down to the wire as well. It was Config who did a lot there, catching the boost of Lambert. The base of the boost, of course, you can see Hadji was the one at the top of it. Doesn't look little.
Hold up a second. This is a 5-man A lane. They just boosted 2 players short and 2 players going long. There's nobody B. If JKS runs in, the site is completely clear.
He's going straight in, even dropping a door smoke. Oh, they're locked out of the site. Interesting. Sixers down as well. That was the first responder. Maka responding in kind. That's
Hadji's
poison
pushing
caught.
T-spawn.
I honestly can't keep track.
Oh, miss Molly there. This is getting real weird.
What is this game? Config finds Hadji, all of his util gone, body dropped. Bomb's yet to be planted. Rush just about made it there now. Lambert's coming in through tons and there's no one holding that. Lambert could catch Config here. He's throwing a flash, he'll know. Oh, it's everywhere. Maka's been caught. It looks like Complexity have done enough for the 15th hit. Lambert, the element of surprise. Config with the flash and the finish.
Oof.
JKS, that's 2 rounds in a row. He has won the round for Complexity.
That's another big entry, right? And the fact that he's just gone in for an all-in across, I don't know how much Poison would have seen there. That's a question, right? Because for JKS just to run in on his lonesome, Poison AWPing middle must have seen something. I just caught the radar there, what was happening, and just seeing another crazy CT-sided round coming out. And LDLC, well, they're down to the bottom of the barrel with their economy. Guns are being bought on up. It's that AWP for Maka, some Deagles, a UMP. It's not looking good to contest against this potential 16th. Complexity may have done enough here.
Ouch. No fun for Kioz as the solo B player to be chunked down to 50 upon arrival. Maka, you're not pushing long doors at 1 minute 34 with an AWP, are you?
Oh, this is nonsense now.
There's no way he clears close left.
This is nonsense now.
I mean, you should, and I'm sure he will, but he's not pushing further. What are you doing, Maka? You're nuts! He walked straight through. Look at the time. That was the AWP Chad. Okay, I'll pass it over to my wise color commentator with more.
This is it. It's just playing for anything right now. The craziness has paid off time and time again. Why the hell not at this point? It's hard to critique when they've won so many rounds through these crazy plays. By the book, definitely not. But that's not how they've even gotten to this point. And Sixer's pushing into the smoke right now. He has absolutely no vision. Sixer, what are you doing? Poison goes straight into Hadji, Blame into Sixer, and it all falls apart.
A sigh of relief for Complexity as just across the line, LDLC have made it clear, a statement of intent here on Dust 2. They are going to disrupt, and they are going to throw the rulebook entirely out of the window. Lambert. Need a step. JKS can finish it right here and now, and does. Complexity just about pull it across the line. LDLC's pick, and they have brought a very unique flavor to their game here. Win, you're in. Lose, you're out. It's as simple as that. Complexity 1-0 up in the series. The main event, a single map away for the international roster.
Why would they slow down? There's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? What a spray down that was.
Apex is trying to stop them, but it's not going to happen. It will be overtime in the first map of the Grand Finals. Sheer confidence from Fnatic, sheer aggression being unanswered by Envious.
And look at the guns for AWPs.
Let's go.
Let's go! Let's go!
Heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the side. Ay, 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 big spender, big tipper, look up. I'm a star like the Big Dipper. Keep it 100 with you, ain't nobody realer. 7-figure, father figure, laughing to the bank.
The Sixer Catalina wine mixer, as Chad kind of broke it down into. I don't know it is quite that. He might need a Sixer after that one because that was an L caught on Dust 2 by LDLC. And really and truly, that could have actually went the other way. I've got Moses here breaking into hysterics, and then also we have Yanko over there who's holding it down digitally. Yanko, diagnosis, LDLC pushing them around. What do you think?
Well, this one, not terminal just yet, Trace. I think it was very exciting. You know, it seemed like they were in a coma to kick things off, but then a jolt of adrenaline and things just went nuts. We ended up in the psych ward.
Ah, nice. Now, Jason, you've been there a couple times yourself. Tell us
Can we
about it.
please stop doing this?
I don't know why you continued it in the first place, Diego. I thought we were done with Trace's wild antics. Yeah, this was a tough game for Complexity. I actually thought they played a better game. They had to survive a few a few pretty crazy rounds from LDLC, especially in that second half. A few hiccups
Yeah.
that almost threw things into the works, and I think their ability to outlast that and actually carry it through was pretty impressive. For me, this came down a lot. Rush, JKS, and Blame F all had a 4-1 in terms of opening kills.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
a good stat.
That's a step in the right direction. I look at the LDLC side, and I see, they didn't really give a comfort zone to Complexity there in the second half. I think that's got to be something that they had going for them, at least, Yanko.
Yeah, that seemed to have been the game plan, just make Complexity uncomfortable with a lot of those pushes, a lot of aggression. It seemed like they even wanted to funnel them towards long, and then they will always have a player play kind of defensive with a smoke. But this is the round where it all started going wrong for Complexity, really. In the first half, it was a reset round, and LDLC was in a 3v5 post plan. In this situation, you can see how Kios and Haji had some good kills here, and this really broke Complexity. It forced them on a weird round. And in the second half, in round 20, you can see, like, again, the early fights on short, actually round 21, early fights on short, just complete madness, right? We saw that fight outside B tunnels as well with the MP9s, just, searching for blame. So really uncommon and untypical approach from LDLC on their CT side.
But, I mean, props, all things considered, I don't know that we would have put this one as close as it was, thus to certainly showing that LDLC can hang. Now, does that prove for the rest of the series that they're going to be doing the same? That's going to be my biggest concern, Jason.
I'd be curious, yeah, if they come out with a very similar style where they're aggressive, especially in middle on Mirage. I mean, that could get interesting. That could get really dicey. I mean, this is kind of a map where I would expect Poison to be able to take over. I think he's been great these past few days with the AWP. And I think Poison actually, as a young opper, is fantastic. But LDLC is just, it's going to be tough. They have to keep doing that. They have to keep making Complexity really uncomfortable and making plays that is going to throw them out of their game, out of their rhythm.
Yeah, I'm looking at... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Yanko.
Yeah, it does feel like they managed to do that on Dust 2. I mean, definitely, right? They got it as close as they possibly could. A couple of missed shots here and there really... broke it for LDLC at the very end, but you also feel like they had to win Dust to have a chance, right? On Mirage, it's just a staple map for Complexity. They're picking it time and time again, so they probably faced pretty much everything in terms of what their opponents could throw at them in terms of anti-stratting, right? Like different approaches. So I feel like it's going to be much more difficult for LDLC to execute the same style on Mirage compared to Dust 2.
Especially with Config doing what Config does best. And sometimes that's just straight up owning the competition. We can take a look at what Config looks like in comparison to Poison. Really and truly, though, one thing I did note from this past map would be sort of the disheveled look we'd see in Complexity's face from time to time. They were facing some adversity right there on Dust 2, and it almost felt like that through the camera.
Yeah, that kind of stuff gets frustrating, like when you're getting caught off guard by things that just don't normally happen, like Yanko said, things that are really like atypical to the standard match. Like when you have that round that you lose to like the lower B push, and the next round they're ready to push up mid right away, and they catch Poison out in an awkward position going 1-for-1. Those are the kind of things that can be really frustrating to deal with, because, I mean, you sometimes just don't always have like the protocols or the thought process to actually recover from that.
Oh,
it did feel a little bit like, it did feel a little bit like an online game played on LAN.
Well, Haji running around like he owns the map, I mean, you see that sort of aggression, and Haji made a good case for it.
They needed Config to be that awesome as well.
Yeah, with Mirage coming up, just real quick, guys, is it in here?
What's that? Yeah, it ends here.
It ends here?
Yeah.
What do you think, Yanko?
It ends right here, right now, Trace.
Right now. Just like this segment. We're done right here. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to come back with Mirage. It's LDLC and Complexity fighting for a spot in the main event of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021.
when it comes to stealing rounds, and as a result, their opponent's dreams? IEM Beijing Haijian was a great time for 100 Thieves. Vitality might have been a threat back then, but what Gratisfaction did was just a prelude to what was to come.
There's no bomb hunt yet. All the pressure of the timer right now is on 100 Thieves and Gratisfaction. These oh my god! Are you kidding me? Taking down Shocks as well!
The French fought valiantly and were able to earn some crucial points, but when the game transitioned onto Inferno, there was a very important factor that they didn't take into consideration, and that was JKS defending the bomb site.
They almost catch him at the angle. Can they finally bring down JKS? He's going to try and flash his way into a fight. What does it take to bring him down in the speed defense? The flash for the setup, and he makes it back around the smoke. He's still a factor here. Oh no, they line up behind it. I can't believe it. He's destroyed their team. There's nothing that will stop JKS. Unbelievable.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come.
IEM Cologne 2021 continues, and I think Yanku put it best, breaking it down, saying that looked like an online game on LAN. It was LDLC, even Scrawny on Twitter describing LDLC as playing like a caged animal, and it really did nearly work. Complexity, though, probably thanking their lucky stars, they managed to pull that across the line in the end, just getting a little too locked into their well, crazy up attempts towards the end there when they really did get within touching distance.
It was wild. It was wild. I needed a moment there to go calm myself down because just some of the plays that they were throwing Complexity's way, I think they were rattling everybody. And now we see the lovely Grape distribution.
Oh, lads, poor
Pick
showing.
those up. Pick them up, boys. You don't want Grape in the carpet.
You're going to get it all rolled in with the wheels.
There's smushy grapes everywhere. All right. What do you reckon they're pipless?
I would assume pipless for
yeah,
sure.
You'd always
ESL, they don't pip.
There's no pips.
None of that.
Well, we tried pipping before, but Justin's haven't signed it. He's got some watermelon.
Wassermelon?
That's if I'm poisoned, that's too close to my mouse pad.
Yeah, I mean, I was always very funny. Whenever I'd have a drink delivered and it would end up on my mouse pad, I'd look into with this sheer look of disdain.
That's a no, isn't it?
That is close proximity, Justin. You better be very careful with that melon.
Yeah, don't swing that hand too far. Now, a little bit of a B-stream update here, because I was keeping my eyes on this the best I could during our little chaotic game. The Renegades are versing OG. The winner of that match qualifies for the main event. Renegades picked Nuke, and they just won 16-11.
That's
on
huge.
The first map.
Nuke.
So, yeah. Inferno up next, Mirage if they need it. That's impressive considering the way Renegades kick things off. We casted their game on with Vitality on Overpass, right? It wasn't looking very exciting whatsoever.
Config's having
We got a
fun.
couple of clowns here, don't we? A couple of class. Look, if we start to focus back in on this game and the attitude that we're seeing and the demeanor right now, it looks like everybody's in quite a good state. Blame stoic as ever, but everybody else is looking pretty. Even Keita's got I would call that maybe a slight smirk. I don't know if that is accurate, but I'm sure we can call on in and find out. But now that they know those aggressive CT maneuvers are what to expect, LDLC start on the CT side of Mirage. So if that's going to be their game plan again, just start nice and slow if you're Complexity.
And
just prepare for it.
Tell you what, if they're starting on the CT side, that means Config is starting on the T side. There is no one quite like him on the T side of Mirage. Makes space for his team, does it on his own. At times can win rounds exclusively off the back of his own merit. And that is his playground. We fly through it. Connector, expect to see bloodshed. Config may not be very precise with his grape throwing, but certainly is with the virtual AK-47 in his hands. We're going to be getting into this one. LDLC, they tested him. They overcame a 0-7 start, and we head into our pistol. Ladies and gentlemen, already a smoke flying through the sky. And a flash as well. Looks like they want to smoke off Connector. Complexity starting this T side off with, looks like 2 P250s. Blame's whipping out the armored P250. And all their util flies through. There's still a remaining flash, and here they come through the smoke. Blame meets his teammate through it, but Baka playing a smart game on the edge of the smoke. A chance for 2, denied, and in that flurry of frags, we're left with just 1. Kiosk caught from the backside, and Cole will take it.
A lot of misdirection there, right? And Blame to be entering in up ramp with the P250 in hand while all that was going on. Good to see. Definitely just his name alone can act as a little bit of a fake in these scenarios.
The protocol as well, like you saw Blame jumping onto the stairs as his teammates meet through the... If you're a stairs player, you are so screwed. Maka managed to find a nice little spot around the smoke. A shame he couldn't get 2 out of that, but Complexity take it comfortably.
And we have the 1x bet odds at the top of your screen there to kick that one off. They've now started to heavily favor Complexity here to take the series.
Yes, the Nova shotgun for the B defender.
Okay, Lambert, you better hope they're coming. And this mid control has been taken very quickly. Poison is down mid. A minute 40 still remaining on the clock. And
good lord,
Kio's in the back. Now, Sixer with this scout, you have to worry about window, connector. Hadji's got your ramp at least. But that's...
I reckon Lambert's got the retake with that for sure.
I think if you're Complexity and you've just weathered the storm of that first map, you're going to want to come out right now on your map choice and just punish them, right? Just be like, you tried those silly little plays on us. Now we're going to give you a very, very hard time.
I think that's exactly what like Config and Rush's demeanor implied. I mean, that, at least to me, that's my read is like, okay, look, they were kind of taking the piss out of us. Let's take the piss out of them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Complexity get up to another big lead, if they keep their foot on the gas, or if they maybe start to throw in some funny plays again. I don't think they threw in funny plays on Dust 2. It's just the economy decisions kind of threw them into a bit of disarray.
Certainly did. Oh, that's Lambert's AK-47. If he could just hit that head. Nice find. Obviously.
The rifle upgrade would be nice, but you know what would be better? A couple more kills with this shotgun. Think about the cash money.
I don't hate it. Blame doesn't need to go any further. Looks like he will. Lambert might have another one here. $900 a pop.
He's very cheeky, isn't he? He's played some crazy Counter-Strike today.
Hasn't he?
Well, they've secured the AK, so Blame doesn't have to move any further. Really does not have to move whatsoever.
Oh, the cash register may have saved him with a little bit of that flak. Okay, 17 HP remaining. He could have grabbed the AK as well. That would have been a lovely change of fate and pace for Lambert. But instead, Complexity cross their T's, dot their I's, save their AKs, and we are into the 2-0, heading into round 3.
Blame just looks unimpressed. Like, I know JKS always looks unimpressed, just like...
Yeah.
But Blame today is like... It's kind of conveying to me, now I'm completely making this up, I don't know, that this is just, we need to get past this. This is a formality, as it was. The main tournament just around the corner. And we were having that discussion earlier in the day about if OG, Complexity, Mousesports, and Spirit all qualify today, that's the top 15 teams in the world in the main event, and then Faze, who have dropped outside the top 30 at the moment. But right now, OG obviously backs against the rope. This one should be clean and easy here for Complexity. First kill picked on up. Lambert has gone for something crazy again, gone for a little Zeus. Let's see if he gets to use this one.
Wow, you were so quick at that. Nice play.
Thank you. Really have been training. It's,
were you just sitting there on the aeroplane, like just mumbling to
no,
yourself?
people would think I'm weird.
What's wrong with this man?
You know why I went to Cologne early?
Yeah.
Well, there was a voice coach in Cologne. And we spent the better part of 48 hours of just looking at each other going, "Wah!"
I don't know why, just voice coaching reminded me of it. There's a wholesome video that I used to watch regularly on YouTube where it's this vocal coach, but she works often with like metal, like screamo, black metal singers.
Oh, okay.
So she helps them not destroy their vocal cords while making all those ridiculous kind of like pig squeals and all the technical different components of it. But she's so like, you know, she's like a 40-something bohemian woman just talking to all these death metal guys. Like she's doing the pig squeals. You know, she's like, so you just need to kind of make it more like.
Okay, that was not easy to do.
That. Yeah, it is impressive, really is. Let's get into this though, because I can't do any of that.
Well, Lambert did walk away with an AK, right? So if we're going to look at that Zeus profiting, it did in a big way. He gets this Zeus kill, cheeky man, and
shotgun and Zeus so far on his kill tally.
Some of the coolest kills you'll see. So now he gets that AK-47 to wield. AWP is out for Maka.
Let's see if LDLC can put a pin in complexity early.
Nice nade, chunking down 2 there.
Yeah, not bad at all. And Maka flashed off the line as well, looking for a reposition. Kiyo's committed to this. He'll be containing connector. And they went for 3 Palace early. I wonder, they're not calling it cancel. It looks like they are maneuvering out of it though. Poison and Rush not interested as the smoke arrived.
Well, this is the thing, right? The crazy CT maneuvers that we just saw on Dust 2, how are they going to manifest here on Mirage? And so far, not really. Hadji and Lambert have an interesting setup over towards B apartments. Maka was cheating on over, and now Kios through the flames had a chance, a real chance. Config down to 20, but they lose the number advantage here.
And that seems to be enough. Poison JKS starting to drop some util from A side. Six will be hearing the pins, or at least have the advantage on this fight. Expect the Poison trade. If he gets them both, we're cooking with gas. Okay, now we are rustling up something. Rather appealing. If he gets rushed, Sixer makes the call. He's being hunted. He will go down. Nice find from Blame. Advancing into the sight bomb on the back of Rush. Can be contained. Maka hunts into Sandwich. Big find. Takes the shot. A smoke to evade the Molotov. Should it come in? Good play. Maka extends his life. Longevity required. Can they deny the plant? Default Rush holding his breath, and he will get it down. They opt for the boost instead. It's
Be a bit late here.
Yeah, and it's straight away. They lose Maka as well. Rush from the default box, tucked in. Loses his teammate. It is just him now.
They know he's stuck on site.
Oh, wow. Good damage. Actually brings Hadji down to 50 through the gap. He will be rustled down, though, or wrestled down is the word. And LDLC will make it 1.
Well, they've been able to go pick up that AWP from Maka if they're quick. Hadji's just grabbed that one there as the round comes to its conclusion. And yeah, a very good round from Sixer, right? They started with that number disadvantage. Kio's going down in that 4AM middle, but Sixer did a great job. And it was interesting to see the spacing because you could see the magic line that JKS and Poison walked up to, right? And then when they swung, the spacing was close that Sixer almost gets the dink as a residual part of his spray. So well converted. And now Complexity will be buying on back. Poison's AWP out and about. Galil for config, but everything looking good. And this time a top cat smoke.
There's a molly. Maybe they've created a gap. Yes, Maka manufactures a gap on the mid smoke. It might not get him far. Dropping that incendiary. It's a costly way to try and find an early advantage, but certainly can't fault him. I wonder. They're going for a run boost. And what a shot just over the precipice of the smoke. He'll take down config.
That's what we want to see out of Maka here. Need him to be activated with that AWP to put the hurt on Complexity. And now we simmer on down. This 4v5 is now in the favor of LDLC. Smoke's being lobbed on out. Ramp is contained. Kios has to be very, very careful around this window position. We can see Russia and Blame just under the cusp. Poison now moving on up here to oversee business. And JKS has picked up the bomb as well.
Should have the light advantage if Blame looks to push the issue. Not anymore. Hearing an awful lot. The B side's got 2. Lambert's pushed up as well into the B apartments, but benches his chance. Oh, Hadji falls quickly. A second as well. Kios caught as he reacts.
On Lambert.
Tucked in. Definitely could get a double here. There's lots of backs turned. They're not expecting apartments. Rush must have a glance. Good shot from Lambert. Wanted a second. It won't deter the plant. JKS still gets it down. One man to the good for Complexity as the bomb starts ticking in their favor. Maka arriving now from the market. Oh, Poison caught, knocked down, tagged up, and what? He just exposes himself. The threat from the alternative angle, I suppose. It's Maka's AWP.
Gonna have a go.
Strafing out while blind, that's no fun. Great supportive flash though from Blame. Make sure JKS wasn't going to be put into a dire circumstance. It does immediately put LDLC back on their bottom. Complexity 4, LDLC 1.
That's the type of lurking you want to see from Blame, right? Because he was proactive. Once Kios jumps out window, he gets gifted that kill. But then he stays active in that round to help on out, being able to get in position after this kill. This was great. Like, it looks in the run boost there when we slow it down. You can see him for days, but no, not at all. So very good stuff. And that's 2 rounds in a row that LDLC have used their Molotov to extinguish the early mid-smoke. I don't know how that will be adapted. Right now, it doesn't matter because it is just the pistols and creeping up mid. Maka getting aggressive. He might catch them off guard again here.
Flying around. Not this time. Maka not caught by those shots. They may assume it's clear. He does get one chance. And that opportunity goes awry. Bodies are dropping like flies as Config starts farming Franks. Hadji with a response. Lambert's push doesn't clear out Rush. We have Complexity. Quick conversion of their 5th.
All right, I might want to wait a little bit because last time it was 7-0 and LDLC still brought it back and made it competitive. Now, the difference is this time round, Collar on the T side. So if they're able to start mounting a really big bank of rounds here, get themselves up to 9 or 10, at that point, it's really, really going to be trouble for the French. You can see the round recap here. Just that one round, and it was with 2 players surviving, so you can imagine what that's done to the economy. We're going to take a look here. The guns are back out, and this time it's a change. Straight over towards A. Rush leading the charge. They've extinguished, and they're pushing on in, completely blind. Rush is going to potentially find 2. He's grabbed the first.
Oh, the flash is so good. He doesn't have vision the entire time.
The entire time. What are you going to do against that? What a pace change. That's a save, or it should be. Let's see what LDLC want to do.
Look how many smokes were still blooming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think now, as another one's dropped. All right, well, yeah, it should be the save. It looks like Lambert's still hanging around. Looking to see if he can catch any overextending Complexity members. As easy as that. I'd love to be able to recap just how those flashes took shape. Was it 2? Was it 3? I mean, it would have been interesting. Maka, in the meantime, catching Poison on the way out. That's something. It's not much. Keeping hold of his AWP, the priority.
It's crazy that he's happy to stay around here because if I'm Complexity and I have residual cash, which a couple of their members do, why not? Just have another crack. Have a swing or 2, see what you can find. Not going to do it at all. Going to allow him to hold on to that big green. I guess the round's more important here. But yeah, that level of a pace change after default, after default, after default. Okay, well, what are LDLC going to try and do to stop that? Has to be something more mid-heavy. It wasn't, and the 2 players still get caught on site like that. You can see they just look like you had the hand up over the face. Hello, welcome. It was more of a welcome party than anything.
They're rolling out the red carpet.
All right, timeout called.
Our striker actually speaking specifically to Kios. He's having a quiet start here on Mirage, yet to frag. Coach Striker using this opportunity to talk through some individual stuff. Not seeing much eye contact. Kios just focused on his screen, focused on his game. He knows his fate hinges on a Mirage performance.
Yeah, map number 1, it's a bit easier to be flexible and aggressive when you know that you have a map number 2 coming up. Now that it's, oh, if we lose another 10 rounds, we're out. I think the dialogue in your head starts to change, or at least the emotions do.
Round 8, map 2. Winner locked in for the main event. Complexity, they see that as a formality. LDLC see that as an exciting prospect. Blame 1 for 1. Hadji, good tame of the M4 spray, but they're popping into B. There's another change of pace for you, Chad. Lambert finds Rush already. Config's his next victim if he could just find the head. He can't. And the Dane will take it into the B site. 3 on 3. 2 in kitchen already. Maka's AWP unable to connect just yet. Hadji kind of blocking him there for taking a second pot shot. Nades thrown out.
It should really be another save, but I think they're going to give this one a crack.
Yeah, that smoke's going to really shave too much time off the clock. They're smoked off on both exits of the market. 6 is the only one with any capable options.
Just dumped all these nades as well.
Oh, managed to jump across the offense line, but that's the end of that. Config grabs another. I think that's his second. The rest just falls into place. Maka's still there, though. Trying to catch one on the exit. Config just jumping into them.
Oh, lucky Hadji's there to pick up that AWP. You know, there's one thing to stay around and try and punish the team's economy. There's the other when you're just trying to find a couple of kills. And feel like it was the ladder just there. 7-1. Orb is saved, but 2 quicker plays in a row here, and that's just shut LDLC out completely. So now to get back into this, maybe they will have to go for those odd CT-sided maneuvers. It might have to start looking very weird again.
What about that 8-round mark? You know, that 7-1 mark.
Let's see, because right,
let's hit the big red button, Chad.
Yeah, the emergency.
Clown Counter-Strike, engage.
Look, it was entertaining.
Oh, it was.
Like
absolutely. I just like unicycles. They're entertaining. They're not practical.
They're definitely not practical. Okay, well, this is looking very standard. Rush not burning, so that molly really not doing its job. And look at the push, Lambert. We can hear you.
Oh dear!
Oh, that's a team. Oh no, wait, it's Blame's flash.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a team flash.
He had other plans, Lambert.
I think he has somewhere to be.
Yeah, T-spawn, I think, by the 40-second mark. Right, Complexity, they found their opening frag. This is a big and important, crucial gun round. Hadji throwing bullets down range, no connections. Rush living on, tagged up to 50 from his prior exchange. Sixer and JKS are about to meet. He's pushing Palace, Chad. It's happened. We hit the button.
Oh, he's noisy too. Freebie for JKS. Head off. 3-on-5 now. And look where config is. Window room. I'll take full control of all your rotations. Kios still yet to frag, and it's going to get worse and worse for the young lad as Maka has found himself on the site. Wow, okay. 8-1. This is fun.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
I'm not even being facetious.
No.
I'm just glad it's different.
It's completely different. It is completely different. I mean, the EG Vici game had one kind of stance. This one's had plenty.
Yeah.
We've had lots of different approaches. Lambert, the first death. just as I'm talking about clowns and unicycles, Lambert with his big red nose on. Unfortunately, he goes down. Now, let's see what we got. Poison smoked off initially, and there's a lot more where that came from. 2 more, in fact, and he's even got his P250 to finish the job. Lambert meets config, and this one is a speed run.
If our friend down in Cologne is paying attention,
Got a
trying
couple.
to think which
Got a
friend
couple
I
of
was
friends
going to
in
go
Cologne
for there. I was going to say maybe they could head on over, but I guess they're locked out of the hotel. We've got a lot of friends down there.
Maka.
Where did that AWP come from? Because he bought it, but like, was that the play? I guess it was the play. Now they know he has it.
Gonna get some lovely frags here. Get those stats evened out nicely. I don't know if Col are going to let him have this, you know. Like, there's so much time on that bomb. 3 remaining. The round is locked. JKS has his exit towards CT covered. He'll hear the sound cues or consider it late.
Yeah, they need to hunt this.
Maka with his third, and now he should have an avenue out of here.
I wish I could say what the players are uttering under their breath now about Maka getting these kills. I can only imagine, like, the complexity guy, just the rolling of the eyes.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, yeah. We all have that teammate. We all have that teammate in matchmaking.
Look, who do you think would give the most candid answer out of complexity?
Blame.
You reckon Blame would give the most
He
candid?
has no filter. Have you heard him? He shit talks his team in the post-match like the post-victory
That's true.
interviews.
I would love to then, if we could, and I don't know if we will, but if Frankie can get a hold of Blame and say, Blame, what did you make of those CT-sided maneuvers that LDLC were doing on Dust 2? Just to hear what his take on it, right?
It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Especially if we can get one of those Blame responses where, yeah, he does kind of throw PR training to the wind.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I haven't seen him change his facial expression for the last hour and a half.
I think he's just mad.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And especially because they were getting so loud and obnoxious on Dust 2, which is exactly part of the game, by the way, on LAN. My favorite part of the game on LAN. I remember just asking people what their seat number was at I-Series. Like, what's your seat number, mate? Stand up.
I feel like at the end of this, and see, Config's yelling at him now too.
Yeah.
Blame's face.
Oh,
was that a smart?
That was a change of expression.
I think we saw a little
something.
Little bit of the lip turning upwards there.
I think it's because it's no longer 7-1 and he's no longer starting to feel that.
Oh, you're dead at triple box. See you later, Sixer.
Yeah, solid from Kios. Oh goodness, a double now. Blamed to return the favor. Backs are turned. He might be able to catch a timing here. Is he walking through? He is. There's 2 layers to this. He hears steps, he hears pins, maneuvers to the right.
Hadji's dead.
He's a dead man walking. Finds him straight through the smoke. Back turn. Kios is there. Crosshair's not quite from Blame. Kios again 3 frags from him, all the impact. If JKS...
Barrel spotted. Oh, how does he convert that?
How on earth does that shape up? Fortunately, Maka's there to collect the pieces. And Rush, great movement, but he's not anticipating someone so close. Or maybe he is. Look at the move. This 1v2 could happen, you know. Dancing around the site is Kios. Like ships in the night, they may miss each other.
There's no way.
They might.
There's no way. Kios has to know that he's gone through checkers.
Oh, this is odd.
He won't be clearing this close. There's no way Rush gets this round.
Oh, yeah. Holding it. Kios to check. Might have his gun out. Oh,
no,
dear.
no.
Oh, dearie me. Maka to come up clutch.
Oh,
and he can't
what?
do it. That's a disaster. LDLC going to be extra quiet after that one. Rush just issues a gag order.
Oh, dearie me. It felt like they did everything right there. The round from Kios, that's his opening frags, and this round still gets taken away in that kind of a fashion.
The flash, the strafe, the bounces his head off the arch. He's like almost surfs off the floor upon arrival. That was great. Oh, God. And let's see this again from JKS.
Oh, count his lucky stars, isn't he?
He's looking up. Oh, this is a mess. Great play from Rush as well. Like, he knows where he's coming from. Great find.
Oh, back to these pistols here and straight into towards B they go. Rush trying.
Stack nades on the actual BAPS players, but they live to tell the tale. Nice work from Kios's Deeg. And actually, Hadji's has found one as well now. The AK starting to look a bit too chaotic. Poison trying to bail himself out. I can't quite piece this one together in time. Blame's dealing with Maka. Spots him out. This is some kooky scenes, ladies and gentlemen. Now then, we got another 1v1.
And we have a minute 15. How noisy is Blame? Okay, so he's cut noise. He knows that Sixer was over towards the site because he has a kill. He knows what's available to be picked on up, and Sixer's gone with the biggest weapon on the ground.
If he scopes, Blame would hear it right now. I don't think he's got any reason to. Already with the eye pressed to the scope.
He's just looking the complete wrong way.
Yeah, but I mean, it wouldn't take much. It wouldn't take much for him to take a glance towards the apartments. Has he not considered it? Blame's got so much time to just clear his corners, consider his options.
Six is so invested in this. He's waiting for the sound cue before he pivots.
He's convinced. Now, the dismount could cost him.
Still hasn't heard.
Didn't hear it. Didn't hear it. Now, surely this is Blame's. Six are still so persistent on this line. Can he see the barrel? He can.
He's got him every day of the week.
Oh,
every
20
day of the
seconds.
week.
Take your time. Pops your uncle and blames your aunt, I guess.
Yeah, well, jeez, this is really getting out of control now. 11-1. I was at 7-0, right? I was like, yep. Well, I said a lot of things, didn't I? But at 11-1, I think all those things, grab them, repackage them. We'll say them again now because this is looking rough. And still, Blame's not smiling. If we could get the cameraman, I don't know if he can hear us. He probably can't, but someone could probably talk to him. When Complexity win, that's how confident I am at this point. Put the camera on Blame and let's see if he smiles. Let's see if we get anything out of him. Lambert's pushing mid. Of course he is.
If he stood up and started shouting, it would just sound like a foghorn.
Oh, that was a big miss.
Big problem.
Yeah, Poison's just wiggled the crosshair there on the shot. So Lambert getting away with that hijinks. Going to drop a molly. We'll delay any of these B plays, and, well, it's not going to be B. JKS is now over towards Palace. He has to deal with Kios and Sixer, who's back up close towards Ramp. He profited from here before. Poison was one of the players who went down to this aggressive maneuver. Let's see if he's more ready this time round.
A very potent crossfire from the CTs in terms of just having that element of surprise. I imagine there'll be a flash close. Oh, baited with the shadow. Poison's got the AWP. He goes for a repeat. And Six has gotten away with murder. Kios still housing and containing that Palace play. Oh, nade looks great, and it is right on the nose. Kios now multiple angles to contend with.
They're all rotating on over here.
Yeah, even Lambert's leaving kitchen at this moment in time. Hadji uncertain. Gaps in their info. Looks like Lambert will take a glance at middle. A smoke to be retrieved, as you can see.
Another leg shot in play.
Yeah, and finished off nicely. Hadji takes that fight, takes the initiative. Lurk smoke dropped out by Blame. It does give them some space for him and JKS to try and isolate some duels. It
Has
is
to be their second.
LDLC's best chance in some time for round 2. 2 versus 4. All the CTs in the right place.
15 seconds.
Okay, Kios made a meal of it. Perhaps. Hadji takes the fight. He's doing a lot, this boy. 2 frags so far, and not quite the third. Blame with no time. 5 seconds. He's not got any opportunities. And so, virtue of the clock puts number 2 next to RDLC's name, and after
Lord. It's all good. The money's great. But Maka... Whoa. Okay, let's put it this way. Maka steps out and dies there. They only had 1 player. That would have been 1 player surviving to now drop guns across when they're down 11-2. That peak, absolutely insane to be going for a maneuver like that. The big green, you don't want to be giving that one up, especially at this stage of the game.
And you knew he was there, like you knew it was sandwich, yeah.
Yeah, like, sure, cool, you kill Blame after time. The guy's still full bought and has 2.5. Oh, they've done a double palace aggression here.
Okay. Juggling the bomb. Stream update, you can see Renegades, they are already 1-0 up. Maka, just a leg shot. He's been having some trouble with that. Another one. Config will take the AWP out of the hands of Poison, and that's worked out so well for them. Config would have been dead on that exchange. Instead, Poison takes the fight with the AK-47. 2 men to the good.
Oh my lord! It didn't look like he was looking.
Keep him on the AK for a sec. Blame again, worms his way. He caught Hadji last time, it's Kios this time. And they're partnering up nicely. They know where both of the CTs are, but now Cole have delivered the bomb. On a silver platter, Config. Needed that, finds it. Hadji still on that triple, called out, but the bomb retrieval still could be a bit of a nightmare. No util, at least for the CT. Russia's got a boatload of it. He's arriving now through, I believe it's short.
This is really interesting, the fact that they've split up. It means that they can't be double sprayed down. It means 2 different angles that Hadji has to worry about. But with 30 seconds left,
is Hadji going to
consider gone anywhere at this point.
He's like, he's not at this point in time considered ramp.
Oh, he's just walking back into config. He's looking the right way. Oh, the noise! And the shot. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. Right up until that final second, he would have had config for free.
It looked so good until it didn't. Yeah, that's tough. And it's 12 for Complexity. They are 4 rounds away from securing themselves that main event.
Okay, well, Lambert's gone for another special. The Alligator, the auto shotgun, is his weapon of choice for the final rounds here in the first half.
And everyone got to choose their favorite grenade to bring into the last round.
All right, guys, only one.
Yeah, which one do you want?
You only get one.
Pick one from the bowl.
Right, well, JKS has been told he can do whatever he wants.
Kios, unfortunately, took a decoy as well. He's going to get a slap on the wrist later. JKS is trying to do what he wants. He hasn't quite managed to control that spray, and through the smoke, actually, Config, grey screened, gets shut down. And now things will slow down just a little bit more. Blame.
Might get Hadji for free here. Yep.
Fully detached from the pack.
Lambert isolated with that auto shotty on B. So if there is a pivot back, that's the best he can actually hope for.
Is he boosted on the box, or is he just holding the box? Matter, I guess.
I think we're about to get this contact on A. So connector smoke lands. Poison up the ramp. Kios gets the dink, but not the kill. Here comes that Lambert rotation. 6er towards window, Lambert 2. I think this is 13. Oh, Blame heard the rotation. They're going back to B. At least Sixer has an idea that this could be possible. You can see him glancing between jungle and window. So Sixer has the better weapon to rotate over towards the B site. But here's what's going to happen. Poison can post up and cover kitchen. Rush can get into the site and plant. And Blame can flank and win the round.
He hears it. Blame. Oh, interesting. Tags and Sixers had a bit of trouble there.
He looks like he's been at the Catalina wine mixer.
It's back, and he's gone. Blame will knock his head clean off his shoulders. It's time for the Alligator to feast on its prey. For the twisty attack, I believe that's the technical Alligator term. 13, Complexity, making light work of their adversary here, and the main event is within touching distance. They can smell it, they can feel it. LDLC broken. And we'll take a quick break to see if they've got anything left in the tank.
last time left, say you wanna wait. You, yeah. You, yeah. I've been patient with you, if I gotta say, yeah. You, yeah. You. No, I don't mean to stress you, but you ain't even guessing that lately it ain't been the same. All of this test relations, and make sure you straight. You out me, just need a night, yeah. We could hop in the cool, hit the highway. Cool, we could ride away. Down, skirt, catch a fire with you. We could hop in the cool, hit the highway. Cool, we could ride away. Down, skirt, catch a fire with you. Conversations, it ain't enough. We gon' need more, yeah. I wanna see your face. Put me first. Same old, like a change. But don't get me wrong, I'm strong. You got that touch. Need you get involved. It's getting late. Come around, be done for the day. Now it's my turn. Boy, just make it work. 'Cause baby, it's worth it. Are you pulling up?
Ay, big spender, big tipper. Look up, I'm a star like the Big Dipper. Keep it up, 100 with you, ain't nobody realer. 7-figure, father figure, laughing to the bank.
There's one wheel. Let's stop.
Nice,
Will.
good job. Nice touch.
Insane.
Hello? Ah, there we are. We got there. Oh, you're not on? Oh, Alex isn't on, but I'm here. So it's all good. We're only got potentially a couple rounds of Counter-Strike left here to go, ladies and gentlemen. 13-2 on the half. And we're going to get Alex's situation.
Hello? Oh, good.
Oh, it's great.
Wow. Oh, goodness me. That's...
Yeah, you're here, though.
Yeah, we've got LDLC on the audio.
I could see you,
Yeah.
but I couldn't hear you.
Oh,
13-2.
Get into this one. As have LDLC. Looks like they've actually got into the site. Ooh-wee.
1xBet odds in Complexity's favor here, as you might imagine. JK has got a kill on the site, and he's been taken down, and the retake is kicking on off. Now, Alex, do you want to make the gun sounds for us?
Yeah, sure. Here we go.
Okay. Well, here we go. No, they're back. They're back. They're back in play.
I'm actually... Chad, this is all on you. I'm just
Okay,
going to take a breather.
Take a breather. I'll get this one, all right? Haji and Kios have grabbed a couple of kills, and sitting on the bomb will be that of Kios right now. Config with the kit. It's not going to matter. 13-3 now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's all coming together here as, oh, dearie me. It's an exciting time. It's a very exciting time.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's all just take a moment.
Isn't this exciting? Complexity just 3 rounds away from that main event, Chadney.
Day 2, and LDLC looking not broken, but definitely battered as the force buy for Complexity is coming on through. Oh.
I reckon they've got this one in the bag. You know?
You reckon?
Yeah. I reckon they might even get the bomb down without firing a single bullet.
We're going to collect ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun out here today.
It's so fun to be back.
It is, isn't it? Just. Oh, they're on their way onto A. Actually, let's just take this time.
Let it happen.
Let it happen.
No, have you ever tried minimalist casting?
We have it a few times. You've done the football style.
I'll give you minimalist.
Okay.
Back 10. Response. LTC. Take the round.
I see where you're going with it.
Oh, I'm changing my mind for a second. Jesus.
Oh dear.
They're doing everything in their power there.
So hold up. You know that there's a movie, they do this and they go, and scene. So I'm going to do that because that will put me where we need to be to close this one out. Oh. Sorry, everybody. Sometimes it's hard. It's hard to keep it together. And it's going to be a full eco for complexity now. P250, Deagle, smoke in the mix. So a few upgrades in the stack. Looks like it's over to the correct bomb site. Lambert does best. Leading from the front of the pack here. He's going to be up attack. Kios has taken down one, but immediately decapitated from Blame here. And they're still coming into two players. Blame goes down and right on the side. They know he's there. He'll get one on the trade. Poison towards the bench goes down, and now it will just be JKS to find. We all figured this one was going to be the conclusion. Should be the 5th round for LDLC here, as JKS will tap away with the P250 at range. The guns will be coming out in the following round of play. Just doing a little bit more financial damage if he can. Upgrade there. It's good to see LDLC still having a crack with it. Alrighty, well, we've got the business rounds out of the way. Now let's get stuck into the juicy stuff, the gun rounds. AWP for Poison, rifles for the rest, and they're looking good. If LDLC could bring back a comeback like this, I would be very, very impressed. This is the CT side here for Cole.
Let's get into it then. Round 19, bombs left at spawn. Have they forgotten it? Yeah, they have. Kios is going to go back and get it. Flustered. Is that an extra AK at spawn? Oh, Lord, dude, I'm not even joking. There's an AK at spawn, and Lambert's got an Mac 10.
So he picked up an AK, then he would have dropped that, and I assume somebody bought themselves. So communication maybe a little bit flubbed, but he's going to entry on in here with the Mac 10. Maybe he'll get more done with it.
Come on, Lambert, my son. Straight in. First one in. And there he goes. Brush will shut him down, and it's all smoke and mirrors. Maybe this was all part of their plan. They come through mid, Poison goes looking, and actually just knocks Sixer for 6. Hadji, quick response. It looks like Kios has changed his mind again. He was pivoting back through mid. Hadji's got full control of window room. Another fruity start for LDLC's T round here.
Well, the bomb can still pivot back, I suppose, but they're running out of players, and as I say that, Maka goes down as well. So sure, Hadji has the rotations, but where are they meant to finish? Oh, he's grabbed config, so now starting to piece this one together. JK still towards ticket, Blame still over towards check his position, and Rush, well, he's going to push out towards short here, so almost forgoing any eyes on those B apartments. Blame's dealt with Hadji. Now it will just be Kios to try and walk on up connector, but I think Rush has him in the back. You can see completely prepared for this. 25 seconds left on the clock. Oh, he snuck on past.
There he goes.
And that's going to be the 14th round. So 2 more to find. Complexity net up the first gunny, and I think this is where the ramifications of that dropped AK really hurt, right? Because before, if they won that round with the Mac 10 and it all went all right, you know, you wouldn't worry so much. But that's $2,700 left on the ground. So,
yeah, it is.
Look, even in the real world, that's a lot of money just to be leaving behind.
Certainly, yeah, just kind of like taking it out of your back, like going to the ATM, withdrawing, 2,700, you just put it right on the floor where you withdrew it, and you just walk away.
Well, look at what Sixer had. It's a Tech 9 and Kevlar. So...
Aye. Let's see what happens.
Loving their life.
Maka got the AWP, though. Let's see if he can work his magic. One of the highest LDLC statistical members. God, it was so hard to make a sentence there. But Maka has connected and actually managed to equalize, so now into the site they go. JKS on default. Makes short work of Lambert. The trade does come in. Sixer needed that. Caught a lot of flack, but now he has another space and certainly could. Blame coming in from CT. Oh, that elevated position is perfect. Maka calls it clear. Rush just above him.
Maka 1-on-2. It's not outside the realms of possibility here.
2 already. Be a very impactful round to start the LDLC comeback.
He's not going to really be able to scope again, right? And that's why you're seeing him push himself into that back corner, can pivot, and hopefully a player comes to him. But with 50 seconds left on the clock, it feels like he is committed to finishing here at the A side. I know that seems silly to say because he's there, but looking for a frag, scans, and I'm not sure if he caught anything there on Rush.
He did. Just looked, as he looked back, as if he was tracking something. So towards CT, Maka will at least have a little look, clears his close corners. Playing it smart and playing it for the win here, playing the percentages. Bomb does go down, they'll regroup and play for a trade. As he bolts that sniper, he's a vulnerability, they'll group up. Maka takes that shot, there should not be an opportunity to face the fire.
Still turned.
He's knocking the wrong way. Coach or striker, a bend of the knees and a reluctant acceptance of a cruel reality for LDLC. The last day of play for them here at IEM Cologne.
Yeah, the context, right, with some of these underdog teams. It's great to see LDLC put up a bit of a fight, especially on map 1. It wasn't in the most orthodox fashion by any means, but it was still a fight and it was entertaining, right? Here, obviously very flat. Their only victory came against the Bad News Bears, right? You put these things into context. That's why for complexity, and that's probably why Blame in map number 1, we weren't seeing anything that resembled joy while they were winning, is because this really should just be a formality. And we're 1 round away right now. The buy scrappy again. Couple of pistols, couple of rifles, that's the best they've gotten. They're heading over towards B as Lambert is trying to sell the fake, so pressure on the B bomb site. Rush and Config with Blame cheating on over. There's 3 players here to deal with this.
Got anything for us here, Rush? Config will be the first responder. He's actually got an AWP, so could have a lot to say about this. They might just pop as it fades. Expect a flash. Rush fires off a warning shot. They might be a little thrown off by that. They'll be looking to push him off the angles. Flash does catch him. They don't clear the corner. Rush again, losing vision and his life. That's great for LDLC. They find themselves a double on the way in. Neon's the first to fall in response, but the B defender's gone and everyone congregated into the market.
Oh, do Complexity really want to go for this and give away more rifles to upgrade for LDLC? I feel like it should just be a save play, and with the scoreline, you're thinking that doesn't make much sense, but we're playing the long game here. Complexity will back off, and simple as that. Yeah. Straight on in, both B defenders down, and even with Poison and Blame close, they couldn't get in to contest on this fight. So the smarter call has been made. When you know you only need 1 round, right, well, you don't want to take any of these crazy chances. In LDLC, they're going to have to scrap and fight for every single one of these to bring it on back. Bomb will go off. AWP for our friend Maka to be dropped. And they're continuing here, LDLC. For how much longer can they keep this interesting? French scene, we've seen obviously Body, he's got his team Double Pony going on over there. We've got LDLC, obviously we just lost MBK's shift over to Valorant now. Kenny S is still floating about. I guess that G2 contract might be hard to get him out of. Nevera as well, locked on down with Vitality. So the French scene, it has some names.
It does.
Right, it definitely has some names. It's just, maybe it's about getting them all under that same roof.
You're right, Double Pony as well have posted some impressive results, haven't they, previously? Of course, I'm sure the departure of MBK, even if it was just like a stand-in capacity, he was obviously...
He brought a lot.
He did bring a lot. Here they come, into A. JKS to be tested on his balcony position. He's tucked in under dark. Sixers above him. Here comes the squad. Poison keeps him safe, so now he can just focus his attention on Kios, who's currently just hiding within that smoke. Oh, nearly on the adjustment. Blinded off, should go down. Bomb spotted, and so is the AWP. That's the end of that. Complexity, throw the knockout blow. LDLC are out, and we'll get to see Complexity in attendance at IEM Cologne 2021. Main event secured, and Blame, same expression as when he entered the server.
So when we are looking to fill an open position on our roster, besides obviously monitoring like the scene constantly, we also often talk to our players and ask them, who did you encounter in the last few months in your matchmaking games, who you think has like a lot of potential and could fit into the team. And for example, similar with Beamers, who we recently added as our 6th player when we were looking for someone. Our management team already had like on their radar, but our players all said, well, yeah, he seems to be very mature for his age, 17 at the time, and also someone who brought a lot of potential. And then we got in contact with him, talked to him, and saw how he fitted into the team character-wise. And we came to the conclusion that he was someone that had the skill potential and also had like the mental strength to fit into the roster. And so we slowly integrated him into the team. And it was a similar process with a lot of other players that we have in the team, like Robs or like Frozen, for example.
I feel like I was playing good CS for a long time already, but there was just no options organization-wise. There were no like big tournaments and stuff like that. So even though you maybe kind of were a pro, it's not like a pro in the sense that you get paid to play and stuff. People also quit playing CS earlier at that time, because obviously you cannot just play for fun or just for the competition your whole life, right? That was a really, really long road, and there's tons of stories of things going wrong there. But in the end, it's been a fun period, and it also makes you value what you have now.
Some of the most important parts of being a pro player, in my opinion, actually have not so much to do with the game itself. You know, a lot of it comes down to being hardworking. A lot of it comes down to being self-starting. A lot of it comes down to mostly, I mean, most of what I deal with on this level is communication stuff, and I mean that kind of becomes the focal point of being a pro player, is your ability to communicate ideas, your ability to communicate in the game, and your idea to really just be able to work together, you know, as a member of a team, which is in short supply, surprisingly enough.
When the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together.
Ay, big spender, big tipper, look up, I'm a star like a big dipper, keep it up, 100 with you, ain't nobody realer, 7-figure, father figure, laughing to the bank.
Complete contrast now as we look at the victors. Complexity going on into the main event. Welcome back, everybody. Cologne continues the play-ins, drawing down to a conclusion, one of which that does see LDLC go home and Complexity move forward. And us going forward is going to be Jason and Yanko, and myself being Trace. Quite the opposite of what we got in the first map, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. We touched on it a little bit in the post match of Dust 2, saying that it's going to be much more difficult for LDLC to execute the same kind of a game plan like on Mirage, like they did on Dust, simply because Complexity is just so comfortable on Mirage. They've seen everything happen, 1,000 times. I think also they were a little bit pissed off by the approach from LDLC, and they really wanted to put their foot down on Mirage.
Put your foot down, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, well on Dust 2, when it got close, you kind of saw LDLC kind of get a little bit scrappy and throw things out of the window. And this on Mirage didn't even get to that opportunity where LDLC was going to break out and do anything crazy. So I agree with Yanko. I think, yeah, Complexity probably came into this a little bit annoyed, and they just played a standard SmackDown game, and they did exactly that. Like, this is phenomenal fragging from Blame F and Config, and when that happens, Complexity is a tough team to beat. And it's good to see them get through to the main event, because that, we've said it a number of times, that's the story of Complexity in this plan. It would be a disaster if they weren't there.
Oh, yeah, absolute disaster. And almost, there you go.
We just appeared. That was cool. I want to do that again.
Let's just do it again. Let's just see what happens. Oh, wait, I don't know if we're supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, probably not. No.
It's better the other way around, where you guys are like invisible.
Yeah, and it's just you standing, well, not even standing there. Yanko, we kind of expected LDLC. Was there anything positive that you can take away from that, maybe in sort of the building blocks for that team?
Back to the studio trace. No, I think absolutely, like the creativity in approaching some of these rounds, you could see that, you know, it was thought out in a sense of there was a plan behind. It wasn't just random aggression, people running around, right? Like it was aggression into funneling people into a certain area of the map and so on. I think they definitely need an upgrade in firepower. I think, you know, as much as it hurts me to say it, Sixers days as a pro playing on the tier 1 scene are numbered, and just, you know, rejuvenate the roster a little bit more. Maka, I think, and Chaos, Haji, I think that's a decent core that you have, and just try to build on that.
And just to see, you know, kind of what ends up happening over there. LDLC, again, this is the end of the run for them. Complexity, on the other hand, probably have some words after this win. Let's go ahead and catch up with Blame F.
Blame F, tell me what it was like to play against LDLC on Dust 2. What did you think of that game plan?
I think they just played pretty much how we thought they would have. Like, it was like when we were anti-strategy them, we just saw they have a lot of sit rounds, both on T side and CT. So it felt like they're a team that don't rely that much on default and mid-round calling, but it looked like they just pretty much call a sit from the beginning of every single round. So it was more about identifying how to play against that and how many they had of them, so people could remember them. But yeah, it was a close game on Dust, and we lost the round versus Eco, which probably made it a little bit closer than it should have been. But yeah, it was a good game.
What did it feel like to actually be on the server while Haji is just running after you and spamming you in the face?
Honestly, I didn't even see him do that, but I did hear some guys were yelling and stuff, and I think that's great for them. I think it's good that they're trying to hype each other up, and that's also, of course, a little bit sad now when they got fucking slammed on Mirage, but that's for them. They can go up in their hotel room and enjoy that.
You do say you knew what they were expecting. However, on your CT side, it did seem like you took a few risks economically, but also in gamble stacking some of those sites in certain rounds as well. Do you think actually maybe you gave away some of those rounds?
I think we definitely don't play the greatest Counter-Strike right now. I think we have a problem doing what we do in practice in officials. So I think in practice we have a lot of protocols and stuff, but then when we go into officials, sometimes I think people might just react a little bit more impulsively and just do kind of like, oh, I want to do this, and then they just do that. And then some rounds probably look a little bit weird compared to what the ideal situation is for us. So maybe that could be true for sure.
Well, hopefully we'll see you guys play as you do in practice during the group stage of IEM. Congratulations, Blame F.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there we go. Blame F, very eloquently putting it there. Jason, what did you think about his post-match interview?
I liked when he said that they're gonna have to go sit down and think about how they just got smashed on Mirage. That's great. I like that.
Yeah, very, very well put.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, edited for content.
Maybe a couple different words there. Overall, I think we can put a bow on this one with Complexity moving forward. What are we thinking their chances are going into the main event?
I don't think they're great. I agree with Blame. They're not playing their best Counter-Strike right now, and unless they can find a way to turn it around real quick, there's a lot of good teams in the main event, and maybe a win here or there, but I don't see them making the playoffs.
Yeah, I would echo that sentiment. I like I said, I lost a lot of confidence after watching that game that they had against Faze, and that worries me. And yeah, this was a good showing, but I don't think it tells us anything about Complexity moving forward. We've seen the top level they can play at, so we can also see when they're not reaching it, and that's what we have right now with Complexity.
Yeah, that is the bitter truth for Cole. Of course, you're going to keep your eyes on them if you're a Complexity fan. They are not out. They're actually going forward to the main event. We're going to a break. And when we come back, we're going to have the last matchup of the day. The Evil Geniuses are Mousesports. One of these teams gets to go to the main event, and one of them just gets to go home.
Ooh, spicy.
Yow.
EG wins.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Lay me down, leave me lost and found. Lay me down. not stand flat. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. Bring the firefight, baby. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's in motion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Faced myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky alone among the stars without forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than
Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we getting high tides. I'm not getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring water to my eyes. 'Cause the whole gang winning, I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, dang we. And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. In the dark, stone cold, sinking deeper. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn. Fight forever.
think our chance is always going to be the same. Everybody has a chance to win. For ourselves personally, I think our minimum expectation is to make the quarterfinal of the actual event. So obviously step 1 is to qualify for Cologne through this play-in, and then step 2 is going to be try to make top 8.
Our expectations for this tournament are, like, to be honest, obviously we agreed on the goal to reach the playoffs, which if that would happen, we would be like super satisfied with it. It's our first tournament. Like, we have some guys which like never really played the big tournaments yet. And yeah, we just came here to gain experience, and yeah, as I said, like reaching playoffs would be, I think, like one of the best results we could wish for.
Okay, so the idea is top 8. However, now you find yourself very much on the ropes of elimination. Probably, maybe even just joining teams like LDLC, Team 1, Vici, MIBR, Bad News Bears, and now OG, who have been eliminated at the hands of Renegades after an overtime in just 2 maps. But that's old news. We're about to get down to business over here when it comes to Evil Geniuses. Obviously, on the other side here, you see Stanislaw, and you know that the goals, aspirations, it's all set pretty high. For us, though, we look even higher. We've got Harry and Hugo, who are going to be our commentators for this one. Guys, are you here with us?
Yeah, yes we are, man. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. I got my nice little red number on. Hugo's sporting his Cologne shirt, so we don't forget why we're here. Hugo, man, you already know I'm excited. You already know I am excited about this this Mousesports EG game. Can I get your thoughts?
Yeah, I can't blame you, man, because like look at the storylines coming in. Mihu's had some great form. You know, we saw them lose their BO1 opener, but Mihu has looked incredible since joining this team. Honestly, ever since they came back from NA after that RMR event. And yeah, for Mousesports, Dexter over in EU, we were a little worried at the beginning. He maybe was having trouble individually. That seems to be getting a lot better with time. And Mousesports' recent results have been amazing. So yeah, I think this is going to be a hard-fought match.
It's hard to not find yourself on this Dexter fan train, right? Like everyone's kind of rooting for him as this lone dude out in Europe having a whale of a time. So yeah, man, we're ready. We're getting hyped for this one, and I can't wait to get it started, Trace.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. And Harry, I just want to say hats off, because I think you've done something that not many people have done, and that's work 2 different video game broadcasts in the same exact day. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll be back with you shortly. For the time being, it's Mousesports versus Evil Geniuses on the conversation piece. And to do just that, I've got Maniac and Moses. Eminem, try again. Try one more time.
I don't think he had so many interesting things to say.
No,
that's it.
How is the up dog, Jason?
I actually appreciate that. So we could just have a nice conversation, you and me.
Yeah, this kind of works out.
Hey.
There we
back.
go.
Hey.
Nice.
I thought we were going to have a good segment, but
I know. I'm here to ruin everything.
Oh, my God.
As usual. So, guys, let's just look at this one from a very surface level, right? So we've already seen EG in action today. They've already put Vici out. And now they have one more game to put themselves in the main event. So what do we think about, obviously playing twice in one day for these guys? Is there like a cooldown period? What happens to Evil Geniuses?
I mean, if you put the stamina topic for a second out the window, I think in terms of confidence, that game versus Vici was quite interesting. You have a team that stress tests them hardcore. We talked about how Vici were playing heads-up Counter-Strike, going on everyone's heads. And you have EG who actually stood up the test, right? And individually speaking, no one was really lacking behind. I think they are looking for that confidence right now, individually at least. Yeah. So that was a good result for me.
Yeah, I myself am also a big proponent of the warm-up game before the big match.
That is a warm-up.
Yeah, that's what I like, having a team that gets the game in. Best of 3 sometimes can be a bit excessive. It goes too long, but I think that series, that wasn't bad at all for EG. So I think they're going to be just fine. And obviously, yeah, a little bit of a game where they got to get their legs under them and they got to have a good performance and they got to feel a little comfortable coming into the next one.
Yeah, it wasn't something. Yeah, like you're saying, it wasn't something where Vici was in the building, even the server, really, if you think about it. But Vici, commiserations, Evil Geniuses might find themselves in the same tough position given the outcome of this. Now, we did hear Yanko say that he 100% expects EG to beat Mousesports here.
I think 200% is what I heard.
Yeah, even might have been a little bit more than that. Is that something that the crowd or the fans at home can get behind? Is that a realistic idea?
I think this game can be very, very tricky for Mousesports. Let me put it this way. Obviously, it's the main card of the day. I'm very excited about it, but you are Mousesports. You are expected to make it to the main event of Cologne. You've just won the EU RMR event. You come in here with a title under your belt, and you play EG, by far not a bad team in that very specific elimination game. I think there's a lot on the line for Mousesports to be proven. Frozen said it in interviews, some of them not have a lot of experience on LAN. So
it's true.
Can we see some players disappear when the pressure is really high? I think that's a high possibility.
I feel like this game is close to like a 50-50 for me. I think this is going to be real tricky for both squads, and I think they both have similar expectations.
Look at what's happening right there, Trace. That game versus NIP, we had to pull up some stats, because you have players on the side of Mousesports who cannot go missing in that series. Players who are win conditions, and Frozen is one of them, Acor is the second one. These two players in that game versus NIP had a map where they completely disappeared. This is unacceptable at the top level of Counter-Strike. If you want to make these deep runs, if you want to win against a team like EG, that was insufficient versus NIP. So now how do they deal with it? I think that's a rite of passage for these players to be able to say, okay, I messed up that first game. I really went through without having any sort of impact, but now I have to bounce back.
Yeah, a bounce back is certainly on the cards. Another player that we could mention from the Mousesports side would be Rops, but I'd rather hear from Rops. So what's he got to say?
Rops, thank you so much for joining us. Yesterday on Ancient versus NIP, it turned into the Rops show. Tell me what was happening with the team on the server.
Well, it was quite the Rops show in the first half of Ancient. I think I got like 20 frags on the CT side of Ancient, and that was quite some for one half. I think we had some problems on the T side, and that's when we just collapsed and we couldn't close out the map. We couldn't really find any solutions for what NIP were doing on their CT sides. They were having proper map control everywhere, and we didn't really have a solution. But we discussed the match, and we tried to fix some mistakes and plan for the future. So I think we're set for the next time.
What do you put those mistakes down to? Do you think it was LAN jitters or something else?
I think it was just actually the part of Ancient that is just still new, and you're gonna see new things even in the matches, like things you've never seen before. I know some of the guys I think got disturbed by like a molly that we couldn't take map control because of. And these kinds of small things that you just haven't seen before, they really mess up your defaults sometimes, and I think that's what happened to us yesterday.
One player that's been spoken about in particular on the desk is Acor. So when we saw him play on a LAN last time, it was for Mad Lions. He was a very flashy, highly impactful player. But it seems like since transitioning to Mousesports, we haven't seen the same type of performance from him. What exactly does Mousesports need from Acor as a player at the moment?
Acor is definitely like a fundamental upper with good basics. He has those things nailed down. I think it's just more about maybe he had a bad day yesterday, because I know in matches previously and in our previous tournaments he was doing very well and he was hitting those flashy shots quite often. So I hope he had a bad day, and I think he can easily bounce back, because we've seen him play good many times, and yeah, that's what we need from him. If he can just get his shots nailed down, then I think it's going to be quite easy for us.
Rops, thank you for taking the time to talk to us today. Good luck in your match against Evil Geniuses.
Thank you very much.
That was Frankie and Rops is definitely one of the most star-studded players in the server. That's kind of goes without saying, I think, at this point. He's definitely graduated from his rookie years.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously phenomenal since he came in. You're exactly right. We had high hopes for him. Like when he first joined a professional team, it was like, holy crap, he's already extremely good.
Yeah.
I find it interesting that he mentioned that Acor, what he said, very strong fundamentals, and he's got the basics down, because it feels differently when I watch him. And it was a different story when we kind of talked about him on the desk the other day, where it felt like he needed more work on those things, and he's got like the other crazy side of the game down. So it's kind of interesting to hear that different angle of it from someone who sees him practice every day as well.
Different angle as well. On the other side of the Epix GG cards, we're going to have Michu, right?
And a different profile.
Different profile. I mean, this is a guy that had to show up earlier for EG.
He had, and the contrast to Rops, which is a completely established player. Rops is a superstar. You have Mihu, on the other hand, who's looking for his second, third, fourth breath in his career, right? He had a lot of teams. He tried to make it work. Now he's got that opportunity for EG, and there is a lot on the line for this guy. Qualifying with EG against Mousesport right there, that could be such, I don't know, vindication for him. Redemption, because redemption. Yeah, he's got such a hard time in his career, right? And now he's finding some success, or at least on an individual level.
I was going to say, you're in the shadow of the old school Virtus Pro lineup over in Poland. You're never getting a chance on that squad. Like you stood in for him a couple times.
When he made it, that was horrible.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, he's been bounced around, and it would be cool to see him be able to have some success here with EG. But we have to remember too, this EG lineup is still very, very young together. They've only actually played 25 maps as a 5-man unit, and obviously this is going to be the first one, this first LAN event event they're playing at as a team. There's just as many question marks about the firepower on this squad as well as we just mentioned on Mousesports, which is why this is such a weird matchup, because when you think about EG, you think about how dangerous they were winning New York just a couple years back. You think of that core trio, and I think that's where the issue was, because they're missing Ethan from this Breeze and Cirque and Ethan core, and I think that was a huge problem for them recovering where they're going to get those skills, that experience, and the talent that he brought in. They're hoping it's Oba, they're hoping it's Mihu, but they're still not, and admittedly, it's fine. They're not kind of gelled together quite yet.
In terms of questions, we also have questions on the map pool, right? We see here Nuke being picked by Mousesports, very good map. Inferno, that's a go-to for EG. Up until the point where I wonder, is it not dangerous? Is it not dangerous for EG to continuously pick Inferno into these series? People start to figure out how they play. I've been shaky time and time again. They've proven me wrong. Don't get me. They've proven me wrong. But everything is on the line. You're going to a pick that is extremely obvious. So in terms of preparation for Mousesports, there's an opportunity here.
And is that something that can just be exploited like that, Jason? I
don't know if it can. I wouldn't say it could be like necessarily exploited by Mousesports, obviously, because if they know they're going to pick it. But I think it's more so you can exploit the fact that EG is not comfortable going deep into the map pool, and I think that's kind of the thing. They're almost exploiting themselves in a way, I guess it would be.
Yeah, and that's something to look out for. What to look out for now is the reason you're watching the game. One of these teams is going to be going on to the main event at the conclusion of this series. This best of 3 separates them from Cologne, from the real deal, not just the play-ins. They're going to be going through. And one of them is going home. Is it going to be Evil Geniuses or Mousesports? I invite you to join us on social media using hashtag IEM. Let us know who you think is going to be winning or losing, for that matter. Speaking of losing, here's Harry and Hugo.
Trace, you know how to put it, man. You know how to talk about my losses in a way that gets me excited. Mousesports taking on EG, and you wouldn't want to be anywhere else but right here watching this stream with me and Hugo.
Isn't that fortunate, Harry? Because that's exactly where we are. We're not waiting around either. We're getting right into the action. Mousesports T-side start, and they're going fast. Out the ramp room into Mihu, and he's going to duck down below. Cirque from hell can't really put a stop to them, and Mihu's going to have to fight for his life. It won't last long. 5-on-4, Mouse in the B-bomb site. Rob's still lurking top to cut off rotates, and this is going to be a lovely round for Mousesports, surely.
Yeah, it's looking like it, right? It is this late lurk of Rops that really could just drive the knife in the back of EG. That bomb now goes down, Mousesports 5-on-3, and you can feel this one slipping away from EG as each kill comes in. No resistance yet from the EG squad, and they're kind of left in a bit of a dead situation here. Not really much more should look to happen on the back of this kind of position.
Yeah, clean and easy for Mouse. Obo probably going to try and get away with some armor here, take what he can. But by and large, it's Mousesports round, and they won't even be hunting him either. So Smoke and a bit of Kevlar saved, but really Mousesports are going to be the ones laughing all the way to the bank. We're loving the land shots, we're loving the cameras. Coach hyping in the background. Man. It's the esports stream back again, right in front of us. And EG probably going to force here, right? Expecting to see Deagle armor and utility where they can. Mihu, for me, Harry, he's been the star of this team, right? As of late, at least. In the recent performances we've seen in that opening BO1 that sadly EG did lose. Mihu, man, he felt like a one-man army on Mirage against Faze.
Yeah, dude, no, I have a lot of questions like regarding EG and where they're at, right? Like we take a look at this squad and we've kind of seen like a lot of different faces of EG. You know, we've seen them finish dead last in 3 events recently. That would be CS Summit, Fun Spark Ulti, and Blast Premier Spring Final, right? But then at IEM Summer, they actually did quite well there. They came in and they kind of surprised us. That was on the back of 2 dead last place finishes out in NA. So, you know, like it was a bit weird in terms of like trying to gauge where this team's at. It does kind of feel a little bit hit and miss right now, right? I think that's because you do have a tendency to lean on players like me, who is like one of the obvious guys to look at. Obo as well, I think, is someone else who's had his fair share of getting leaned on in these games. So, yeah, man, it's just going to come down, I think, to kind of, you know, what are the individuals bringing to the table today? Because I've seen 2 different EG squads in 3 different events gone by.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is something we were talking about recently in that RMR event, but when we saw, you know, Ethan leave, it felt like Breezy took that to heart as well.
Yeah, like just dropped off, man.
Yeah,
like it was immediate.
Yeah, you know, we talk about that rifling duo, the power duo of this team that got them, you know, some of the notability. and it felt like, without Ethan Breeze, he was a bit of a shell of his former self, hoping he can get back there. It was only a couple of events, right? You said, some warm-up time needed perhaps to get Mihu acclimatized inside of this roster. And now that they're here, with everything to play for, with Cologne main event on the line, it's better now than ever to show what you got.
Yeah, the bright spark there is that, like, out of all the events you placed well, the only event you placed kind of all right in compared to your last place finishes was another IEM. So you're hoping that, the IEM blessing is in. Obo trapped at the CT vent. They are making him feel very claustrophobic and now very hot as well as the molly burns him out from behind CT. BMAS going to follow up with a double entry, and Acor nails Mihu up in heaven. Stanislaw's just the last man left alive, trying to hold on to his armor in 5-7. I don't even know if they're going to let him get away with that. Mousesports, they get the conversion. BMAS with the entries. Love that. This guy has given us some incredible spray transfers on this map. Like, that A-bomb site, BMAS can turn into a shooting gallery. So keep an eye on him as this continues.
Definitely had his fair share of clips on A-site nuke. That is certain. And
they're all just gnarly as well. Like, it's not like, he's not like CT vent and he'll spray 3 dudes running through door. Like, no,
like
there'll be heaven
transfers,
rafters, hot roof site, and he'll just, like, 360 Beyblade. Absolute scenes, man, out of this guy.
I mean, he's going to need to, right? Like, this was mentioned on the desk as well. Moses was talking about it, like the warm-up game, right? EG have just come off the back of 2-0ing Vici dominantly, like pretty easy maps, all things considered. So, they're going to be warmed up. They're going to be raring to go. It's not quite the, exhaustion factor yet of, oh, no, we've just played like a 30-rounders and a bunch of OTs. No, you've almost had like a death match to get here. And so
every time an Asian team loses, Blair's hair grows an extra inch. That's what I reckon's going on there. I know he's actually been pulling his hair out over Vici's performance. So let's take a little look, right? It's just an anti-eco. We're expecting this to be nice and clean. You've got a ramp stack going on, right? EG just kind of hedging their bets, and they're saying, look, if they come ramp, maybe we get a couple with these pistols, and we can take that, see what we can do with it. If they don't go ramp, you're not winning the round, but you were never really destined to win this one anyway.
Yeah, Mouse have so much control. They've crossed behind the smokes down to B. A couple of players in the lobby, back in the door. And you could come up the vent, right? Like, they look interested in the A site after all. Either it's dropping back down to join with their team or faking it out into the top site. We'll see what Mouse decide to do. They're deciding to get the info first, and Rops with the MAC-10 has done exactly that. The bomb should be able to make its path up the ladder. And with that, the round should be Mouse's. As you said, never really destined to be an EG pickup. They go for the gamble stack, it gets avoided, and that should be a third.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at guys like Dexter, he's coming on into this game on like a bit of a high, right? Like, he's been celebrating some Greyhound victories and whatnot today, so he's feeling good. Also, we saw that Renegades win earlier on versus OG. So lots to be happy about if you're Dexter. And you're hoping that, like, the cherry on top of a day in which you're already having a good time for Aussie Counter-Strike, you're hoping that you could lock in an appearance at the main event of IEM Cologne.
Well, it would mean a lot for Dexter as well. Chad just tweeted this, but, if Mousesports win this match and go through to the next stage, that means every Oceanic player, every Aussie, every New Zealander is straight into the main event, right? That's being JKS from Cole, who just took down LDLC, as well as Renegades, obviously, that you're talking about. So, yeah, Dexter's the one guy who's not got there yet, but this is their chance. 3-0 on Mouse into a gun round, and we've got a fast vent dive from Rops on the Mac. No knowledge for EG. They can guess, they can't be confirmed. Smokes outside have a bit of a gap, and Zerg, he's picked a player on the cross. Bomb does get retrieved, and Zerg, fully blinded, finds 2.
Yeah, no idea how, man. That's the Cirque effect, right? This is the kind of stuff he's good at. Making multi-kills come out of nigh on impossible scenarios. There he is doubling up. And Mousesports are now fully dedicated with everyone into this B bomb site. EG have already got players here. Mihu's watching on from ramp. And so he'll be that early warning system for the B play.
Yeah, Mouse are just hoping that the site is clear, right? That's the risk you're taking. You can't clear everything until you commit. to that top rafter, that Xantara's position that can be so scary. Mihu's playing for contact. He's going to drop a smoke. Ball gets open. They go through it, and Mihu hits the shot. Now it's all under control. 5-on-2. Seemingly nothing can go wrong in this round for EG, and they're not rushing the rotates either. Robs is holding for it. He's hoping he gets fed. And EG are not making that mistake. Really good patience in this round. You can see how scared VMAS is of these rafters, as we were talking about. He's just trying to get out. There's no one even here. He could plant for all he knows. But why and how could he know that?
Yeah, right. That's one of the horrible things here. Like, you're happy with how much room you're getting, but you don't know when that room stops, right? Finally cleared enough of the site to feel comfortable getting this bomb down, and they do still have a chance in the 2-on-5. Now, it's not a big chance, but they've got this bomb to play around, and with Rops and BMAS being the two left up, I don't know, things could still get tricky here. BMAS fights at ramp, dies to Cirque, and Obo's going to mop up Rops, so it's all regained control for EG. 5 alive, flawless round, money made. And Cirque laughing all the way to the bank with his big green gun.
Absolutely. And yeah, great call from Stan to just concede that, right? Like they were absolutely fine with giving the bomb plant away to Mousesports. They knew they had the money. It wouldn't have made a difference here in this one. But, you know, not taking any losses, minimizing damage there, REG, by, you know, peeling out of the bomb site and playing extremely passive. It's like it just forces the bomb plant. And Mousesports, they get collapsed upon. 5 alive, 1 on the board. Good start for EG. Can they keep it going, though? As said, Mouse can reinvest with no problem.
They're back in with guns, and this time showing more presence towards outside early on. BMAS waiting with a smoke to complement this outside play that we're getting from Frozen, but it looks like he's being trusted to this side of the map alone. So trying to sell the outside fake with the smoke wall in and Frozen making noise behind it, you're hoping you can shuffle around this CT setup to your advantage. Frozen, just a bit of a waiting game for him outside. It looks like he's planning to wrap in late through main to help out with an A push.
Ooh, nice holds. Easy stuff. Headshots from Stan, doubled up, and it's going to be Robs and Frozen just trying to save the day. Robs giving it a go, though, and he may make this happen after all. Mousesports in a 2-on-2 out of nowhere. Frozen's coming in on the big wrap. He's going heaven. Mihu's considering it, but he doesn't know the timing, and that bomb is still down.
Yeah, man, look at how paranoid Mihu is, and with good reason. You know, you saw these outside smokes earlier. Either it was a complete fake, or there is someone sneaking up on you. And of course, we know that Frozen is down here in hell, but they're just missing one another.
Nope.
Oh, he's suspecting. They don't know.
But...
And if they try to take this bomb up, they're not going to like what they find. Oh, the timing! No. Rops has got it, and he's on for the ace now. Just Stanislaw left. Rops, come on, get all 5, and there it is, the ace for Rops. Back on land and a smile on his face. He puts up all 5 to find Mousesports that round there.
Oh my goodness, this guy's a beast.
Also,
Harry.
that was a 2v5 with the ace from Rops.
Yeah.
Like, what?
That felt like a cleanup. That felt like a done deal. Oh my goodness, the precision. Mihu as well, right? He's getting baited. I think Frozen was spamming or you know, trying to draw distraction outside. Mihu was completely looking at the wall there. Didn't know whether to play for the railing, play for the ladder. Just getting pulled either which way. And that is a heartbreaker of a round to lose. EG with an instant tactical timeout. Figure that one out, boys. Don't want to let that happen again.
No, and that's not the kind of round that you're happy about slipping away from you, right? It's not like there was like, you know, you had this sick flank from Frozen that like comes in, deals a load of damage. Oh, we've been blind. You know, Rops just wrecked absolutely everyone. He was 1v3 in that A-bomb site alone, and he got every single kill. There's something about these 1080p players, man. They look so smooth when they're aiming. Rops is a delight to watch in those situations.
Yeah, it is so fortunate, however, that EG kept 5 alive in that one round they won on the B-bomb site. Because now look at this, right? Typically, you would be, you know, full forcing with 14 to 1700 in this position if their gun round did get costly. But they have so much money, at least for this buy. But that can all come to a very quick and bitter end, as we know. 4-1. Mousesports walking outside in the late round. Rops keeping up the pressure in lobby. And he's really already made a statement about this lobby lurk position. EG are going to be frightened of it all half long.
Yeah, plus, you know, like Mousesports had that whole fake planned in that round there, and they never even ended up having to really use it, right? As far as EG are concerned, there might not have ever even been a player outside. They don't really know. So they're not aware of what was going on in that round. So they don't have that ability to, like, recognize it and respond next time it happens. You do have a lot of players crossed into Secret, and one of them is this AWP on A-Core. I'm really curious to see how he does in the head-to-head between him and Zerg. So let's keep an eye on that. Right now, Frozen might have opened up, but the trades are found by Breezy. Rops, again, has decided that enough is enough, and this A-bomb site belongs to him and the Mousesports crew.
Yeah, they lined up. Frozen just killed Dexter as well, but he did get the trade, so it works out. Mouse favored with a plant as well. Stan's going to have to do something miraculous. Zerg is mollied out of heaven with the AWP and is probably already thinking about saving Stan. Molly down at the feet of A-Core. He's going to swing late. He will die in it, but waiting for the trade, and Rops will provide. It's a 2-on-1, and Zerg is saving. Nothing left to do in this position. And wow, we're getting some big rounds out of Mousesports, right? The lower take back up into A. Seemed like EG knew what was going on, right? They had the secret info, they had the smoke down. They hear Mouse drop off of main with that flashbang, but some excellent entries again from Frozen and Robs. And Mousesports are on the board.
Yeah, I saw Carrigan. You know, he just came out and he said, when Rops is smiling like this, it means you're in for a bad time, right? And it's like, yeah, you know, I think if anyone knows that, it is going to be, you know, former IGL and colleague of the guy in Carrigan. Rops is just a delight. And I tell you, he is looking more and more confident. Like with that ace round going by, that round there, he just sprints out into A and gets away with nigh on an identical multi-kill. It's like, all right, bud. All right. So you're already feeling like no one can stop you. Well, that's scary, right? If you're EG, you need to humble Rops a little bit. You need to get him under control. And that's easier said than done.
Another pause, I presume, tactical here for EG, right? Already game plan not working wonders for them. Down 5-1 on the CT side.
It must feel horrible because it's like, you know, they're going into each round with a game plan, with ideas, and then it feels like, you know, like one player on the opposing team can just uproot any ideas you've had, any game plan that might have been on the cards, just getting swept aside by Rops and co.
Yeah, here's the eco, though. We have that saved orb, so Zerg got to stay mobile in this round. He's up on the A site, and I can't blame him with how many top hits we've seen from Mousesports. Never telegraphed, though, right? Always late A takes, never rushing out of hut on spawn, just taking secret, taking garage. Dex is doing it once again. No one's going to spot him here. He gets all the way across. Player behind blue to worry about, but Stan is not considering it. Easy peasy. And with that, now EG know their backline is open. They know the heaven wrap, the ramp flank. These are all options for Mousesports. And so they're trying to get aggressive and find kills elsewhere. While they've got A-Core trapped, they've done some damage. He's down to 10. Obo with a kill, but he surely can't escape. Robs makes so.
Every time! You're peeking from two different angles, 900 meters apart, and he's like, nah, I'm already rotating like a lighthouse, mate. I always come back round. Look at this, Mihu alone pushing into the lobby. Armed with nothing more than this Deeg, and in a 1v4, either Mihu is about to give us one hell of a round as he catches the bomb crossing, or he's going to die without getting anything done. And sadly, it's the latter. Mousesports up onto 6. And that little partial around the AWP not really accomplishing much for EG. I will say, right, like confidence, it's a hard thing to quantify. It really, really is. But you know, we've all been in the flow state, as it's known, right? We've all been in that moment of flow. And I think when you get back to LAN, when you remove the distractions that like a home environment brings, guys like Rops, when he enters that state of flow, when he is just feeling the game, and it's almost like an innate reaction, it is so damn hard to take him out of that moment in time, right?
Look at him, man. He's down vent. He does get dinked, though, but 13-2, I don't think the health's going to hold him back. And he now controls the B bomb site. Those rotates can't come in down from the A site. Mihu with a nice shot through the smoke, but many Mousesports players getting down through secret regardless. And they know a lot is cleared out by Robs' position as well. He probably won't move for most of the round just due to getting dinked. Now, Mihu's already set up inside of B. This is nice. This time having some control. And with Zerk here as well to try and bait them in for Mihu, that could be even more favorable for EG. They've cleared lobby. They know Robs isn't lurking around this time. It's clear as day.
Oh, Dexter, first man in. Not afraid to throw his life down if it means that bomb gets into the site, but it has been dropped in the prying eyes of Cirque. They also don't know about Mihu. Now they do, but sadly, the warning bell for that one is it tolling on the death of your guy in the site. So Rops is left up in a 1v4. He has given us an ace. He's saved so many rounds from ours, but this is one that feels a little too far gone, even for this guy.
Yeah, damage would have been lovely. Look, right, you'd love to take a couple of more guns away and keep that economy on the back foot, but really 10 health. You know, you're not going to have an AK next round unless you save this one anyway. And considering if you look at the money, right, everyone can afford it.
He's still looking to do damage. He's walking to ramp. He is trying to maximize his damage in this round. This is the kind of guy that Rops is. He's not just about making his own bank. He's about breaking yours too. But unfortunately, Mihu on the angle, ready for exactly that, knows they want to try and keep the money restricted. And so the round's locked in for EG. They finally break this streak that Mousesports were on.
Yeah, I definitely think someone's going to drop Rops, and you know, either that means they have less grenades, or they get the util and they play pistol or Galil or something like that. So yeah, you know, when your teammate's 14-3, you don't not drop them. So Mousesports with the time.
I know. I can think of an old Na'Vi squad, Hugo, that might disagree with you on that philosophy.
Oh yeah.
You know, most of the time, we'll say, most of the time, you're willing to give them a gun.
Yeah, but Ross is so good with the Deagle, so just put him on, and then, you know, I'll play the AK, and that balances, right, in some weird,
that's like
illogical sense. Yeah. Ah, dear. Well, Mousesports with a pause, right? That round didn't exactly go to plan, but it was kind of out of their hands, right? Not only Rob's getting dinked early, but Mihu with a smoke shot through the cross outside. And so Mousesports entering B, a position that EG owned. They were already so far disadvantaged. But EG weathering the storm. 2 rounds, another orb for Cirque. Rops is playing Deagle, by the way, Harry.
There we go. That's why we said most of the time.
It's probably coming off of his own call, right? Like, don't worry, man. I'll play Deagle. I'm fine.
And I do legitimately think that that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
Right? Like, everyone imagine that, like, you know, in teams where this has happened before, like the IGL or whatever is just some, like, tyrant who... You might be wrecking them, but trust me, I need the gun. That's not the case, you know. I think a lot of the time it's probably just the guy having a great game goes, look, man, I'm feeling it. Give me a Deagle, I'll get 2. Like, I'll find a way to make it work. Rops is a very pliable guy like that.
Yeah, he's already done some damage. Mihu down to 50 on ramp. And I love how much pressure he's keeping on in the lobby again, while Mouse shamble their way down towards B. Stan playing safe, at least getting the information. He can drop the nade as well. There's the spot. Nade to follow, and out he goes to the door. Now Miles is going to try and hunt him down, chase him. He's trapped right now, and he doesn't know it. Oh, dear. Can he live any longer? They line up, but the kill comes from Mihu, who rotates down with a vengeance. 3 kills. Orbs can't rotate. Rops is gone, but he's at least got one with him.
Of course he does. Of course. Here he is. Out to CT vent. Obo is very, very low as well, holding for the drop, but he does have the drop, right? Like, if Rops goes down, he's a dead man. So kind of, you know, trying to piece together what he wants to do in this moment now. See the B stream update there. Over on the B stream, we've got Spirit and Sprout. Of course, we're trying to figure out the last few teams that are going to make it to that main event at Cologne.
Yeah, it's a big day, right? 4 teams left. 2 will perish. 2 will go through. It's a scary spot to be in.
I mean, that whole matchup is, like, super interesting, right? Because, like, for me, Sprout kind of come out of left field in a sense. Like, they've looked really, really impressive. Me and you had a little chat about that before we headed into this. On top of that as well, you factor in that, like, there was a point in time where it was looking like Spirit and Gambit were going to rise to be these top CIS teams together. Well, it feels like Gambit have started to very much eclipse Spirit. We've had a bit of a rough time as of late.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's like a case where you almost have Spirit maybe underperforming based on where we had them weighted earlier on. Yeah. And Sprout coming in with this this great performance, battling for Cologne.
Well, the one rifle's got to do it all, but if there was any man for the job, it would be Rops. Oh, dropping off, and Rops has got the shot to Mihu. Now another weapon given over to Mousesports. Options are available. Cirque going to hold for the push, and Rops, how does he get a second? There were 2 CTs there. Stan does respond, swapping gun game right now, left and right. Back to the M4, they jump and bait, and BMAS hits the shot. Lovely movement for Acor, hitting his head on the ceiling.
I love it when players do that, man, where you use a Glock player as like a walking decoy. Breezy, dead in the A site, and now control given over to Mousesports. We're looking at Obo. 3 letters in his name. He needs 3 in the game. Can he do it? Over here in main, looking to be a nuisance. Looking to be a pain. He snuck on in. CT Vent player dead to Obo. Bomb is planted for heaven, so it's all designed that A-Core can win this round, even if the guys in the site die. Oh, whoa, no! A-Core, the gravity of the situation, it's just too much! Obo's got them all, and the defuse is in for EG.
Oh,
That
no.
is, to quote Henry Greer, one hell of a blunder.
Oh, no. I think the call was swing. Both players try to peek. They heard him throwing nades. The call comes out.
Obo wasn't even, Obo's like, wait, it's 1v1?
They both go wide. A-Core, he goes a little bit too wide, however. That round started so well for Mouse. Remember, it was Rops getting the openers, Frozen with a lurk kill, and A-Core and BMAS doing the damage in hell. It felt like that was a lock-in. You just said it, Harry. It was planted for A-Core. And he just falls into the site.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Stan can talk smack.
Yeah.
He can talk smack, all right. So, don't want to mold after that one if you're Mouse. You don't want to let that get in your head, because it could have been a freebie, and it could have been EG's money broken yet again.
Oh, yeah, man. That would have been like a turning point in the game. That would have been the moment where you look at it and you go, yeah, of course Mousesports won nuke. Don't you remember that partial investment where they somehow get it over the line? But instead, it ends up being an embarrassing moment for Mouse and a great clutch out of Obo. Still, you're asking a lot of Obo to have won even the 1v2 there. Outside creep again. Mousesports getting over. And A-Core. All right, Mihu. Absolutely obliterated back in CT. And Frozen's just gone and taken an arm and a leg by removing Stan over in Hell. That's opened up a path to wrap this A-bomb site now for Mouse.
Yeah, they're so cognizant of what's going on. Robson, he's been playing door so many rounds. This time he's all the way at the back of the lobby, and Obo walks back, turned into him. Rob's core finally trying to move out of position, but still the A site is Mousesports' choice. A-Core cutting off Breezy outdoor. They also have lower, by the way, just in case things go wrong. Dexter's cleared that out, and the bomb will actually be joining him as well. They don't know where Cirque is. He hasn't fired this round. They have no clue the AWP's in play either, especially after killing Mihu outside. So bomb plant will come in, Cirque will save once again, and a nice little round from Mousesports.
That's something nice though, right? Like the ability to just immediately refocus. You say, look, right, like, yeah, we probably should have won that 3v1. You know, it kind of got away from us. But they don't let that detract from their next rifle round, which was, you know, the thing you were gearing up towards anyway. They emerged victorious. You know, really, from the get-go, they got those 2 kills outside, and already you were looking at that 3-on-5 going, yeah, there isn't really a way EG can get back into this one. And that is one of the notable things, I think. All these Mousesports rounds that have gone their way, outside of that, like, you know, Rops ace and, you know, like his other, I think it was like a 3K up on the A-bomb. So outside of those rounds, a lot of these Mouse rounds have felt convincing, right? Yeah. There hasn't really been much of a chance for EG to play back into it. And so the fact that after having a round fall away from you at a 3-on-1, you just go right back, you know, get on the horse, as it were. Good sign of resilience out of Mousesports.
Yeah, EG experiencing the full brunt of that CT economy right now. Just so many, saved AWPs, but A-Core's going to get rid of it early. They want to cross and grab it. Stan's done so in main. But A-Core's still holding for more repeaks, and he might get them as well. How patient can you really be with a deagle in your hand? You just want to fight, man. You just want to take a peek. So A-Core's waiting for that impatience. Mihu with a nice shot of his own and gets dinked, but still has a smoke to stall them out. He needs to go out now because he gets caught with it in hand instead. So now, grab control by Mouse. However, stands here again with the AWP. Back to a 3-on-3. The bomb's not currently on the backs of Mouse, so they've got to double back to lobby if they want to drop lower. That's going to waste some time here, and they don't even have lobby. They're very scared that CTs are pushed up in, and they're not far from the truth.
Yeah, ironically, it's all gone a little bit Anakin Skywalker, and it's the fear of losing lobby that's actually lost them lobby, right? If they'd gone back immediately, everything would have been all cushy, would have been all good. Now, Obo has wormed his way in to the squeaky door, playing this close angle. With how suspicious Mouse are, I can't imagine he goes unchecked. Right, you haven't been this careful, and then, yeah, right, they just completely leave him up and out of there, away from this lobby area. Now, Obo does hear the footsteps, and there's an AK retrievable. He's here very, very quickly. Stan has nailed Frozen on his rotate through secret. Suddenly, this round is left hanging in the balance again. It's not looking so easy for Mouse. It's feeling claustrophobic at this point in time.
Yeah, boxed in. Acorn needs to hit one of these shots, and they're so close, but so far, finally finds one, but traded immediately, stands on for the round, and he can't find it. BMAS saving Mousesports with one so important kill. And that was a really nice try for Stan. Remember, he picked up that AWP from Cirque's body in main. That was USPs and Deagles at the end of the day for EG, and Stan finds 3 kills with the AWP. Not enough, however. And really, even though damage is nice, at this point in the game, at this scoreline on the CT side, you're not thinking about damage. You just need the rounds.
Lovely seeing BMAS in a LAN environment.
Yeah.
And another vent drop for Rops, once again doing it quiet, so they don't know about this. Cirque is still going to check it, but yeah, man, that's flow state Rops for you. Just absolute reckoning on the B-bomb site. Stan misses from Stan. And the bomb has crossed down into the double doors. Now, Mihu is a little wider than maybe you're ready for. Oh, that's a brutal flash. Frozen wipes the slate clean over towards B. And the round is looking good for Mouse now.
Yeah, Mihu was so convinced they were going to peek with the flash in window, but that's the aim of the game, right, for Mouse, just completely faking him out. Rops has Stan trapped low HP, but he can't hit the kill. Stan doing his damnedest to get out alive. Stan individually has had a rough few months, certainly worth noting in the online era, but man, he's looking good right now. He's hit some key shots. The call's been good on retakes, right? When EG are in positions to play for rounds, like the calls are fine, but a lot of this isn't coming down to them. And Mousesports 9-round half already at a bare minimum. Stan dies to the bomb. He was very low. That's a real shame.
I mean, I just think as well, right? Like when you think about how CS has been, what with it being online so much, like whenever we used to have LAN events, you'd be able to clearly identify which teams were better in the high pressure moments, right? But it's like now, even for the seasoned guys, even for your Stanislaws who have been around the block, like this LAN is a bloody big deal. Yeah. And I bet the nerves are there because, a year and a bit break, like, mate, that's probably the longest time you ever haven't been to a LAN event in years. Yeah. So it is, it's one of these things where, even the most tried and tested, I think, are still going to have some form of LAN nerves on the day. Here's a lobby push from Mihu, and the time of this is brilliant. No one's ready for it. Oh, they're all crunching in. It's a lobby crunch, one of my favorite rounds, and Rops has absolutely ruined it. It was meant to be a slaughter, and I guess it was, just the other way. Just Cirque remaining, and they're so suspicious about an extra man coming from ramp. Look at them. They're waiting. It's a standoff.
Oh, the jump across, man. They're playing with their food right now. That little AWP barrel show, trying to force a fight. It's little tricks like this, as well as we saw it earlier from Acor running towards hell with BMAS, right? Just, sending a player in early. There was a really nice round when S-Tag was on Astralis that he did back in Pro League.
Yeah, I know the exact round.
Yeah, Glock player. He was bunny hopping out ramp, hitting some really nice hops, and just causing so much
I think it was then Dupree with him, just leaps out, and while they're so focused on dealing with little bunny rabbit S-Tag, he gets ruined, doesn't he?
No, I love it when players do that. And Mal's a great example, great group of chaps. They look like they're having a lot of fun right now. I can barely blame them. 10-4. Double digits. And maybe some more.
Oh, it's a little awkward outside. That flash thrown by Breezy. blindsided Frozen and just gave Stanislaw a free kill. That's a really nice way to have secured this opener, and for it to be untradeable makes matters a little bit worrisome for Mouse now as they attempt to look for solutions over here at ramp. The smoke's gone in, and so that's deterred them from this push. Right now, they're just holding lobby, hoping that EG make an error.
Yeah, not much is going to get given over, right? When I said it earlier, when we see EG in these positions, they seem to make the perfect call, right? In the advantages, when Mousesports are the ones forced to do something now, EG are not going to give you those kills back in. Much like that 5-on-2 in the B-bomb site where they forced the plant. This is very safe for EG. Stan trying to get info outside, but the orb's coming his way. And it's a very safe angle for Stan as well. He's letting them down Secret. That's fine. They can play retake with the advantage, but Main is cut off. Running towards Secret, Mousesports. Dexter's killed one, pushing towards the lobby, and this is how it can all come tumbling down very quickly.
Right, you kind of tried to play the long game almost, play out the 5-on-4. Well, now you've actually succeeded, dropping the bomb down at B, and a bit of a sigh of relief out of EG as it falls onto these two remaining players who die in tandem. So there it is. EG managed another right at the end of that first half of play. This series has already got me excited. You don't get ROPS in this kind of form every damn day, so you do not want to miss the second half of play in just a moment. Oh, and if CS is the religion, then that cathedral is the cathedral of Counter-Strike, isn't it? Man, like, who would have known? Let's see. Mousesports right now are trying to get to the main event of IEM Cologne. EG have much the same plan, but thus far it's been them a little more disrupted in this map. Mousesports up in the lead, and EG are the ones having to claw their way back into it over on the T side.
Yeah, and Rops at the forefront of all of this, looking absolutely ludicrous right now. 24-8. There may be some ludicrous displays this evening coming up, but most of them on this stream. 10-5, and here we go. EG with the nades, buying up on Mihu. Elsewhere, it's Armor. So not a lot of options here. Looking for something fast, and nades towards the door, but his team are heading ramp bound. Rops is going to meet them there. Uh-oh. Oh, dinked immediately. That's a good cleanup. 2 more CTs to worry about, but it's no hassle for EG to make it quick and clean and everything in between. Every kill coming in for the NA side, and suddenly it's all on Acor.
Yeah, I bet this isn't how he envisioned having to play this pistol round. And at least he might not have to play it much longer. They know where he is now. They've seen him drop the vents. The bomb's going down up in this A site, and Acor, some fancy moves would have been needed. Unfortunately, just too many players, too little time, and a pistol round secured for EG. Suddenly, this map of Nuke gets interesting again.
Yeah, it does feel like Acor is definitely one of the best KZ, movement players we have in Counter-Strike at this level, right? Like, when we see him on these, surf maps and KZ maps and stuff, he does look pretty smooth, man. He does look pretty smooth. So, no ladder stall today, but there was an attempt nonetheless. EG up to 6 now. They've, built the path for a recovery. Can they walk that route? Mousesports' Deegs certainly don't want them to. Acor looking above Silo. Hard shot to hit right now. And these CTs look pretty convinced right now. Everyone trying to fight into the yard. Dexter in main. Acor with a shot, not connecting, but Frozen's head will get knocked off by Mihu, and these Galils roaring to life outside of giving EG all the room they need.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Acor there, right? He kept peeking outside, he kept seeing nothing and just missing the timings, and then he dies to the guys he's missed because they're already up in garage. So, yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. It's really freed up after they get that kill on Frozen, and suddenly you're not getting double-faced outdoors. And now it really is looking just like the cleanup for EG in this round. So the conversion feeling as good as done. We'll see them get up onto 7 with a flawless round to boot.
Okay, all right. We're early days. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Yet to see Mousesports with guns on this second half, but building blocks are there. Nice to see Daps behind EG as well. Always cool. Daps and Stan reunited. And it feels so good. 7-10. And a Zeus on Frozen is all there is to marvel this round. Where's Richard Lewis and his impeccable Zeus sound effect when you need it?
He does have that nailed down, doesn't he? But we don't have it, Hugo. We'll have to take yours instead. It's a close second.
Bit of a squealer.
Will we even get the Zeus, though, right?
This is the best position for it. I love the spot. Yeah, tucked up in the hut. Very nice. But, the question is, do EG come here on an anti-eco? Unlikely. They are very much in the lobby, though. Mihu going back up on the roof signals an A play right now. So utility coming out, angles being cleared. And you'll notice the Mousesports are all here. Now, I'm not getting worried yet, I say with bated breath, but they have read into this play, and it could all start with a bit of a scream.
Here it is, Frozen in time as he waits in the hut. The Zeus. Ooh, never needed. Rops has taken the first guy out. And Frozen's now like, fine, I'll just go take the gun. I'll just go take the Galil. And now he's crept through the lobby, and they've got no idea. They have got no idea. Frozen, he could tear the round away, but instead it's just one. Traded after that. Are they going to follow through with the A play? There are so many players here for Mouse. It could still get out of hand. Thankfully, everyone that's still alive pulls their weight, gets a kill, and they've dodged the danger that this round represents. And as I say that,
they didn't realize where he was shooting from, man. He was silenced. Stan's looking at main for crying out loud. That got terrifying, Harry.
Yeah, that should have just been like a fine, like good, yeah, get bombed down, 3 players still alive. It gets a little worrying, but they do still get the round, and that's what matters at the end of the day. It's not like Mouse where they kind of fumbled and fluffed that 3v1.
Yeah.
Like you at least get it over the line, and you dodge that idea of just sitting there with your head in your hands going, how on earth did we let that happen?
Yeah, and that round really does hold weight the closer this game gets, right? You know, Mal's going to be thinking about it more and more. Damn, what if we closed it? How dominant could this be? Well, time to get that out of your brain. Because EG are coming back in with rounds, 3 of which on this T side, but this is going to be the hardest so far. Everything in the wheelhouse for Mousesports. Robs is coming up from Secret, so he's going to have full outside control. We've seen late smokes be attempted by EG in some of these rounds. They're going to go back for the exact same again. So Rob's really going to be the man to look out for and putting a stop to this, or at least confirming if it's a fake, right? If you're throwing these smokes and not committing like EG are doing, Robs can tell his team that, and they don't need to rotate. They don't need to drop ramp. There's no one down the vent. It looks like that A attack again for EG. And Mouse, they should know everything.
Yeah, Robs is the key to this whole round coming together for Mousesports. If he gets the info that outside is clear, if he takes a peek and he's able to combat across, then Frozen's freed up to go and help out at this A-bomb site or towards ramp. And I'm sure both areas could deal with some kind of assistance here. A-Core likely going to be calling for it now as they spill out into the ramp room. This bit of...
Finally does catch Stan. Dexter, no need to help out. Oh, that's nice, all right.
I tell you, man, 1080p aimers, there's just something about them. There's something about how clean it looks. It just looks an extra degree smoother. Fortunately, that's pretty much end of the line for Ops and his Deagle. So EG have tied this game up at 10-10. Hugo, you know, coming into this second half, I can imagine that, you know, you were probably on the Mousesports train, right? Like, being the logical and rather reasonable guy that you are, you probably looked at a 10-5 scoreline and you went, well, you know, Mouse have really impressed me. Rops looks like he's having a great game. EG haven't really been able to field a lot of answers to these problems yet. And now we have this scoreline arriving with a different looking EG entirely. Everything's looking very composed, very put together. There's been great, you know, mobility around the map, dodging guys like Rops as an example. Also, not running into these stacks too often, right? A lot of times, taking the time and effort to make the read and move into the actual best spot on the map.
Yeah, and I feel like when you have Stan fragging well, when he's feeling the game, like in-game leaders always say this, like if you're having a good game individually, it reflects in your calling as well. Like Stan's having a great game. On CT side, he had no fear from, you know, when these secret smokes came down, he would fast flank them, he would get flashed through. He's always been trying to make plays in this map. So yeah, when your in-game leader is feeling that way, that's definitely going to reflect in this T-side calling, and if he can keep up with the entries, hell, what's stopping them? 10-10, and another cross outside, this time smokeless. For now, A-Core's down on B, And so Dexter doesn't really need to peek aggressively outside. He just needs to stop a hell wrap if EG get that much space. Frozen's also tasked with helping him out in doing so. So Mousesports putting a lot of control in the outside. Gonna leave A open. A little bit weak perhaps. Stan gonna cross behind these late smokes, but he's the only one doing so. Again, EG love to pull the wool over Mousesports' eyes as they group back up in the lobby with 4.
Yeah, Stan's once again lurking out. This time there's no one to get the info from those smokes. That's because Rops isn't in secret. Instead, he's at ramp, and he might actually have a chance to take some fights that carry a bit of impact here in the second half. But really, the first time yet. He's given this opportunity, deals with Mihu, and lives to tell the tale. Now, back in towards this A bomb site for some of these other EG members. Start to trickle in. Breezy leading the charge. Outside, Stanislaw's been dealt with. Rops repositioning, has dropped the bomb on ramp, and it is just Cirque left alive. He might have clashed with the Titan of Rops, but now he's going to try and brave the waters of the other 4, and they just hunt him down.
That's an awkward round there for EG. That's one where everything has to go right? That A-Fake has to draw rotation, has to get a kill, and then, on top of that, the ramp player can't afford to drop the bomb. Well, Robs does exactly that. Dropping the package for 15 seconds. There's no way you're getting a bomb plant back there. So no saved weapons either. Mousesports finally break the streak of 5 from EG in the second half. Better late than never. But EG still, of course, have another rebuy. So
I do just need to say these words. Rops 30 kills, next nearest on his team 12. So, and now that he's dead, if you're EG, you're going, okay. The round is so winnable right now, guys. Like, you're wiping the sweat off your brow. Look, we've dealt with like half of the team in that 1 kill.
This actually feels like how Mihu is playing in that BO1 against Faze, their opening game, right? Because like Mihu had like 28 kills, like 17, 18 rounds in, and his next best teammate had like not even double digits. It was actually insane. And unfortunately, it was so good for Mihu right until the very end, and then they fall, right? So is that going to be the problem that Mousesports experience? The one-man army can only get you so far.
Exactly, right? That is one of the problems. Like, it feels great when you have someone putting up numbers like this. I bet for Dexter, he's having a very easy time of directing the flow as someone like Rops in this game. But there is a kind of timer on it. How long can you expect someone to keep up this kind of form? And is it going to be enough anyway to get the game over the line?
EG have been doing so much conditioning with these secret smokes with, no one going behind them or just Stan. And now they've crept 4 players down behind the smokes into B. This is a really, really nice play, but they're going to run out of time or at least be cutting it pretty close. 30 seconds and 2 CTs here. Mousesports have made the right call.
Yeah, they've got the reads. They're all set up for this. They know about the guy up on rafters. One of these mollies misses. 14 seconds with a smoke and decon. So you do have to go here if you're EG. This shot out of A-Core and Frozen. He could have saved the day if he got that kill onto Cirque. The round was 1 to time. But instead, BMAS is having to try and come in big in this clutch. Down to the 1v2. And Breezy takes his head off to bail EG out. It might get close in spite of that early 5-on-4 for EG. But they still get it over the line eventually, and they tie this game up again.
Mate, Stan doesn't even know how they won that round. Look at his face. He's like, I don't know how they balls that one up, boys, but we take it. Look at the crossfire. It's beautiful. Frozen has a double kill there, lined up. Cirque hits an incredible shot, and A-Core whiffs a sitter.
Cannot put into perspective enough. If Frozen gets the double, the round is won.
It's over,
they planted with half a second left on the clock. Like, if the bombs drop there, GG, mate. It's 12-10. But now, tie game, and anyone's game for that matter.
Yeah. The credit is all Cirque's. Like, he's bottom fragging, but he just won that round with that trade, right? That 1 kill. Because you can look at it both ways and go, oh, if only Frozen hit the shot, but he probably would have if Cirque wasn't so damn quick. 11-all. Another buy and another deagle for Robs. This time I'm really questioning it, but let's see what he can do with some close range deagle spam. Headshot, not connecting, but the spam will. And there we go. Robs! He's got 2.5. Breezy down to his last legs, and there's hope yet for Mouse.
And that's why Rops takes the deagle, I guess. Double up in ramp. And Frozen's even taking liberties outside. He's saying, look, you're so preoccupied on dealing with my in-your-face, fragging out teammate that you're forgetting to account for players in your back line. He's got a lot of ground. And there is a player on silo in Stanislaw. Stan is saying, like, guys, I've been holding that side all round. They're not outside. It's fine. That couldn't be further from the truth. Frozen hears all of this as well, and so he knows that if he's patient, kill will present itself, and there it is.
Yeah, they just run around. They don't even try and trade him. If you want the round, you've got to play the objective, and that's what Echo is doing. Looking to lock down B. Another shot missed, but there shouldn't be too much worry yet for Mouse. It's a 4-on-2, and Echo follows up. No plot allowed as Mouse flood the bomb site and finally take back the lead. It's so back and forth right now. It's so unclear where this game's going, but that is the money getting bottomed out for the majority of EG.
I think it's quite important as well that, like, you know, we're starting to have the other players on Mouse find their footing a little bit more. They're still nowhere near Rops, but it's like you just wanted them to be able to hold their own at this point, right? And so at least now they're starting to come alive. They can't just lie back and let Rops carry them to a victory, and that's something they've had to learn the hard way. Look at how close this game is. Even with the numbers, we're getting out of Rops. So we've got EG on this partial, right? Well, I say partial, force buy rather. They've got two rifles in play, fully investing, everything on the line in this round. And that could prove to be the make or break for EG. If this one slips by without them accomplishing anything, they're up against 13 with an eco looming.
Yeah, Frozen's already B as well. Akor's called it across. They could be secret. Watch out. Sneaking the smokes again are EG, and they know that Mouse are here. Frozen just using his util, buying as much time as he can. That's an awkward Molotov getting stuck in the smoke. Still got an HE grenade that will do some damage. Nothing crazy. And they've got util to block him off as well. It's going to be forced back to the B bomb site, back to Anchor instead. Luckily, Rops is still here. And you're not really thinking about going up the vent if you're EG at this point in time. You are committed to the B bomb site right now.
Oh yeah, man, you've got every intent to act upon this control. Like, you can't go anywhere else. So in we go, boys. Let's just keep it tight, keep it together, and try to trade these kills. The Flash was hoping to set them up, and set them up it has. 2 kills come in, and in the blink of an eye, Sports might be thinking about saving. That is until Dexter's bailed them out, and Aiko, oh my word, in the blink of an eye, it's suddenly Mousesports ready to take it. Zerg, he's right there. Zerg, oh, his teammate just shot him, but Aiko gets the trade. That is a sloppy round that Mousesports somehow come out on top of.
I don't know what's
What
happening.
are we watching, Hugo?
It's insane. Nice shots from Dexter. And yeah, you're right? Like some team damage there. Alerted Zerg as to his opponent's position, but it's not enough to save that round in the clutch. And my goodness, a round out of nowhere for Mousesports. Double pistol entry. Stan one-tap drops with a Tech 9, and they get a bomb plant, but it still comes crumbling down after the fact. Unbelievable.
Also, I wanted to say this. Obviously, the kill counts have changed now, but heading into that round, whole team for Mouse, excluding Rops, 42 kills. Rops was on 32. So it's like, just to give you an idea, like the level of performance he's bringing. Unmatched.
And EG had to win that round, right?
Yeah,
That's
they did.
Really dug them a
That's
hole.
why those double openers, when they come in, it's like, oh, that's the genius. That's why EG forced, right? You're looking at it and you're going, man, they're going to make this work. It was risky. It was ballsy. But they actually might do it. And then that round happens, whatever it was. And Mousesports not only walk away with the 13th, but most importantly, as you're saying, they've broke the money. They've set themselves up. Frozen outside is his playground. Oh, and he's been kicked out the park, mate. Breezy wants the swings. He's getting on them. Rops is trying to plug this hole, but they're already down secret, now challenging Acor.
Oh, they beat the molly. They go right through the deagle spam for Acor, and it's a barbecue in B. He gets 2 out of 4, and even more damage done to Obo and Stan. It should be surefire Mousesports round. Obo, though, see some legs in the vent. Luckily, the scope gives it away. So no kill offered up by Mousesports. Instead, they wait on the big flank from Rops. Plant will be allowed, but anything past that, it's just a dream.
It's so anticlimactic, but it kind of felt like that was the way it was destined to go. What with the HPs, the lack of armor, you at least get a bomb plant there, so you're kind of laughing in terms of, you know, having the AWP in play on Cirque. But it's got to be a damn good AWP if that is what you're hoping to be the solution. Getting the bomb plant, getting the extra cash, bringing that out. You're hoping Cirque can have another one of these rounds where he creates you some space, maybe towards outside or ramp.
I also love that play for Acor. I mean, Mousesports are really abusing the deagle, right? Like we saw Robs do the same thing on ramp, just crouched on a close corner, spamming with it. But Acor, they drop some molly, and he knows two things. Either they run through it, in which case he's ready with the deagle, or they respect it, and, you know, he gets given time to back up, to post up again with the orb. I think he just realized he was getting run down, and he had to make a play quick. So, yeah, nice effort there from Acor and the B-bomb site. He's had some awkward shots for the AWP.
It's one of those moments where you either die running away and potentially do nothing, or you just fight to the death and try to take him down with you, right? It's like, yeah, you might get me, but we're both going to lose in this war, mate. Like, all right, so Mousesports up onto 40. It hasn't been like an incredibly crystal clear or pretty journey to get here, but we are in a point now where if Mousesports win this next round and once again start to break the money of EG, they might be on to a winner here on Nuke.
Something getting lined up. Acor's boosted above the vent, and he's got a gap over the smoke, picking players in the lobby. Breezy doesn't know where he's dead
Breezy
from.
had no idea, and that's the scariest part. You don't know about this boost. Acor, he might have missed some sitters, but not anymore. A double to open up this round. It does allow for the vent drop, but from beyond the grave, Acor's got a hat trick, and Rops has dropped the bomb on B. 15 is starting to look inevitable for Mousesports.
Oh my goodness, I love the little plays, the little tricks we're seeing from these boys. Never seen anyone boost over that vent smoke, but Acor, he's feeling it. He hunts those kills, pushes back in after one. And this looks like Stan's journey might come to a swift end. Rob's ready, and he's got the kill. Easy stuff for Rob's, feeling it. And these early B drops that he's been doing round after round is something
is maybe, you know, some people are looking at this performance and saying he has missed quite a few shots, right? Like you look at how many chances he's had versus, you know, how many he's hit. Maybe it's not looking that great, but, you know, you look at actually the impact he has been able to find with the shots that have connected. He is still coming in second on the board, and he has still saved a couple of crucial rounds in here. It might not be the kind of consistency that we want out of the guy, but if you're shooting a lot more than normal and only landing half of them, or just give it to Robs, mate. Just give Robs the AWP. On with the double, the collateral might be how it all unravels for EG.
Although, careful, don't speak too soon. Quick trades have put EG back in pole position. Breezy's even got an AWP. Everyone is armed, everyone is dangerous, and B is being controlled yet again. Dexter and Secret could find this lurker outside, but Obo's ready for the fight, and now it favors flipped on its head to EG. Both Mousesports players sat back on the top site might be thinking about a save if this bomb gets planted, and it very much is. Stan plugging in the numbers on lower, or at least ready to. Waiting for more support, I guess. And yeah, I can't blame him, right? So many rounds Mousesports have had the read on these lower plays. They've been in secret before EG. They wait for the double smoke. The bomb gets planted, and now Obo's just looking to catch rotations, kill saving players. It's worth looking into for Mousesports for sure. If you grab this first kill with no casualty, suddenly you're inspired. But will that first kill come? Doesn't look like it.
Oh, they are still peeking out. But it is going to be the save, and it was always going to be the save. I'm just amazed that they even take the risk of peeking back in. Now it's left them open to Obo, and they might wish they never took a peek into Pandora's box, man, because once you open it, once you've seen inside, oh, it's ghastly. Evil geniuses, not only do they get the round, in spite of going 2 men down in the opening kill, they also find everyone trying to save and do a lot of damage to the money that's pretty established for Mousesports. Like, that could be something that might not affect this round right now, but look into the future of this game and the future of this comeback, that could be everything.
Yeah, for sure. In the grand scheme, in the big picture, it all plays a part. Acor, however, gets torn apart by Cirque's AWP, so finally, an advantage for EG out of the gate. That's a good feeling. Suddenly you're reinvigorated with the realization that you're only 3 rounds away from overtime, man. And you're a kill ahead. This is a quick garage take. They're walking in, but there's a player to worry about at the back. Frozen is so passive. Are they really going to full clear this corner? Obo's going for it. Oh, Frozen shoots early, but he still gets the kill. 4-on-4 now. They know he's locked in position. Breezy's trying to catch ramp. Rops is running as well. Got to be careful on the wide angle. Not one the Breezy's going to be ready for, and Rops gets another. Mousesports now up again, but they're losing a lot of control. Stan's even taken hell.
Yeah, Stan is like a weird part of this round. Like, he's off on his own little island and has snuck past these outside guys in towards the ramp area, clearing it out and getting the info that ramp is clear. And now he probably knows that he can't go into the B bomb site or do much with this ramp control down towards B. If no one's here, it means they're playing down in that site. Yeah. So I'm curious what his solution to this problem's going to be.
Might just try and wrap Heaven, right? Get into this A split. They've got a 3-pronged attack at least, but Stan, timing is everything. He's got 20 seconds, and Frozen still covering Mihu. He's got the tap. Molly is good, but Cirque doesn't commit with it. And out from behind the vent, Dexter closes it. Only Stan left to keep the map afloat, and right now, EG look like they're drowning. 15-12, made 16, and Mousesports take their map pick of this series. That's a nice little win. Rops looking incredible right now, and we've got Inferno coming up next. It's going to be EG's pick, their chance to recover. If not, it's Mousesports to IEM Cologne main event. Be right back.
My ENG meter, the way that he's been keeping Charlotte at the top for a very long time now, and like consistently just being able to be in that top 5, top 3, top 1 for a very long time is something that's really, really hard to do. I picked Saiwu as my AWPer. I don't really think I need a reason for that, right? First of all, he never really misses a shot, and like he's rotating properly. He's helping his teammates. He's always at the right position to help out and actually be there when the enemy team hits aside something. I would have Robs actually, my teammate. He's just really consistent in getting those 2 to 3 kills every time, and he's really amazing in clutches as well. Like he's like an overall really good player. So he's playing the second AWP as well. Like you can't really ask for more of a player. My pick for the entry would be Dupree. I would want him as my entry because he's been so consistent over the years, and he's keeping himself ahead of the meta every time. You see the way he's entering and actually looking out for new stuff, and he also brings a lot of mood into the team. He's looks like a really open guy and brings a lot of mood to the team, which is really important. Actually, this was a bit hard. There was a few players that you could choose, but I actually went with Nico from G2. Like he has a lot of experience. He was in-game leading before at some point, and actually just his raw skill and mechanics is the reason why I picked him. Individually, he's so good. Sonic, the way he tries to lighten up the mood in the team, and you see him just standing up and bringing the hype, and he just seems like a really good guy. And from what I hear, he's also a really good coach. Like, yeah, I would choose Sonic.
We are back, it would seem.
We are back, indeed.
Yeah. You got that thing off your back? Whatever.
Yeah, he fixed it.
He requires a special treatment, right?
It's that sign
you're
you
so
put on
happy you're back. You have the special someone.
That's my own personal assistant I put in the contract. He gets
really?
I have to do that too, actually.
Yeah, you got to learn these things. It's all right. I'll teach you.
Well, speaking of learning, what we did learn today was that was a hell of a game. That was a pretty good game of Nuke. We got to admit. Evil Geniuses not really coming to the test there of Mousesports, and ultimately, that is just the way that cookie crumbled, Maniac.
I mean, they didn't survive the test of ROPS.
Yeah,
survive the test of ROPS. Look,
ROPS.
One of the caveat we have moving into this IEM Cologne is who among teams and players is going to be able to rise up to the occasion. Play their best level when it matters the most. ROPS is in that very exclusive club, and it's a very exclusive one. We're talking ZywOo, Simple, Nico to an extent, that always deliver as an individual. And he's keep doing that again and again and again. Why do you have players like Frozen, who came in from a very MVP Flashpoint performance, moving into Cologne, struggling a little bit? Because it's not easy. It is not easy to maintain that level, and ROPS is such an exemplary player. It is amazing to watch him play.
It was wild. He was everywhere in this game. Like, every time it felt like EG had an advantage that was taken away from them, I feel like I looked up and ROPS is on the kill feed somewhere. ROPS is making a smart play. ROPS is in the right position to stop something. And that's just a wild performance for someone. 38 and 17, 140 ADR across 28 rounds. That's mental. And it's so good. I feel a little bit bad because I feel like we could talk some positives about Acor, but he's just so overshadowed by how good ROPS played.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Acor found himself in pretty advantageous situations, albeit not nearly as impactful as he has to have them because you have a ROPS running around.
Look, if we want to commend Acor, I do believe that in the last 3 to 5 rounds, he had very impactful moves. But it took him a while, like a diesel. It took him a long time to get activated and find these kills. But when he did, he started being a bit more aggressive. He started finding these gray areas where he could make an impact. And I think that was a factor for Mousesports.
I don't know how you feel about this, but there's like one part of me that looks at this and says, ROPS getting 38 kills is incredible, but how the hell was it 16-12?
I know.
That too, yeah.
I know.
And I don't know. I actually don't know if that like truly is like a fair thing to say, because sometimes, I mean, I don't know. The game goes that long, but I mean, to have that many kills, for him to be that impactful earlier on in the half, or like throughout the first half and earlier on in the second half, and not close the game out earlier, it feels like, there's something missing still.
Yeah, and you know what is missing, Maniac? I think you could put a bow on it. Tell me about it.
I mean, we can talk about what's missing on the defensive side of EG, maybe bring up round 13 to showcase how Mousesports were making them pretty much crazy. Why? That T side, again, we have ROPS. What a coincidence, making his vent drop that he's been doing time and time again. We'll have the wall of smoke as well outside. And this is where you can see that EG, they were one step behind the music on their CT side. They were not expecting that move from ROPS, although he had accustomed them to it. Then slowly but surely, they make their way through that wall of smoke that had been here for many different rounds. And the result of that is that EG don't know where to look. They don't know where to look. Mouse was being too fast. They weren't synchronized. We'll see here the double peek from Mishu plus the flash. He's got no chance. That is round for Mousesports. They were, as a team, Jason, they were better on the T side. I agree with the ROPS dependency, but their T side was clean.
Yeah, it was. And I think there were also just some weird disorganization from EG as well. That round in the lower bomb site that they had, like a 5-on-3, and it all turned around like the snap of a finger. Some of the retakes on the upper bomb site felt a little uncoordinated. That round that we just saw, just because it was on the screen, Mihu, that position is like, it's so difficult to like find success there. Like, peek you window, they can peek you at the door, they can come out the other door, they can come out decon, they can throw flashbangs, which is what happened to him. That spot is so exposed, and it felt like he had time to move in deeper.
And the time that we do have left on the desk, we have
sir.
to kind of have to look at Inferno. I mean,
cool.
For this to be the end of the road, perhaps in Cologne for Evil Geniuses, that's going to be a bitter pill to swallow.
It would be. And if we talk about this organization and the fact that the setups are lackluster, that should not be the case on Inferno. We move into a very known territory. I framed it as the map. They always peak in series, so we should not see these kinds of mistakes. But still, now it's back against the wall, right? That's the one map that could separate them from the IEM Cologne main event. They lose this, they're out. I don't think they have pressure on them per se because they're still going up against Mousesports, but they must feel like it was doable on Nuke, and that lingers in you.
Yeah, it's always got to linger. You don't have to let it linger, though, Jason. Shout out to the Cranberries one
It's all
time.
good.
We're going to go to a break, and we're going to come back with Inferno. This is where things could be ending for the Evil Geniuses here in Cologne, but we were going to find out when we return. BRB, y'all.
Maybe not. Backside, maybe.
CT
He's
rush.
right click. He's right click. Harry! Oh!
Nice rush leg.
Trying to beat
No. The other guy was hit too, but he could have gone mid to B. Yeah, planning.
Flashing over.
He's pushing you.
No rush.
Up mid road.
Dude, attack nice garbage. I missed.
One in A rush.
Hey, Harry, mid-choke, and rush off in B. No, dude. We need to play together. We talked about this. We need to play together. Follow me or lead the way.
We're going for the 6-0. We're going for the 6-0. The 6-0. Both mid.
Both. Or maybe I'm lying. Nice,
right.
Harry. There we go. One round's all we need.
Come on.
What is this crazy shit, boys?
Behind. Both. He's top mid. I'm going B.
Oh, dude. How does 10 HP in apps?
His fucking spawn, bro.
Where?
Let's go 10 HP. Let's go 10 HP.
Spawn.
What is he?
Panic.
Dude, I'm panicking right now.
I'm gonna mask his footsteps.
Dude, the spread is unreal.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster.
look at them handsome fellas. My oh my, Mousesports, baby, they're 1-0 up right now. And we're getting ready to head to Inferno, the map pick of evil geniuses. We're hoping there that after such a close fought battle on the map of Nuke, they can give Mousesports a run for their money and take us the distance.
Certainly hope so. I'm a little worried looking at the numbers at least, Harry, right? It may be EG's map pick, but this is one that Mousesports played 5 times back at Flashpoint. Guess what? They won it every single time, even getting a little 16-0 in there. But, you know, we can flip that on its head and talk about EG and mention how they just took down Vici on this map mere moments ago prior to this BO3. And, you know, we like the fact that they're warmed up, but it didn't really save their case back on Nuke. Got to bring out all the stops here. This could be their final map of land play for now.
Yeah, I think, you know, like one of 3 things could happen to Mousesports. Either they're still pretty reliant on Rops to be the man putting up big numbers, and maybe he falters, maybe he slows down. You know, even slowing down by like, even if he had like 5 less kills, that could have made all the damn difference when you're splitting hairs of like, such a close map. So, yeah, you know, either he slows down or he keeps it up and it never matters, or the rest of Mousesports now start to get activated a little bit more around it, and it becomes more of a team effort for Mouse.
I mean, this is the map for a team effort, right, as well, Harry. You're not going to be able to carry, you know, Inferno solo by any means, right? This is a map where you lose a couple of CTs and, you know, in the first few seconds and the round's over, you're already thinking about saving. So, yeah, there's going to be pressure on everyone to perform here. But we got more out of A-Core near the end of that game as well. It's worth noting. And just to go back to numbers, because we love numbers here, 38 kills from Rops in 28 rounds on the previous map of Nuke.
I almost said the phrase config kill record when he was doing that, and I'm glad I didn't, because my was he short. But you know,
not even close.
You can't be like, yeah, mate, it's only 39. He didn't get 48. So yeah, great stuff out of him. I just want to get it underway. Oh, wait, I get what I want when I ask for it? That's a bad precedent to set. Mousesport versus EG about to be underway. It's the second map, and the winner is going to the main event of IEM Cologne. The loser, well, they just have the memories.
Bad memories, that is. We only want good memories. Let's make it a 3-mapper at least, EG. Come on. Fast towards B. It's a T-side start, and up they go. 4 in B for Mousesports. Could not have read this better, but the bomb is in alt mid, and Frozen doesn't care. He's picking players out of midair, going back for a 3rd in the banana stand. All the nades lost to the headshot of Frozen. That's 3, and Rops is even ready on the A site. They might get past him in the hallway. He can have that quick flank. Instead, he's dead to the tap of Mihu. And EG, they need to go pronto. They don't know. That was the one man in this bomb site. If they commit right here, right now, they get the bomb plant, they get a chance. And with how slow they're going, Mousesports are doubting themselves. They didn't want to push Banana. They leave Frozen there with the 3K already. And the bomb is long right now. Mihu is offering up a piece of the pie, and they will take down a bite with glee.
Yeah, now that the bomb's cut loose, Cirque's impossible job gets even harder. He's got to embark on a 1v4. Then get the bomb and maybe get it planted. Now, not looking great for him as he's wrapped from literally everywhere. That is the nature of a 1v4 like that. But a big multi-kill from Frozen, 3 at Banana to open up the round, and then the killing blow to close it out as well.
Yeah, that's sad for EG, right? Because, you know, when they go up Banana, they only actually see 2 people. They see Frozen, and they see that flashbang come over the roof. They never knew there were 4B from the offset. So killing Rops in apps wasn't, you know, temptation enough to just jump out short and get the plant. That could have been winnable, but losing the bomb on long, overcomplicating it, you can say. They just don't have the info that we do. And so that is the be-all and end-all. Instead, Mousesports now poised and ready to run away with the CT side. Frozen, another 4K, maybe the ace, and Dexter yoinks it. Yikes.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. It's fine, man. You win the round. It would have been cool to have a Frozen ace in the second. And yeah, Frozen did bait out in the 2v1 so that Rops could ace. He pulled the attention of Mihu away. So he was a giving guy to give Rops his ace.
Yeah, look, Frozen's not, he's looking across the
Frozen's thinking like, Dexter, really? You're going to come all the way over to Europe and this is what you're going to do to me?
Back-to-back 4K, so no one's complaining about that. Glock's gotten rid of nice and quickly. And here's the gun round. Oh, no waiting around.
Frozen again!
For Frozen.
Oh!
He wants all 5, baby.
He wants that ace. He's not going to get it this round. Obo puts a stop to him. Still, he's gotten 10 kills in the last 3 rounds. You couldn't ask for more than that out of Frozen. He said, look, everyone's looking at Rops. Everyone's saying we only won Nuke because of Rops. Nah, mate, here on Inferno, I'm going to show you that Frozen still got some goods to give. And advantage still lies with Mousesports after that aggression from Frozen. Even with damage done to Acor and Dexter, the numbers alone make this a scary round for EG. They're desperately looking for that equalizer. And if they set up over here towards this B site, now walking into 2.
Yeah, and I love that Dexter's going to make first contact as well, right? They'll never consider the boost after they see Dexter in this position. He's probably going to wrap Coffins after a smoke, but they are forced out by his utility. A few more seconds of waiting here for EG before they commit, and round Dexter goes. They call very low now. Got to be careful. Wall smoke is in. That lets him isolate Acorn. Nothing Dexter can do to help him out in this position. And EG with 30 on the clock are getting ready to explode.
Yeah, smoke down in CT, but ready to fight over the top of it is... Oh! He was ready, but not for the pace on Obo. Only the dink out of Dexter as well. That is such a shame, man. That is the essence of the M4 versus AK fight. Sometimes you can hit them in the same place they hit you, and you can hit them first, but they still win it. Now you're propelled into this 2-on-2, and thanks to Rops getting that kill, suddenly you're interested again if you're Mousesports.
Oh, is he got a nade line up here? Is Rops going above to dunk Coffins? No, it's going to go over oranges, but no one there. Was a Coffins player. Obo tucked back, waiting in the back of the site, cleared out, and Stan's going to trade that kill. B-Mass is low. Same case for Stan. Just playing with his food right now. Tap won't force a fight. Stan, he's got enough time to go wide, and that's a 1 round for EG. Finally on the board. Exit should be B-Mass's, but Bomb will claim him too. So EG on the board, but everyone dies, Harry, and so money is fleeting.
Money is fleeting. Life is fleeting. It's all fleeting, Hugo, and we're soaking up every moment of it here. Yeah, it's an EG round. They get on the board nice and early. Maybe that can be a bit of a difference maker, right? Getting your head in the game nice and early on, feeling proud of the results in that first rifle round there, and digging yourself out of what was a rough start, right? There was a point in time, albeit a brief point in time, where you were 5-on-3, and you end up closing that out to put your first on the board.
Yeah, being able to shut out Frozen as well, right after his unbelievable first couple of rounds. May have gone 5v3 up, but not going to be enough to win the round for Mouse. As we said, coming into Inferno, obviously a lot harder of a map to have a solo carry on. Mouse concede banana as EG go through the smoke with a flash. Obviously no AWP in play, with money being lost by everyone. We even have at the top of B, Dexter ready to pop Frozen around the corner again. It's how he started this map. There it goes, the flash is out, but no one getting spotted. So now it's just a bait and switch instead for Mouse. Pressure on the apartments, Bomb still in middle. EG are far from committed. They're just looking for kills right now, and Breezy very close to death with his knife out in apartments. Now EG are grouped up mid, but with Mihu still sat back in banana, they can always double back if things don't go their way.
Yeah, still, this is great control to have. Yeah, look, there they go back through, but Rops has heard these footsteps. The rotations can't come in how you would like because the CT player still being present, and the fights at Banana go both ways. EG have now got a foothold in towards this B site, and they don't know about Breezy's luck. There he is, chiming in with a kill onto Acor. There is this fast wrap from Rops, and it's trying to save the day. He's got B-Mass up alongside him. They've got it down to this 2-on-2. Rops making a mad dash for the bomb into the site, but as that smoke fades, he's blindsided by Breezy, who goes on to close out that round there. EG, they do get another. They start chaining them together now, and they can find even more success on the back of it.
I love that call for EG as well, right? Like, get the banana control, get the Utah of the B players early, leave me who they're safest to not die, and then they have everyone up mid, right? So much pressure in the mid choke point gives Breezy room to push his smoke on long and come in with that perfectly timed lurk. Cuts off a rotate, wins the round with the last 2 in B. That's a beautiful round out of EG. Perfect. 2-2, and Mouse, now they're back to pistols. But Rops, it's never a deterrent, is it?
Yeah, he's bought a deagle again. He's still feeling it. Still feeling that confidence. Opens this round up with a blinding 1 dig onto Cirque. That was all the way from top mid down to ramp on the run across. Yeah. It's not even like Rops stood around and kept taking that.
Poor Cirque. He's 0-5 now. Like, what a way to start, you know, an anti-eco, like the freest round yet of the game, and you just get bopped immediately. Got to get the bomb, Breezy. And he's got to get it before he dies to the middle. There's a lot of players there. Jumping up, dropping back, and just trying to stay alive as these USPs tap. 1 health. Oh, and he's still fighting.
He doesn't really have any other choice, does he? Obo's coming. Obo's like, look, we need someone to clean this up. We need someone to get it all back under wraps. And I can die in the bottom of mid. And he will.
2 guns here.
Yeah, now there's weapons to be retrieved. Breezy is still on 1 health from those earlier fights. I don't imagine Mousesports attempt this, even with the damage being done. I imagine you just go for the save, ride it off, and that will be the case. But if only they knew just how low Breezy was, maybe they'd be a little more enticed.
Wow, there's an AK back down bottom mid. I really thought they would have swapped Stan's Mac 10 for that. They had more than enough chance to.
I just don't think they wanted to take, you know, even delaying, like, getting that bomb out of there by a second.
Yeah. Or just early round, right? Like, Cirque died immediately. You definitely could have gone back.
That's true,
you
right?
Had so much, you know, dilly-dallying in the banana there. There was definitely the chance. You know, it's a small detail. It doesn't make, you know, anything too scary. But you know, giving Mousesports AKs here, it's not really what you want. Now they're going to be able to buy utility behind it, get a full buy-in here. Probably no AWP unless we see glass, but nonetheless, it's going to be a lovely little buy round here for Mousesports. EG, that being said, definitely looking better than Nuke, right? Out of the gate on the T side, I think they're preferring that as well.
Oh, no. It's such a devilish smile, isn't it? Because Rops is like so pure on one hand, but it's like behind that smile is a guy who is going to literally ruin your dreams.
Man,
like
the dichotomy of just seeing those 2 cameras of Rops just giggling and Cirque just molding, man. Oh, yeah, we've all been there.
Well, yeah, you know, man, like, while you have flow state, which is like an intense focus where everything feels natural and like, you know, it's almost like you and your mouse and keyboard are like one, right? That's what it kind of feels like when you're in that state of mind. You can kind of be in the opposite where you do just feel like you're out of the game. Like every bullet that comes your way, you're catching in the head, you're missing like the few opportunities you're getting. You just can't get that read that you need. Maybe that's where Cirque could find himself if this is how his game's looking to start. Once again, Cirque is the man caught at banana, but from beyond the grave, his nade has helped out. So he's still played into this round, keeping it even in a 3-on-3.
Yeah, lovely play from Frozen, man. He is having a Rops tier game right now. 14-4, just taking names, peeking down B with a double kill. It's left only Dexter here. He's got a Molotov still. Don't want to get caught swapping between weapons. Akor's got a flash ready. EG yet to commit. But they are grouping. This should be the full throttle. Mihu spotting that Coffins player. And that might just be temptation enough. He heard the flash come from CT, so it's full info. Unless there's a third random player in the B-bomb site, you know exactly what's going on. But Mihu is put down in spawn. The smoke coming in on Coffin keeps another player out as well. But Mal's can afford to play retake in this position.
Yeah, especially with Breezy so low again, right? It essentially means we're looking at this now and we're saying, look, Obo, he's the guy who really needs to win this round. He's the guy who needs to do the bulk of the heavy lifting. And so as he encroaches on this CT territory, he's lost his teammate back in the site. And you can hear how hyped up Mousesports are getting on the back of securing this round. They make the retake happen. They break the 3-round streak of EG and they tie this game up again.
Who was that?
I
was
don't
that
know.
Frozen? I feel like that was Frozen, right? Just, you know.
I mean, he is looking hyped. And it does look like he is trying to like hype everyone
he got
up.
his double kill. He dies. He has to watch, but you know you've done your job at that point. You just really want your team to close the round. They were unable to close the round where he pushed down mid and got a double as well in round number 3. But hey, this time Dexter does the work with that FAMAS. And he's rewarded with an AK. 3-3 now. Cirque finally on the orb. And that's a good sign.
Yeah, hopefully this can be like, you know, the rebirth of Cirque in this game. We can have him find his footing a little bit with the AWP in hand. T-side AWPing on Inferno, it can be fickle, it can feel rough. So let's see if he's up for the job. He's gonna have to go toe-to-toe with Acor, who similarly hasn't really seen anyone yet in this game, so he's been pretty quiet. Now he's going to get given a chance to put his AWP to use as well. So we get a clash of AWPers at this A-bomb site.
Oh, they're going fast as well, running up the short side already, or EG. Zobo leading the way, but they actually bail. They double back and just get stuck in the mid-choke with these 2 smokes down. They're going to go long after it fades. Still a player in the cubby with Dexter baiting on the corner. Robs, he's so good at this position, but he's actually going wide. The molly comes in, he does escape, but can he get away with his life? No one punishing him. Robs, more than enough room to get back. Dexter sleeping at the wheel, though, gets headshot. And now it's Robs in the same position, but smoked off. They know about the rotate. There's a big gap, however. And Robs is going to exploit it, catching the cross. Traded by Obo. And he really is doing the heavy lifting right now, jumping up. Oh, it's getting awkward. Acor hits the shot. Obo needed that kill. And Acor's finally put down by Cirque, leaving Frozen a long way out. He's close to mid, though, and he begins to sneak up.
Yeah, if anyone could get you believing, it is Frozen. This guy has been Mr. Multi-Kill. First 3 rounds, he was 10 kills deep. Well, now he's got to add 2 more to this tally if he wants to win the round for Mousesports. Mihu scoped up on the angle. Cirque donning an AWP as well. Frozen is not going to get given many opportunities to win this one, but he waits patiently behind the smoke. Pressure's on, Frozen with the swing, and Mihu nails the shot. They never break a sweat. They never give him the chance to play that 1v2. EG in with another round. And I think most importantly there, Cirque comes in with that AWP and gets the round-saving kill, the round-saving trade onto his AWPing counterpart in Acor on the other side.
Yeah, that got a bit scary, right, with Obo, you know, double jumping up, missing them both times. But Cirque keeps it afloat. And EG take the lead right back, leaving Mousesports lacking everything, anything, just pistols here. So more chances for EG to build into this half after all. It's really what you would have wanted. A competitive series. You don't want EG showing serious face earlier against Vici and then just going out with a whimper here in the elimination match. Frozen, oh, doesn't see the head above the boost. Realizes a little too late. They've already dropped off. But Banana is controlled here by Mouse with that smoke.
Whenever we've had little snippets, you know, you can hear that Frozen's been pretty vocal. I like that. I've always, you know, especially during like the online period, I always assumed Frozen was a rather quiet dude. I don't really know much what it's like when you get him in the server when he's in his element. But from talking to him in interviews, he seemed like a kind of reserved guy. It's great to hear that he's here pumping the team up, getting them excited. This round, though, there might not be much to get excited about as a Mouse fan or a Mouse player. Oh, maybe I've spoke too soon. Acor giving us something, giving us anything. The Deagle, 2 to its name already, and it shut down after that. It certainly made it a bit more interesting, but Mihu's here. Ooh, was hoping to seal the deal. Once again, Frozen given another chance to attempt a 1v2 retake at the A site.
Yeah, definitely put your nose in here and see what it smells like. You've got the AWP on your back as a secondary, but he'll never get the chance to whip it out. And Breezy will close the round. Oh, Mousesports, they make you interested even on the ecos, even especially on the decos. Some nice shots out of Acor and Rops with those pistols in this series so far, but EG are still the ones controlling the score. Man, if Frozen hit this kill faster as well, if he managed to catch Stan, who was actually only 40 health, 1 shot from dead, that could have been the bomb on long, a 3-on-2 in favor of Mouse. But instead they're going to have to do it with guns.
Oh, now they know Acor. He's interested. Oh, the flash! What? Oh, the flash! Stuck. He got stuck in the smoke, lost in the source, and the AWP is juggled out there by Frozen. That is a grim consolation for losing this opening fight in that fashion.
Yeah, and EG, they're speeding up on A right now. They think the Mousesports are only going to be a 2-2 setup, but Mouse haven't moved a muscle. This is a really good call to just sit back and wait. Dexter getting a long kill, smoking himself off. He wants EG to take that A site. He wants them to go short into this stack, and so they are. BMAS catching Breezy, falling out of apartments, and now it's getting worse for wear for EG.
Yeah, there's one big kill out of Bihu. There's still another man in the site. BMAS, they're all around him. Dexter, you've now got to be the man. You let them get up short. You wanted them to hit A. Show us why, Dexter. Show us why. In with the double. And he just might have saved this round for Mousesports. Obo, the only man. Oh, Frozen from short. Gets the trade. And Mouse are on to number 4. Dexter shows us why patience is indeed a virtue with that double kill into the A-site retake.
Oh, I love that as well. And he knows exactly where Robo is, so he just tucks default. He just waits for Frozen to set up for that trade, because Dexter, he got eliminated. He got destroyed by Obo. So fortunate that Frozen was in position to quickly react and win the round for Mousesports. That's what he's here for, 16-6. Yeah, Myth are getting hyped as well. You like that?
Yeah, man. I mean, you know Myth as a guy, he just loves Counter-Strike. He just lives and breathes it. And so being back on LAN with the boys, it must be a lovely feeling.
Oh, clinical shots. And a crispy game right now, Harry.
Yeah. Frozen, you cheeky little devil. Little head tilt dance, man. I don't know. There's something so precious about some of these Mouse guys. Acor with his AWP, scoped up on mid, homed in on this angle. It's a force buy for EG.
Ooh, hit that.
Tag with the AWP, but not the killing blow. And so Obo's given a second chance at life after all. Oh, but maybe not for long. Look at Frozen. Also, look at Sir.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Run. B's empty. Dexter's trying to fill that hole very quickly, but he's got no util to stall out a B play. Meanwhile, Mouse are doing exactly what they did in the last round. They are just doubling down. They are fully committing to this A hold. And other than Dexter getting the info, Mouse still have this long double setup. Rops not getting cleared. Doesn't matter. Acor gets the kill. Back to B they go. Rops has just peeked down mid. He sees nothing. And so the penny drops here for Mousesports. And here come EG.
Oh, but an early swing from Dexter and a double found has caused some trouble for EG. Obo's still caught fighting in middle. He doesn't really want to be here, but he doesn't have any other choice. And Stanislaw is locked in an entirely separate fight of his own. Him versus Acor decides the outcome at this B bomb site. Now Obo's been able to rejoin Stan over here at B, and so Acor finds himself locked in a 1v2 at the coffins. You've got to put bodies in these coffins, Acor, and he denies the bomb plant. Now for Stan, this is a rough round.
Ooh.
He does surprise them with the deep CT peek, but he doesn't have the bomb, and he doesn't know where Acor is. He's got the info, but Acor lands the shot, and the day is saved by Acor.
Oh dear, he's even playing the pistol, man. He's just fully fighting in that 1v1, 20 health on Stan, and he hits the shot. Nice try for EG, right? They try and make it pretty with that little run boost. Stan hunting the rotate, but Acor, he stops the bomb plant, and that's where the round really falls apart. Yeah, Acor, definitely a slow start on Nuke, without a doubt, but he really did step up in that CT side. And he's showing the same vein here. 5-5. And with no plant, no money, EG have to take a pretty much full eco. One Deagle and the P250 is all they can muster. Careful. Don't want to get deagled right back down mid. Rops wants some money. Oh, no.
His indecisiveness and, wanting to try and play that to get the most out of it actually means that he misses the timing onto both players. A little bit unfortunate, but nothing that you're going to, lose sleep over if you're Ops. You still get a kill through this mid-smoke, and he's even peeking in for more. He knows he can take liberties in this round, and he really just wants to make money and get in the head of EG. And here he is doing exactly that in the apartments, doubling down with the MP9. This little eco for EG, really losing any chance of finding even damage. Just Breezy creeping in here through old mid with Stanislaw.
Yeah, and Robs will probably meet them right there. The timing looks good. He's coming in from above, and no one's looking. Stan does get a deeg shot, but Robs trades Breezy, and now from the kill feed alone, you know where Stan sits. Oh, Robs. Lovely little round, 4 kills, money made, and economy kept in good standing here for the CT side. That's obviously the key of Inferno, key of any CT side, but more so on this map, a map that is so prolifically known for, expensive buys requiring full utility on 5 players in the AWP, and then, so many saves. It's something that Mousesports haven't really had to experience. They've been in control of so many of these rounds. They've been reading these A takes round after round. They've been retaking B in 2-on-2s. So yeah, things are looking really good for Mouse right now.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Inferno normally for a T side is it feels like you're always so close to breaking the money, right? Yeah. Or you're always close to forcing a save. But you are dead on, Hugo. That's not really a pressure that Mouse are feeling yet. And outside of that first rifle round that went the way of EG, that's the only time they've really been burdened by these ecos even. So we do need EG to get that kind of momentum break to start affecting the money if they want to be able to leapfrog back and forth towards the end of this first half of play.
Yeah, this is actually, they're doing their first rifle again, it looks like, putting a lot of pressure on A early, but I say that, me who backs out a banana, so they will be committing to this A site. It's not treated them too well, gotta say, but with 5 players here, it could be a different story today. Everyone committing at the same time, looking to trade in what is essentially a 3-on-5, right? So EG, how will this fare? Flashes from Cirque towards the pit. Rob's not gonna be bothered at all. Still hits the kill, fully blinded, and Acor catches Mihu out on the apartments hunting that frag. Now Miles in a 3-on-3. Now they're favored even with EG stuck on 1 choke point. Good flash, and the entry follows. They know Robs is here, but Acor is causing problems at long. He's now all that stands in this A bomb site. Another shot hit, but no kill found in the bomb. Needs to get out of the pit.
Okay. Free passage into the site and a chance to get this bomb down and play around it. Cirque is very, very low, so anything he can get here is a nice little bonus. Instead, we're looking at Stanislaw and we're saying, Stan, from this very out there position, from really center stage with all the spotlights on you, you've got to be the man to step up and save the day. Oh. And Stan, well, he is the man, isn't he? Double kill, and just Frozen left. He's stopped in his tracks. He's frozen in time. And EG, they might be onto a 6th after all on the back of Stan and his audacious play up on top of the double stack. Frozen's out of there, and EG are up onto 6.
Wow.
Ballsy from Stanislaw, right? I don't think many people would have looked at that 2-on-3 and gone, yeah, I'm going to fight them from on top of the boost on site. Let's go.
Hey. He said he had to make a play, Harry, and that is the definition. Textbook from Stanislaw. And that's going to save EG in a massive 2v3 situation. Just trying to get, the last couple of trimmings here, the last little bit of steam out of this T side. 6 rounds is good, but it could be better. And Mouse don't have an AWP to stop them either. The save is big from Frozen, and they've at least got a full buy. Ooh, fighting for Banana. Obo's got to watch out. The mollies are coming in deep, and we've even got boosts up for Mouse. They're really trying to take names out of this position. Flash can follow, and then Frozen can jump back up. There it is. Oh, it's not pretty, but trading 1 for 1. You can't afford to die here, and so getting out with a flashbang is the right call, keeping things even. You can tell how keen Frozen is for more, though. He is feeling it today. Always double dipping.
Creeping up in the top B, knowing that behind any one of these corners there could be someone ready to ruin your day. They've still managed to take this control, and they're eyeing up Cirque to get the opener. Acor is playing towards Dark, and Cirque is about to be on this angle. Will their eyes meet? Will they find one another from across the bar? Ooh, still playing around the pillar, but Acor's knocked out. Ooh. Frozen, dead after 1. And the B site belongs to EG. A bomb plant found and a save called for BMAS and Rops.
Yeah, Frozen really wanted 2 off of that position as well, right? Like, Acor is just baiting for him. He's just jiggling on the pillar. He's stalling as long as he can. But, once the orb gets there, it just wallbangs, and there's not much Acor can do. And Frozen only takes a kill. The spacing was so wide for EG that, without a second player presented, Frozen tries to drop, and it's at that point that he gets re-peaked. So 7 rounds, EG back in the lead. We like what we're getting from them on their map pick.
It's certainly looking more substantial, right? Like, thinking back to Nuke, there it was like a war of attrition in which Mousesports are winning it out more often than not, and EG were constantly having to play catch-up, right? That was their entire game back on Nuke. Every single celebration that we were taking was when they tied it up at 10-10, when they tied it up at 11-11, and it was just a game where it's like, we're already behind, and so we need to give 120% to close this gap, and they couldn't do it there. Here on Inferno, different story. Much closer, EG fielding leads as well and actually having the momentum go in their way. This is looking a lot better for EG to do damage and potentially take us to a third after all.
Yeah, that's definitely a great sign. You know, Counter-Strike is a game of 2 halves though, Harry, and sometimes even more. So we don't like to get ahead of ourselves. We know Mousesports have probably got something cooked up in the kitchen for this T side. They at least want to put a ribbon on the defense, try and take the lead right back out of the hands of EG. Still attainable yet, but this is far from a pretty buy to get them there. Just this 2 saved guns and nothing else.
Oh, there's more where that came from. Not anymore.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was going to get Dexter as well. That's what I get for trying to predict it. Dexter just wrecks him with the USP. Surely that's the end of the line for Dexter. Surely 1 is all he gets. Hated, followed up onto by Cirque. And what you're hoping is that on the back of them getting these 3 kills, that has enticed EG to not only hit the B site, but to maybe drop their guard a little bit. You're hoping that BMAS can take advantage of the red carpet that's been rolled out to EG and get away with kills from the B site, but he's being evaded. He's being outmaneuvered. EG are looking elsewhere. We do still have Rops over here on A, so can he be the one to carry the torch for Mouse?
It's going to have to be. Those 1 man smoked off. He goes right through, and they are not considering it. Robs almost doubling up. Obo dinked down to just 3 points of health, and that could have been everything for Miles. Instead, it's just a save. A round that will be forgotten as EG get that bomb planted. Nice try for Robs. A couple of seconds earlier might have won him the round. They never even considered the long smoke push.
And, you know, when this was 6-5 in favor of Mouse, we were saying they haven't really felt the burden of the money yet, right? We haven't really had EG get too many free rounds. Well, when they finally do, look at what that's done to the scoreline, right? We're starting to get that widening of margins. We're starting to get EG pulling ahead. And now there's even a chance at the 9-6 half here. With this rifle saved and with money banked up, Mouse are bringing guns out into round 15. That was always the plan. So they've at least got a fighting chance to split this half down the middle.
But it's good to see EG, you know, not having ruffled feathers after that first map, right? Definitely felt winnable with a good little T-side comeback there. Closed out at the end by Robs, really, more than anyone. So EG hasn't let that get to their heads. But the hardest part is always closing, as we always know, so...
By the way, that shot from Obo, just gnarly, man.
It's crazy.
That's like a 180 flick to trade a crucial kill. If Rops doubles up, suddenly Mouse had a chance in that round. So that was a must-hit shot, and Obo hits those. Good to know.
Oh, look at this.
Okay, I often say this. The only vulnerability to such a heavy porch side setup is the apartments, right? The only way that this can fall apart is if you flank these short guys and are able to get the better of them.
Yeah, the only problem is Robs has so often been balcony punishing Breezy that he, you know, is he going to jump out? Is he going to be willy-nilly with this one? If he is, yes, that's the perfect play. It's the round-saving play, but without it, oh, this is going to be a meat grinder. A quick kill from Robs in middle. Now he can divert his attention to this smoke, and Breezy's creeping out, but Robs is right below. Flash goes over, and Robs is under as he drops Breezy down 6 feet and then some. Mal's looking to clean up the end of the half here. 5 on 3. What could go wrong?
Yeah, EG don't even really have faith in committing to this A site, and with good reason. They've anticipated the short setup, but now that they've lost the bomb, Stanislaw, reality kind of setting in, that the chance at a 9-6 half has slipped by the wayside, and it's looking like an even 7-8 scoreline moving into this second half of play. Stan, I would love it if you could win this round. Give us something absolutely ridiculous, but I don't think it's going to happen. There's the swing, and there it is, 7-8. EG still in the lead. Is that going to be enough to keep their dream of an IEM Cologne main event appearance alive? Find out in just a moment.
Hey Future Pros! Continuing the advanced pro tips trend, I analysed a pistol round strat that Liquid like to perform on the A side on Inferno. For this execute, you will need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes, and 3 flashbangs. It also helps to have some form of apps control, just so you don't get caught with smokes in your hand. The idea of this execute is to isolate the CTs playing in pit and on the site, allowing your team to overrun each position. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the short-sided smoke and a supporting flash. To throw the smoke, first get into this corner near alt mid. This smoke lineup requires the classic view model as the lineup is quite precise. Position the right corner of the top of the smoke to the corner of the highlighted railing. Then throw the smoke. This smoke will block off vision from any pit players. This will allow the rest of your team to storm the A site as one pack. There is no real specific lineup for the flash, so aim high and jump throw. As this flash is about to pop, the rest of your team should start making their way at mid. Then head into apps and peek out with your team as they make their move. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the smoke to block off long, accompanied by 2 flashes to help your team take the site. To throw the smoke, line up with the middle of this grate while up against the wall. Find this plant part and aim to the top left corner of it, then throw the smoke. Next, you'll be throwing your 2 flashes. For the first, aim to the lower left side of this window and jump throw the flash while running forwards. This will flash anyone on the site, allowing your team to pounce. The second flash will land over the pit and also help Future Pro 1 get out of apps. Again, there is no specific lineup, so just aim above the roof's overhang and running throw the flash. That's about it. Unless one of the CTs goes absolutely cataclysmic, you shouldn't have too much of a hard time taking the site as long as your team sticks to the strat.
For any team attending an IEM Cologne, that is like the creme de la creme. And right now, the fact that this is the first LAN that we have had in an inordinate amount of time, it makes it even more special. For one of these teams, Cologne's on the horizon. The other, as we've said, this will be one that they fall a little short on. EG, a map down right now, but in the lead on their map pick. Do they have what it takes to take this game the distance?
Well, let's find out, Harry. We're getting right back into things. Pistol round on the horizon, and Mousesports now on the T side. Dexter going to have to lead his merry men to a 2-0, or at least he'll try. EG on the other side of things, buying kit double flash and armor across the board. We've got a good bit of utility here for Mousesports. They could run a full B execute. They could do a fake into A and double back. Lots of options here. They're spread thin. And so they're looking to really play with the minds and hearts of EG.
Easy does it for BMAS and Frozen. They're sneaking their way up through Banana, and they've got a lot of control. This is something that Mouse are very, very happy with, you can imagine. Oftentimes, you know, even thinking back to that first half, if you remember when EG tried to take Banana control, they were met by the onslaught of Frozen and co. If you've got on all this real estate with no resistance, you're both happy, but also suspicious. Yeah. Where are these B players?
One of them's floating in CT spawn, but we'll be very quick to come back to A if that's the play. Frozen's still a Banana. Do they really commit with this one? And Frozen comes in with a backstab. Out they go into middle, and then peeling back. No, long flash in, they commit for the mid to B play, and Stan is the first man to fall. Now the world opened up to Mousesports as they run right round it.
At this point, mate, you are rubbing your hands together. This is what you wanted through and through. You've just got to break apart this two-man B-site hold. And it's easier said than done. Mihu with a triple has maybe, just maybe, helped EG in this pistol. The rest of the gang have got to finish what Mihu started. No. Missed shots out of Frozen. Ooh, but not the second time around. And not quite able to complete.
What?
It's Acor to come in and bail him out.
What? No, that's unbelievable. Just jumping, just dodging, and just stalling. Mousesports, they've got to be having fun with it, right? With the way that some of these rounds are transpiring, the way that they're picking up unbelievable positions. That was a really nice try from me, who triple kill here, and he still gets cleaned out by Frozen, who, remember, was the guy coming up Banana. He hunted CT to save his teammates from, you know, the inevitable. So Mousesports with a pistol, equaling up the scoreline, momentum, a lot of hype, as we're seeing from Frozen and co. Anything is possible here.
So that was the balcony nade thrown over. I love Rops's position, hiding under the balcony to hide himself from the nade.
Anything to dodge it.
Once again, that's already a sign of like great awareness of what EG were likely to do in a round like this. They've come in with this force fight. Mouse clearly know what they're up against, and so they're leaving nothing to chance, right? It might only be pistols on the other side, but they're still very methodical. They're still creeping their way around the map, making sure they don't go running into a stacked bomb site. Oh, I like this. They rotate out the two B players. You've already seen utility at B. You've already seen a smoke in the choke. You've already seen players spamming it. And now another one comes in. They're starting to peel Oboe around. This is the smoke delay play. And because you're just replenishing this B smoke, to Mousesports, it looks like there's a good few players here. That hasn't deterred them. They still push in, and they actually get an empty B bomb site as a result. That's one of these cases where EG were trying to mind game Mouse, and I think really they were making the perfect play with replenishing the B smoke. But Mouse just leave it to chance. They walk the smoke, they brave that gunfight, and they get an empty bomb site as their reward.
Robs is ratting it right now as well. He's running away from me, who's finally going to get hunted, but otherwise that will make no difference in the round, right? It's a Mac 10. It's a gun you don't even really want to play against rifles anyway. And yeah, I love that from Mouse to just commit, like, crazy balls to just go right into that round. But I mean, they themselves on the CT side, think about how many A stacks they committed with, right? They'd lose B and then they wouldn't even rotate. They just gamble and hope that EG outbrain themselves. That's kind of what you're doing there. If you're Mouse, you're reading into it. You're going, well, you know, it's so obvious. There's 3B from these smokes, so there's probably not 3B.
Yeah, right. You're almost thinking to yourself, like, now, I've got some respect for Stan. Like, I don't think he would make it this obvious that they've stacked the site, right? And so you're kind of calling his bluff almost. It really is a mind game at that point in time.
I mean,
and it's about like, it's like a game of chicken with a site stack. You know they're on one of them, and they're trying to tell you they're on B. Do you believe it?
Yeah, I think the big sad there, Harry, is the fact that Oboe can't get it back into B in
right.
time.
If he got there a little sooner with that smoke, maybe that's what makes them doubt it. But, you know, we can't just hypothesize on the maybes. We've only got what we've got, and that's Mousesports up onto 9 and an eco for EG.
Yeah, lovely little porch side setup, though. Everyone here, 4 out of 5. And so, you know, you're going to get dicey here for Mouse. Not a freebie by any means. Mihu pushing through, and Akor's got the drop. So this is where it should start to come crumbling down here for EG. They really haven't got the weaponry to contend. Oboe through the smoke. I like the play, but they're ready for it. And so really, yeah, just EG trying to be heroes right now. And they're getting guillotined. Painfully slow for Mouse, but they will explode altogether eventually.
That's the thing about being a hero, though, Hugo. You know, you can't just become one overnight. They're forged in the moment. They're forged in the fires of combat here on Inferno.
Poetic.
I know, right? Really makes you think.
Crazy how nature do that, but I don't think there are any heroes being forged in this round. Not for EG, at least.
Maybe Rops was an anti-hero all along. Someone you were meant to go, oh, this guy? Nah, he's evil. But really, oh, no, he's dead, Cirque beheads him. It's Dexter, king of the A-bomb site, locking it down. Mousesports, they navigate this little anti-eco nicely. They do lose Rops, but that's all well and good. You can take one. It's losing another that would be a step too far, right? You want to feel like you've made money on this round. You do that if you keep 4 alive.
And so they will. Claps all round, fist bumps in, and 10-8 Mousesports. This is their opportunity to get straight to the main event with absolutely no hassle, no overpass. Completed it, mate. Doing it too would be a statement piece after EG had such a quick and easy BO3 prior to this one. It may have been a warm-up match. Maybe it wasn't long enough to get their heads really in it.
Yeah, I mean, plus, like, you look at who they played before. When you play versus Vici, maybe EG feel like they haven't really been put through their paces yet today. Two very, very different opponents.
Yep.
Mousesports definitely bringing the heat, and you weren't necessarily challenged in this same vein earlier on. So it's a bit of a rude awakening for EG.
Oh, through the molly, Frozen has no fear right now, and they're all blind, him included. Me, who can't escape.
You ain't ready for that.
Yeah, he thought the molly was down. I'm safe, he said. Nope, nothing of the sort. Stan, though, does respond with a nade round the corner. He will evaporate into B, keeping a 4-on-4 intact and drawing the AWP over.
With Cirque now here, the B hold, not something you want to trifle with. Akor's going to try, give it a go. Both AWPers miss.
What?
Oh, my God. Stan just chases it down. 2 missed shots out of Akor. Really, one of those needs to be connecting. First one forgivable, Cirque missed as well. Then you get surprised by Stan, but if you're swinging it that wide, you need to give the results over. It's left him a man down now. BMAS trying to reclaim lost ground over at this A site. They are picking up the pace down short side. A double kill for BMAS has opened up A. And EG, a man down in the retake. This could just be a save.
It might have to be, right? That's sadly the right call in this position. You're just forced out of the bomb site. Your double long setup doesn't get a single kill. They tried to peek together, but the angle just worked out for Mouse, right? Like the long play is trying to peek wide for Porch, and he dies to the mid-choke player of BMAS. So, yeah, good cover there for BMAS. Saving Rop's life on 10 health. And the double AWP is at least kept here for EG, right? They get out with Akor's AWP as well from Banana, so it's not a bad save, but rounds are starting to slip by the wayside. You've yet to pick up anything in this CT side, and, it gets harder the more that go by for you to even break that curse, to get on the board in the first place.
No, 100%, right? And that's for a multitude of reasons. The money is working heavily against you on the CT side when you're not winning rounds. That really is like a difference maker, right? Even like one clean round thrown in as your first, your second, doesn't matter. Whenever you break the silence, one clean round can make all the difference for your longevity on the CT side. Suddenly it means when you're going for those saves with residual cash, you're still bringing guns out. In this situation now, you saved 2 AWPs and they're in play, and these AWP players could drop over, so you can kind of, you can salvage a buy here, but it still comes with its limitations. On top of that, right, it is just the idea that for Mouse, they're surging towards a 2-0. They're pumped up, and for EG, with each passing moment, with each passing round that goes
against 3K, it needs to be done here and now. Mousesports are heavy hitting B, moving up Banana with 4 players. Stan, contact shot. He's waiting for the close peek. And there it is. Quick and easy, get out alive and drop the smoke to stop Mouse from trading. Smoke's ready, but he's just fighting for it.
No, I like that, right? He takes this engagement. if he wins this fight and is then able to smoke, that is a huge return on investment on this AWP. It does still come with risks, right? If Stan dies, it's the complete reversal of what we say. You give up the 4-on-4 and you give a path into the A site. Don't know how Rops wins that. Further from the angle, I guess he could see more of Cirque than Cirque could see of him. And now this B play is looking to come through. EG have got an eye on everybody here, including the AWP on Stanislaw.
And there's more smokes as well. Mihu can replenish this at 20 seconds. At that point, Mousesports have to go through it. That's not what they want. Mihu's fighting, though. Stand through the smoke with a kill. Mihu caught by the gap. And now Mousesports can commit. Now they can go. EG with 2 players boosting up. Frozen has no idea, but he still makes it across with 8 points of health. The Molotov is cause for concern for Obo, and they can't stop the plant after all. Killing Frozen off of the box, though, and in a 2-on-3, this is all up in the air.
Stanislaw on with a hat-trick. 3 in the round on this hero AWP. Cirque might have been quiet, but Stan, he was hoping to be the hero. Instead, Breezy left alive as the last man for EG, and in to the waiting guns he goes. His death is quick, but not without mercy. Mousesports up on a 12. Building upon this lead more and more.
Insane round for Mouse, but you've got to say that was a bit of a blunder for EG, right? Like me, who still had the re-smoke and he's fighting through the little gap in it. You know, you have 20 on the clock there if you're EG and a triple B setup. If you think Mouse are going, there is no reason they'll be offering up those kills, especially after Stan grabs one through the smoke and you're still fighting. Like, playing passive there wins you the round, but instead it's EG dropping the ball.
Yeah. You know, essentially, it's one of those moments where because Mihu is fighting, everybody has to be fighting.
I mean, it's like a call being made to fight, right? Someone's made that call and everyone's on it, and that's good. You know, if a call's made, you should all commit, whether you like it or not. You don't have time for second guessing.
Just begs the question, what if? You know, and I hate what ifs, man. I just want to see the right thing happen.
Rops, massive round from him as well. He was the guy who killed not only Cirque AWPing long, but Stan AWPing Coffin as well. So he killed both those AWPers.
From anti-hero to anti-AWPer, mate.
Yeah.
That's Rops, just the anti to EG. And speaking of upping the ante, well, that's what Mousesports are hoping to do here. Grouping up at Banana again. EG leaning heavy towards the A-bomb site with Stanislaw anchoring Banana alone. Just jump peek in the half wall for info.
Yeah, but no utility to stall the B play, and Mouse are contacting. Like, this is a round gone wrong already for EG. They really think it's an A attack. They're getting contact played up Banana, position just cleared. Now, Mihu has a smoke, but does he get it out in time? Holding it right now. There it goes. Good timing. 40 seconds. Gonna fade at 25, and Mousesports will probably commit in those final few seconds. In the meantime, Rops is a long way away, but they're going fast and furious.
Straight in, mate. No respect for the smokes. No respect for these B players. The bomb going down, and with Rops still to find stuff on this lurk.
No saving
Things
today.
could only get worse for EG from here on in. And that's a terrifying thought indeed.
They know.
Look at Rops.
They know. They've heard him.
Yeah, he had to drop, right? They know he's here. Oh, my God.
Breezy.
Breezy.
It's right below you.
Breezy, please. They've gone past each other. He's scaled up above him. Obo gonna deal with Rops. And so the danger that pit player represented brushed aside.
Nice try from Rops, right? That was a nice try.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird moment there.
But I like the idea, right? He's so convinced that his team are going to win the B-bomb site with that execute through the smoke that he's already looking for exits as the round begins.
Oh, this could be huge. Dexter, he's so unforgiving. So much damage.
One more bullet
If only he kept spamming, man. If you took 2 guns away, I think that would have been EG just done. Just washed up in this one, sadly. They at least saved 2. And once again, it leaves them in a spot where, like, you could buy here. You could bring some investment out.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. You haven't won a round yet. Look at that round timeline in the top right. It's all Mousesports in the T side, 6 in a row, and EG are running out of opportunities. Now, like, yeah, the money is weird, right? You can see them piecing together their buy in the bottom right. It's either eco here and play, back from 14 for a flawless comeback, or you can buy here because of those saves. So, as you said, one more kill would have probably put EG on an eco here and then playing for the 14-8 comeback. And that's not a position anyone wants to be in. So being able to buy up here is a blessing in disguise. But, I mean, you just got to win it, Harry. It's simple as that. It just comes down to needing the rounds at this point. EG have had nothing on the CT side. Mousesports, wherever they want to go, whichever side of the map, they've had it for free.
Oh, attempt at banana control. All right, bit of a change from EG. Haven't really seen them challenging too heavily for this deep B control. Oh my, A-Core. Young Scopes on the nade. Dust Cloud, it kicks up, gets him off the angle, and a re-smoke at banana means that EG still have this map control. Now, Mouse, they can't really afford to look elsewhere till they take this back, or at the very, very least, get an idea as to what's going on here for EG. They throw all this A utility. I wonder if there's a commitment. So often when you lose banana, there's a 4-man A-hole. Well, now you're interested. Breezy peeks out from the pick. Dexter in with another, but he's traded it long. And they realize now that this site was stacked. They were right in that assumption, but they're getting all the kills anyway. The bomb's going to get planted, and EG are left in a 2-on-3 retake at this A bomb site to try and stop Mousesports charging onto 14.
How do they do it? They can't keep getting away with it, Harry. Just jumping through smokes is Dexter. Mouse want to close this series right here, right now, and they certainly might be able to. Cirque saving, Obo dead in apartments, and 14 found for Mousesports. I am loving this Mousesports roster. Dexter at the helm with all the firepower, and now back on LAN, looking feisty.
Yeah, I really didn't think that was the A commitment, right? Like, so often, if you lose banana, you are anticipating that the end goal on the back of taking some semblance of control there is to put a fourth man. Oh, Sucks! Lost the AWP.
Cirque's really had a mare in this game. It's not even really been down to him. Like, think about it. It's not like Cirque's been taking peeks out of spawn and dying, and it's like, oh, maybe you shouldn't take that peek. No, he's just been left saving, getting hunted. The first half was a mess. He was 0-5. He got 1-deed as soon as he got his first rifle out. Yeah, he's really had a hard game here. And at this point, it feels like the beginning of the end. 14-8. And yeah, just to jump on your point as well, I think BMAS getting that entry just elevates the pace.
Yeah, I think
They're
that changed it from like a, let's hang around, let's see what we can do. Maybe we fall back into like a B once we've kind of forced that 4-man stack. Then BMAS gets the opener and they just go, well, we don't have a better invitation than that, boys. Let's go. They run down the A site into a 4-man stack. And they're left laughing on the other side all the way to 14 rounds. The money of EG is in shambles, so they're on a partial investment. EG are essentially playing for overtime.
Yeah.
As a reminder, by the way, 8-7 in favor of EG, yet to put up a CT round. That's why the decision to play for OT is one that is, feeling kind of wild. You just have to pick your poison, essentially. Do you want to force and risk throwing it all away? Or do you want to have one more full buy up against 15?
Yeah, it's just about maximizing your buy rounds, right? Regardless of the scoreline, you're just trying to maximize the amount of primary weapons you have in your hands. And this is the best way of doing it. Unfortunately, no rounds to rely on, nothing to fall back on and say, this worked, let's try this. So, got to keep it fresh. Obo lives to tell the tale with a nade on long. He's down to 1. And Mousesports, after showing some face and banana, are moving up middle. 2 CTs here, only Cirque's left.
Look at the mini-map, man. Cirque has just peeled himself away from the A site, going towards B. EG are trying to just take a gamble, take a stack, and take this top banana control away. Now, that's actually nice info to have grabbed. However, it's a red herring. Stanislaw, he says, man, banana's clear. It's going to be the A play. Everyone leaves the B bomb site. And what do you know? Mousesports come back.
That's a kill, though, from Breezy. That might make Mouse doubt themselves as they were faking B to come back into A. They're still going to commit with that kill. A-Core doesn't need the AWP. Obo trying to cut off a late rotate, but he can't hit the shot with the P250. There's one more man running around middle, but Obo, he doesn't want to trifle with it. Instead, rerouting through the apartments where BMAS sits. Bomb planted. EG out of position, out of the round, and maybe out of the tournament.
Yeah, this really could be the beginning of the end for the evil geniuses.
Nah, mate, I think it's just the end.
BMAS swinging out into alt mid, has dealt with Obo, and now it is as good as done up on a 15. We need 7 rounds in a row if EG want to get this one to overtime. It's all got to happen from the get-go with no margin for error.
And again, as I said this at the start of the series, but this now means if Mousesports can close this, that is every single Oceanic player in this play-in stage going through to the main event. That is a cool day for Australian and New Zealand CS. Renegades going through earlier on, 2-0ing OG with an epic OT win on Inferno as well to get them there. And of course, JKS and Cole, who did manage to take down LDLC 2-0 as well. It's a day of 2-0s here for the Aussies. A quick day in the office. And Dexter at the helm of Mouse with 1 round standing between them and IEM Cologne main event.
And as we said, man, it would be the cherry on top of a perfect day. For guys like Dexter. Oh, Stan with the opener, though. His AWP has been nothing to shake a stick at, right? Like, he's been a real nuisance on this secondary AWP. Sometimes even outshining Cirque, yeah. So Mouse are going to go back away from Banana. They decide, Stan with the AWP? Nah. We would rather not, if that's okay. So they're going to group up over in top mid, vying for this bit of control. Flash to set up Rops for a peek into short side. He doesn't see anything. And so at this point, Mouse has started to put it together, right? They're anticipating, okay, maybe they're lax in top mid. Maybe we can take this bit of real estate. And they're playing back within the site. We haven't seen anything on these peaks. It's very, very quiet. There hasn't been any reaction in terms of utility, in terms of pre-fires or peaks or noise. Dexter's setting up the apartments pop with this flashbang. But now they go back. Have they just decided against it because of that smoke coming down in the apartments?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go back to B, you got to go soon, though. Time is eluding them. 35. Obo doesn't know where to rotate. I can't blame him. It's so unclear. They're recommitting up on shore, and there's 2 CTs committed, indebted inside of the site. Circle the AWP. His teammate's going to get mollied out. Breezy, if he lives through this fire, I'll be impressed. And that's a nice shot from Cirque, but no more from him. Breezy burning might have been hurt, but they won't check it, and he's managing to drop at least 1. Frozen with the entries to close this series, and is that where we'll find ourselves? Only 2 kills left.
It's Robson Frozen. It is the 2 big boys from both maps left alive for Mousesports. On the other side, Mihu and Stanislaw coming in from this B site. Coming into a 2-on-2 and a hostile A environment with the bomb down. They're going to group up at short. Mihu leads the charge. Dink onto Rops. Both players now low. The clash of the Titans in this site. Rops with the first, and just Stanislaw left to beat. Low on HP is Frozen, but he's nailed the shot, and he's taken Mousesports to the main event of IEM Cologne. For EG, the journey ends here, but for Mouse, this story's just beginning.
GG is in order for this one, and EG are the lesser. They're out, they're done, they're not going to the main event. This is the end of the road for them at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021 play-ins. They didn't get to the main event, so we can't just disregard that. I've got Moses and I've got Maniac Eminem over here. Guys, commiserations for EG. Sorry, it's getting to be about that hour.
I can tell.
So, anyways, so EG are out. We do see Mousesports coming out, just looking pretty hot right here. Rops really stealing the show.
Yeah, Inferno was great for Frozen, which was like a big question for us is when's he going to show up? When's he going to get here for Mousesports? This was obviously his big coming out party here on Inferno, but then you add in the fact that there is Rops hitting some incredible shots in the mid-rounds, Acor hitting some incredible shots in the mid-round, doing good with the AWP, but Frozen just lit this up. Frozen just went absolutely nuts.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to see Robs. I mean, Frozen, you got me on that, Robs.
With
these, just throwing, with these 28 kills, and really an event that is going to be important for Frozen. We came here with a lot of questions whether or not he was going to be able to replicate his form from the recent weeks and months, and that means a lot to him, I think. It's one of these days, you go back to the hotel, you feel like, okay, you've done what you needed to do.
Yeah.
I've done my job. And it builds a lot of confidence moving into the main event because he is going to be needed for Mousesports if they want to reach these ever-coveted playoffs that they are aiming at. And this was a beautiful performance.
In every game. And remember, too, during this whole online phase of Counter-Strike that we've had for far too long, Mousesports has gone through this entire rebuilding, essentially, of this team. They've completely changed up everything that they've had. So for them, seeing a lineup like this work like this, where this is how it's kind of designed, this is where some of the this is a big event to just figure out and tell what they've got, what they're going to be working with moving forward, and what they can rely on to build upon in the future.
Yeah, and the building blocks. I mean, to get some of the nitty-gritty out of the way, to get some of the kinks out of the way right there in the play-ins, that's probably a good thing for Mousesports. Now they can look forward to the actual event themselves. And it's all about growth on the spot, I guess, for these guys. And we're going to get that opportunity to hear from Mousesports here in just a few moments. Overall, for EG, back to the drawing board. They've been in this situation before, and it can't feel great anytime it happens.
Look, the inconvenient truth for EG is that they don't belong to the 16 best teams in the world right now. Yeah. Hence, you don't make it to the IEM main event. That is how it is. There are some interesting signs, some promising players. We can get excited about Mihu. Once in a while, we're going to have Stan with a good clutch, like it was the case on Inferno. But when you put everything together, that puzzle just missing pieces.
Yeah.
And the pieces change. Which one is missing and what game? We have to, address the Zerg situation at some point, maybe down the line. But that is an issue for me that needs solving.
Just a whole awkward thing going on over there. Evil Genius is out, and Mousesports are not. I have to give credit to the next gentleman that we're going to hear from. It's Dexter, who caught up with Frankie.
There were some absolutely wild moments in that series, particularly on Nuke. Dexter, how do you keep the team together when things get crazy?
I don't know. I don't think I kept it together. Honestly, Rob's kept it together. He, I don't know, felt like he got 40 kills the entire game. So he played insanely well. So we communicated well. Everyone talked about every situation, and it helps that Rob's just gets 30-something kills. So it's very nice.
It was 38 kills.
Ah, yes.
Pretty standard.
He should have got 40 though. Terrible.
That is true. I think you need to talk to him about that before you go to the group stage. How do you construct those mind games that we were seeing you perform against EG?
Basically, just think about the rounds we're winning, and how it applies to just the whole game as a whole. If we're having success in an area, we can either exploit it or exploit the information that we've been winning it too well, and just use it to our advantage. So we have a diverse playbook. So yeah.
So what were you exploiting in EG's side, especially on Inferno?
I don't know if I don't know. We did very well with our B control. We always had information. Let's put it that way. We knew if they had banana control or not, and whether we can hit A or B confidently, knowing that we're not running to a stack.
And how do you make riskier decisions as well? For example, in round 15, that you had the 3-man porch setup. How do you know when to make those calls?
Round 15. That wasn't on me. That's on the A guys. We all have our sites, and everyone has their own mini in-game leader to their sites. And then between those 3 guys, they discuss it well, and then we're able to shut it down.
Well, I would love to talk to you about a couple more things. It's the last match of the day, so I've just had a look at the stage manager. He said it's okay. So first of all, we noticed that you weren't necessarily that confident when you joined Mousesports, and you've spoken about that. Now you've taken your team to the main event of IEM Cologne. How do you feel about yourself as an in-game leader?
I feel really good. Yeah, the first few months went good for me, for my mind. But yeah, right now everything's good. The team trusts me. Everyone knows how we play and how information is translated. And yeah, it's going well. Pretty happy now. And yeah, sun's out.
So you trust yourself?
Yes, definitely.
And what about your former team, Renegades? They made it through to the main stage as well. So technically, you are rivals. How do you feel about the boys making it through?
Super happy. I just couldn't, instead of just watching demos or anything, I was just watching their games. Just oh yeah, every round, yeah, they're winning. So me and Mytho were just sitting there just being super excited about each round they won and the comeback on Inferno. It was super insane.
But if you had to play them, you would crush them, right?
Oh, definitely.
Thank you so much, Dexter. Congratulations.
Thank you.
When that guy smiles, kind of makes me happy. You could see just the elation right there, Jason.
It gets sunny outside.
It does.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. I guess.
When he smiles.
Yeah. There you go.
It's an interesting
When
conversation
he
just following
smiles.
sunny outside.
That's a boomer song right there. It's
That's a
about
very boomer song, but I like that.
That's now's greatest hits, 2021.
Bring back all the boomer songs. Bring back the 70s music.
Yeah. How about the one that's Harry made about coming home or something? That's all I keep hearing and talking about lately. For us, we get to take a look at the brackets and how this is all kind of coming together. You're going to see a couple holes in this game plan here because I believe we start with the play-in bracket.
Oh. We're back to you.
We start with me.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Trace. The play-in bracket right here. This is how we got to the point that we're going to start on tomorrow, the first day of the main event. Here are the hard truths for a lot of the teams. Mousesports having found success. They go on, albeit had to do it from the lower bracket, but that's good. You just witnessed that. We also look at Big, Faze, Vitality, and Nip, who secured their way through just 2-0, and they got it done. They basically made it a little bit easier. They worked harder. They work smarter rather than harder. There we go.
They work well. It worked well. Look, obviously in that lower bracket page that we have in front of our eyes, there is a name that we need to mention is OG Esports. Unfortunately, not making it to the main event. And that one is going to hurt like a mother trucker. For OG not to be able to play the main event when just a few weeks back they were in the grand final of the IEM Summer. That one is going to hurt. This is one of these nights you go back to the hotel and you can't even comprehend what happened to you, right? It was probably just a very off game because I believe OG have a lot of qualities, but tonight is really going to hurt. It's going to take time for them to understand what happened and try to bounce back from it.
Especially with such a good performance recently, probably started feeling really confident. A team that struggled to kind of make all this lineup work, and then you have the result, and then it comes crashing down so quickly. Yeah, that's one where you go to the room and you don't talk to anyone for a bit.
Well, the good news is, I guess OG and EG can scrim each other, right? So there's that. They've got that going for them. Yeah,
positive thinking. I like that.
Nice. It's a little abrasive. Not going to lie to you. Also, as abrasive is the brackets, like I was talking about with the little, the couple of gaps in there when it came down to the main event. Now we get to take a little bit of a glimpse into how it should come together. Now you're going to note these holes in the bracket, and that's because we have to wait for the games to conclude, and ultimately League Ops to put this bracket together. So Maniac, Jason, who wants to do the honors?
Well, listen, obviously, I believe that the NIP versus Liquid game is going to be very interesting because we haven't seen Liquid for quite a while, right? There's sort of a black box right there for Big and their performers making it to the main event, pushed by an incredible captain in the name of Tapson against VP. That should be quite cool. But who gets Gambit? That is a very good question. Do you want to play Gambit, Tris, in the first round?
No, I absolutely do not want to play Gambit.
I don't think anyone wants to play Gambit in the first round. I don't think anyone wants to play Gambit in the second round.
Can we just never play that?
Yeah.
Any of the rounds.
Except for Simple. Simple wants to play Gambit in the final.
Sometimes it happens.
He's a freak.
Group B. My goodness, you guys have got me all sort of tongue twisted here. Na'Vi, speaking of Simple, they find themselves in the very top of this bracket. Vitality Furia, Astralis Faze.
That one packs that one. Astralis Faze. Today, Astralis bleeding, sweating, doubting.
Okay, yeah, but that doesn't really... Does that excite you for the matchup?
It does.
It doesn't for me
because
in any way.
In the back of my brain somewhere, I have this idea that Astralis in that context is going to overperform and that we're going to have these two teams clashing against each other. A 3-map series, full banger. I don't know. Maybe I'm just dreaming.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good to have dreams. It's good to have things that you can reach for.
Don't let your dreams be memes.
Just like Group A as well, no one wants to mess with Na'Vi in that first round.
Nope.
Nobody wants to mess with them.
Yeah, because a lot of these more well-known teams are coming in here with a vengeance. They have something to prove. They've been sitting here in this online era, and it's not been pretty.
I will say there is one. This might I mean, we'll see who they play against, but depending on who Na'Vi gets, they are a team that has proven to be susceptible to some upsets in the past.
They are last LAN victors in recent history.
Reigning LAN champions.
That was pre-Gambit. That was pre-Gambit.
Pre-Gambit?
Yeah, Gambit completely traumatized them, and they have to be 200% all the time.
Okay.
That's the antidote.
Well, we're going to stay at 200% while kicking it over to the B stream. Let's take a quick look here into the one game that we're waiting on to finish so that we can continue to put the brackets together. Well, I guess League Ops, not quite us.
Proud to be Sprout.
Talk about mental.
That was their hashtag when they started. It's never left me. I don't know why. It's
Proud to be Sprout.
It's horrific, isn't it?
Okay,
Proud
cool.
to Sprouts? I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, that's not bad. We'll check it out. We'll do some research. But obviously that game's still going on. It's Spirit Sprout over on the B stream. They're in a third map right now, and it actually looks like it's a little bit of Nuke because it was on the screens. I don't know how I didn't see that.
It would be so heartbreaking for Spirit if they cannot make past Sprout. Honestly, Tris, it would really be heartbreaking.
Yes, it would be. All things considered, Jason, I hate to cut you here.
No, it's great. Cut me
I
off.
would like to do it, actually.
Run that schedule. Let's see what we got for tomorrow right here on the A stream where all of the parties happen. Of course, if you're joining us here, that's something you already know.
A stream in League Ops, where the parties are.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Gambit, the first one up on the docket. Am I seeing that right? Yes, I am. Virtus Pro and Big, and then Na'Vi TBD. So a couple TBDs in there. And that's just to keep you on the edge of your seats at home, obviously. Guys, thoughts?
I mean, TBD is a pretty good team. I would like to know who they play, so we're going to have to be patient, right?
Yeah, patience. That's what they call that.
Have a
It's
little.
something about being a virtue. I think we're done here. I'm pretty sure that we can get out of here at this point.
I wouldn't mind.
You don't want to talk about anything else?
No, that's it. I'm pretty much done, and so are you guys, and so are you, unless you go check out the B stream. We're done for the day. We start tomorrow with the main event, and we thank you all for watching the play-ins. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three, takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Basis here, it has to be said. That's a round where they preemptively rotate 3 players onto that A site. They had that read. They knew that it was going to be the A play. They had Magics pushed in hut. You know everyone's pushing through door, and they can't get the kills they needed. I think it was Mir on the site who looked like he should have been set up for way more. Magic's not able to do too much to help out because they're already all out towards the site itself. It's a round where Spirit knew exactly what was coming at them, and they still can't win it.
We're 8 rounds deep, and only one player has 5 kills. No one in Spirit has over 5 kills right now. This is a wild affair. For Sprout as well, it's been a really good team effort out of pretty much everybody. You know, Slacks is down there on 3, Cresty on 2, but they're doing their role. Fav and City, in particular, Dennis. I mean, the amount of kills those 2 players are getting is just unreal. AWP from Slacks is going to try and get an opening, but good utility usage. It's coming in early for Team Spirit. They're really using a lot of the util to try and stop these early peaks.
How did that door open backwards, though? Did he just double press it?
Maybe he hit it with a nade hitting the door?
Yeah, I don't know.
And he just put it the other direction.
I don't know enough about the door mechanics, sadly.
Yeah.
I think you can, like, there's a way you could open the doors backwards, I think, maybe. Like, it used to be a thing on Cash, I know.
Yeah, but that was if you got in a certain corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, what? Alright. That's not exactly the start Chopper was hoping for, but at least he's still alive. Slacks dropping him down to 3 HP, but look at this rotation over to Hell. Dexter's come over here, but they know about that possibility. They're going to throw a smoke. They're going to try and isolate this fight, and Favin's been able to find the opening. SDY's down, man advantage in play for Sprout, and they're not going towards ramp. Instead, they're dropping back. Veer's come over to the A side again, but he has been spotted going into main. He's going to throw his Incendiary down to try and delay, and this does give time for Team Spirit to try and figure out what's going on, although it doesn't matter because they're just getting torn apart. Favin and Spitty with kills again. Dexter in the site, no scope, finds the bomb, goes back again, another no scope for Dexter, 3 picked up. Dexter is a death machine right now, and Slacks is coming in to try and stop him. Right into the graveyard he goes, it's a no scope again. Dexter is hyped. Team Spirit have got a hero in this round. And now they've got a chance as they come back in with their second round on the board. Is that the lifeline they need?
I thought Dexter might just go for the full no-scopes there for a second, but that third one, he had to scope in at that range. He needed the highlight play for his team. Close range for the first one. Great kill onto the second. And there's the third scoping in for it, but this last kill, another no-scope at the end.
It's a shotgun.
Oh, we don't get to see it, but still. You got to see it.
Should have called a pause, guys. Come on, let us see the replays.
And remember, back on Dust 2, there was that one hero round from Chopper, and it led to a win streak. It led to more from Team Spirit. It seems like when they get those moments to hype themselves up, they're able to use that and build the momentum. Sprout's money is low here.
Yeah.
Spirit could win this.
This is a turning point in the game, for sure.
Could be.
And we'll see if Sprout can get back to winning ways. If they do, then it's just a hero play. Then it's just an anomaly, right? But if Team Spirit win this round, it's the turning point, it's the tipping point, it's the chance back into the first half. 50 seconds. Sprout walking their way in towards lobby, or should I say the ramp room, because they've tried to go there time and time again. Chopper has been under a good bit of pressure, and now Dexter holding. He's come over to hell. He's often here quite quickly to support his teammate, but this time Chopper's actually dropped back immediately into the B bomb site. They're actually giving them ramp control to play with. I wonder what Sprout do with this though. Chopper's getting the info that they aren't down on B. Dennis is dueling out at Secret right now from Red, and now Chopper is going to get that info. He needs help down here, and he hasn't been able to get a kill. Dennis has taken down 2 players on the upper side as well. Finally, Dexter will take him out of play, but Sprout, they've got a 2-man advantage, and Dennis is just rolling back the years right now.
Dennis is just dishing out the damage, dishing out the punishment. And maybe that previous round was just a flash in the pan, with Dexter getting the hero play. He got that kill in this one, but it was after Dennis had done all the heavy lifting. Sprout are looking so solid, so impressive. The individuals are stepping up. – 7-2 lead. Spirit having to save just a couple of guns. And even with the big boy losing bonus, their money won't be good enough into this one. 2 save guns to work with. It's that play from Dennis. The adjustment is so, so good. First headshot was just a good pre-aim, good headshot height. The second one was a brilliant reaction to the player peeking him from Secret. And Team Spirit do actually go for the buy here. Their money wasn't ideal, but they can drop a couple of weapons, a couple of FAMASs in the mix, but all in all, not a bad buy. One that they can definitely work with.
It's a quick smoke execute towards outside for Sprout. They're not wasting their time here. They're not waiting for those early picks. They're just going for the smoke execute, and that allows these 3 players from Sprout to get in towards Secret early on. They are going to go and start their play to Garage instead, and that's the kill from Dennis. SDY has gone down again. Dennis making the difference. He's dominating the outside position. Oh, look at this ramp. Oh, look at this play. Magic tries to get aggressive. Came down to who was going to come out on top, and it ends up being Favin, but he gets a little overzealous. Or, as Breezy was saying early on, overjealous.
Oh, Spitty. Looking for something. This fight is extended. However, Spiddy finally dealt with. Oh my god, Dexter's got up the ladder, flanking out Spiddy, who thought he was just taking some pot shots, didn't realize he was in trouble.
Dennis,
oh my god.
It would have been his kill, but Slax is taking it away, and now Dexter trying to duel it out with the AWP on the opposing side. Dexter has so much to do, and in the blind spot, he needs to be careful. Shot nearly goes through the middle of the site, and Dennis is up in the rafters because he didn't get that kill into the middle of the site. I don't know if they're going to expect him to be up here. Oh, Dennis has got such a good angle, but they spotted his feet. Mir knows he's there. It's still a kill, though, from Crestu, who came in behind. He was always on the flank. And now Dexter, he's alone. He's got to go back up the ladder, this time not to get a kill, but this time to save his weapon. As Sprout are now on 8 rounds. They've already confirmed themselves the round lead if we go into the second half without them winning a single round at this point. They'll still go into the second half a lead, and they've got so many rounds to play with. Team Spirit have shown us absolutely no signs that they're going to win more rounds here, by the way. It has just been a huge individual play that is not sustainable, it's not replicable, it is not good enough right now for Team Spirit.
And that's why they've taken the timeout. They themselves know it. It's harsh, but it's true. It hasn't been good enough here for Team Spirit. Cressy coming in with a nice kill on the flank. One more at the end onto Dexter, but the round was already done by that point. It's so strange seeing Spirit fall so flat with some of their individuals. You expect Mir to always be on for them. You expect SDY to be a really reliable player. It's just not been the case.
Germans and Cologne. Just happens to be a bit of magic here for Sprout. Really growing into this one. Fertilized soil and all that.
On home, fertilized soil.
Yeah.
Doesn't really work quite as well.
I think we probably have gone as far as we can with that one. I don't think so. I think we could push a little further.
All right, do you want a wild prediction, Dinko? Here we go.
Ahead.
Spirit are winning this round, mate. With the Deegs. You already know. They're coming back into this one. I got faith in my boy Boris.
Yeah.
Got a couple of D kills in that similar position previously.
I mean, there's definitely a possibility here, but I don't think they've had that same spice to them. You know, there hasn't been those moments. Other than really Dexter, I haven't seen any of those crazy Spirit moments.
They come at you when you least expect them, man.
Yeah, they got to have a lot of team spirit to get into this one.
Would you say it smells like team spirit?
I would say it probably has that whiff to it, yeah.
It's close enough.
I mean, Blood loves that line. So, yeah, I think he used it more than anybody. I think everybody's used it a fair enough times now. There goes the Molotov in towards top hut. I don't know how, but it's not spread to Dexter.
Do they know about that?
Yeah, SDY's let they come up. Dexter's got a double kill. They had no idea. And now the flurry of kills starts to come through. Dexter with another 3K. And there we go. Magix wins it. Hawker, get your crystal ball out. Put it away now.
Call me Mystic Mac, Dinko. I predict these things, as Conor McGregor would say. A horrible attempt at the accent, but wow. What a round from Team Spirit, and Dexter goes overlooked. And again, it's him. They do actually clear him. Okay, they were looking his way. He just hit them with the quickest kills you're going to see in a while. Great work from Dexter. He was trying to hype up his team again there. You saw it on the player cam. He was getting loud and proud because Team Spirit need it right now. They've got to come back here. They're the favorites in this matchup. Even going into the third map, even after losing Dust 2, they have to realize that they are a team who can always come back into it. And hopefully, that's going to show them that they can start to build something.
It is going to be very hard. I don't think you can look at this time that's on the clock right now and realize it's so late in the day. And that will definitely breed more mistakes. But Dexter, what a leader in terms of the way he's leading by example by getting these kills. The Chopper's the leader of the team in terms of in-game leading the roster, but in terms of leading the kill count right now and trying to hype up the team, Dexter's doing a very good job at taking up the mantle. And Favin, he's got it behind. Quick headshot, one bullet used, a second in as well, and the flanking behind has crippled the defense. Chopper is down in hell. And I think that's where Team Spirit might just be right now. You're getting these plays out of Dexter, you're getting these rounds out of him, but you're not turning them into follow-ups. This needs to change. And Mira's got that kill. Favin now up at heaven. Mir's got another one. Good swing out from Chopper. Dennis now alone. He's going to fall as well. And Mir with a 3K. Finally, he arrives to the server. He has a good round. And it's not just a one and done. Dexter wins the last round. And together, it is Team Spirit that come through with this one.
Faven bypassed them at ramp. You just worry that that's the moment that's going to be the decisive factor in the round. They had no clue he could be there. Both players got dealt with on the A-bomb site, but Spirit still believed. They found a way back into it, and it was incredibly important that they did, because now Sprout are back down to pistols. This is the best opportunity yet for Spirit to build a solid win streak, to get themselves a good enough CT side that they're still in the game, and that's a great nade. Tennis is down to 21 health.
Didn't think I would be seeing Sprout on a low buy anytime soon, but here we are, and Mir, he's arrived. He's here right now, fragging out, even against the pistols, of course, but it's all about just getting confidence back into the team, making them feel like it's doable. I think maybe they're starting to have a little lack of belief in the last couple of rounds, but if there's a player to do it, it would be Dexter to get them back into things. Now Chopper, his turn. He had a lot of big rounds on Dust too. He's only going to get one here, but he's traded out and no one was close by, so an AK now in the hands of Faven. And Spitty's going to come alongside him. You can't really afford to lose too many players here if you're Team Spirit. You don't have the money for it. You've got to keep them alive. They got to tuck up tail and hope they can pull this off. It's a good angle here from Magic, so I think it's quite difficult to flush this one out. So he's just going to be holding, waiting for Spitty to come into his crosshair. Nice quick headshot, bomb down now as well. Faven ready to come on out. He's going to meet the same fate. Great stuff there from Magic. Important that everybody's getting a little touch of the ball, shall we say. You know, getting into the play, getting a go at this. And now it's to 5. Team Spirit definitely back in this. Sprout could stop that though. Another buy coming up.
Back to the gun round. We'll see if they go back to their slow play. That earlier round, Sprout went for something slightly faster because they knew they had the positioning to do so. They had Faven in a really good spot, so they could go for the quick A play. Spirit was still able to bounce back though. Early yard smokes this time. Oh, SDY has been found through a smoke. Early frag in favor of Sprout. Now Mir sitting behind these yard smokes. They're all walking, so he doesn't hear those steps. He doesn't know that they've all gone down. He may have an inkling that that's a possibility, and now he tries the flank. Cressy was watching, but he's just looked away. Just as Mir starts to round the corner, he could come in behind them here. Oh no, he stepped.
He stepped, but I don't think they heard it. He's so far away, right? At this point, surely they couldn't have heard that. And now Chopper's down in the lower bomb site. They're not looking for him. Mir starts to come on in. Oh, Mir, he could be finding quite a few, but he's going to take Spitty first. He's the one alone. Quick headshot, Chopper getting the rest, and now the bomb's down. It's down to Decon, and Slacks is going to swing out for a reply. 3v3, Mir inside of the site. Good kill on to Dennis. He's going to drop back into position as well now. Just using the cover, the barrel was spotted. Faven trying to get it done. He turns in behind him. Magic's down as well, and Faven couldn't quite follow up the double. It's all on the Slacks. The German sniper needs to pull out a 1v2, and it's not going to happen. Mir with a 4K. That is what can happen when Mir gets a little go. You know, he's right back into play. He's back into this confident stance, and he's just getting kill after kill after kill.
That's the word for it. Pure confidence to make that play. You do not sit in that smoke and go for that flank unless you are confident. And who knows, if Spirit hadn't won those earlier rounds, maybe he doesn't make that play. Maybe he retreats into himself a bit more. But instead, he goes for it. He's confident that his read is correct and that he can flank safely. Sometimes teams will just put someone watching for that player flanking down secret. But Mir was ready to get in behind. And even that swing at the end there, you see that Mir knows he's going to hit that headshot. He doesn't care that there's an AWP waiting for him. He's happy to go ahead and just take that aim duel. And into the last round of the half, it looks like Team Spirit could salvage 7. Mir has to back away, but he gets back before Sprout can spot him. Yard control taken by Sprout, which does open up a bit more of the map for them.
Oh, Mir catches them looking the wrong way again. Chopper's helped him out. 2 early kills. Dennis even falling as well. Mir's just not missing shots now. Oh, finally, Slack gets him out of the round, but again, just quickly cleaned up by Chopper. Spitty left, Deagle in hand, peering down to the back of the A-bomb site. And they'll be pushed from Secret. SDY getting it done. It's 7.5 coming in. What a comeback from Team Spirit. It's Dexter that opens it up, and Team Spirit close it out. It's 7.5. We'll be joined after the break for the second.
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
Face myself in the mirror and it's
It's 7.5, as close as you can get it here on the final map of the day. One spot left at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Which team's going to get it? Is it Sprout or Team Spirit? It looked like Sprout were going to walk away with a very convincing half, but then Team Spirit had a couple of big rounds out of Dexter. The Spirit was lifted in the team, and now the pistol begins. Dennis looking for some of these early fights in towards outside, but it's Dexter that's won the initial fight for Team Spirit. They're off to a good start in this pistol round.
According to our halftime song, Dinko, spirits never die. And they really refused to die in this map. It was looking bad for them, but they brought it back. We've got a close game on our hands. And now Spirit have started strong here in this pistol. They've got that early frag thanks to Dexter, who's been integral in this comeback so far. Eventually gets that kill he was looking for.
Yeah, and that's going to pull it back right away. Cressy's going to climb up the ladder into heaven, and just at the right time as well, because here comes the play from Team Spirit. Into the A-bomb site. They knew Spitty was in the vent. Bomb plant starting to come through, at least confirming the second round force fire. Nothing else here for Team Spirit, but they are looking for the round win. And Sprout are sitting back. They have got a kid on Spitty. They've got a flash as well that's just been used up to try and allow this attack on in. Trading 2 for 2, coming back into play. Some Young in behind the blue box. He's got good cover. They know where he is. They're trying to figure out how to get rid of him, though. That's a bigger issue. And now they're fighting Chopper. Every kill just not coming through. And finally, Chopper and SDY close it out for Team Spirit. It's SDY that has a big round. here in the second half. And we're tied up again. Team Spirit have pulled the full comeback.
And this is where it gets tricky for the Sprout side. They go ahead and go down to the force by SDY. Long range with the Glock. Those are difficult kills to find all the way over to main. And then, as you said, Sprout couldn't figure out how to clear him out from that box at the end there. Hard to do when you don't have the nades. Spirit going for something quick into the A site, and they've already got the opener. Mir finding that initial frag. Spitty's stuck behind this smoke.
All right, through the smoke. Chopper has taken out Spitty. Bomb planted. No risk of a force spy loss here for Team Spirit. They lost a couple of those over on Dust too. Slacks was able to crit some damage, allow those Deagles to get the body shots, and chaos was created that Sprout just loved. But this time around, is Team Spirit not having any of it. They come in, they're clinical on those kills, they get the bomb planted, and now we're looking at a 9th round, no problem for Team Spirit as they're into the lead. They look like they were down and out, right? Mentally, they look checked out late in the day. I really feel like Dexter, if Team Spirit pull this off, Dexter is going to be the MVP for me, because not just because of the performance he's having, which is obviously fantastic, the mental aspect of trying to get the team hyped up again, trying to get them back in focus. We can still do this. That's incredibly important, and to have a player like that, especially when this is his first big LAN, that's going to really help. That's a very valuable player to have inside of a roster.
He definitely deserves some big thanks if he can get his team over the line here. 9-8 up. And they should turn it into 10. What a comeback this has been. As you said, Dexter deserving a lot of credit, but the entire team has stepped up around him. Mir now up to 15 kills. Some save guns, of course, for Sprout here, so should be a little easier, but could still be a difficult round, depending on where Sprout position themselves. There's that Zeus for Spitty, too. He's one of the players that loves that Zeus. He knows a lot of good spots for it. Slacks with the scout, taking initiative and taking the fight against the AK. Unfortunately, unable to land a headshot, so SDY finds him. Clean kill early for Team Spirit.
55 seconds. Favin is going to be playing on top of Hut. Spraying onto Dennis, 35 HP left. Now 2 for Dennis. He's really getting chunked down. Just unfortunate. Got the kill here. Cressy, the body shots, close angle, thrown down and ramp, and he's still alive. Finally traded out. Spitty's got in towards Hut with the Zeus. Right now, Team Spirit on damage control because they don't want to lose anybody else. They can slow it down with 25 seconds though. They are thinking about the play in the A site. Down towards B though. Miro's hit the headshot, but he's gone into lobby, switches out to the USP. He just goes to his death. Dennis on 2 HP, stuck at ramp. And this is going to be a 10th round locked in for Team Spirit, the first team to reach double figures.
Light work for Team Spirit in this one. Looking real good for them now, and Sprout may have to do the same thing here. They may have to do what Team Spirit did on that earlier map, where they find a way back in, whether it's a hero play or a pocket strat, any sort of gimmick they may have come up with. Now would be the time to use it. It's only 10-8. It's still a game that is very winnable for them, but it just feels as though the tide is turning in favor of Team Spirit. Can they get over the hump, though? They're not at the top of the mountain just yet. Sprout will be able to get a bye together. Orp is in the hands of Slacks. He's been better so far on that CT side when he gets to hold the angles, when he gets to play positions where he's more comfortable. He has been putting in some good work. He has been getting some good impact for Sprout. We're about to find out if he can do the same here on Nuke. Early smokes at the ready from Team Spirit. Even if they don't commit off the back of those, it's something that Sprout have to be aware of. And the response from Sprout is some aggression through Squeaky.
Oh, they've sent the open there. It's got rifle support of Spitty as well. Slacks is going to try and get this kill. He's done well. Mir's down early. Man advantage now for Sprout. This could be a turn in the play. A good flash. And that's held back the T's. No advantage will be falling out of the hands of Sprout anytime soon. But look how stacked they are in towards Squeaky. Cressy's got another kill here as well. Oh, Team Spirit. This round's not looking so hot for them at all. Sprout doing a much better job.
SDY blinding himself was far from perfect there. Did get to duck away from that safely, but then got caught out by the aggression elsewhere. 45 seconds for Team Spirit to find a way back into this round, and Slack's still going. Second shot lands, and he's got Faven to help him from above. This round already over. At this point, Dexter doesn't even have the bomb, so it's all about damage, which he won't be able to deliver. Clean round for Sprout. Everyone surviving on that CT side. This game looks like it could be a very close one. Both teams doing everything they can to qualify for Cologne.
But it's not done yet. In terms of this round, it really could be a swing. Slacks is going so aggressive. I love this kind of confidence out of him, but is it going to work? Ships in the night. Mir going through the smoke, but he's going to wrap it. Oh, he looks at the smoke. A double kill from Mir. He finds Slacks and Dennis, and a huge opening to the round here for Team Spirit. You've just given Sprout an absolute spanner into the works. They've got to figure out how they're going to pull this back, and I don't know if it's even possible, but that's certainly a good start.
Man, made that look so easy. He didn't even react to it. I assure you it was not easy. The turnaround onto the second was especially well played. And now Team Spirit decide it's time to try and group up after losing their two-man advantage. Got turned into just a 4v3. So they want to make sure they don't give away any fights. Spitty making noise. That makes it an easy kill for Mir. Easy pickings for that AK that's done so much for them in this round. Should have won them the round at this point. No CTs on the lower side of the map. Sprout no choice but to save.
So 11-9, Sprout unable to replicate the success into consecutive round wins. And that is going to end up being a round that Team Spirit will feel very happy about. And it all started off that play from Mir. How does he get out there? How does he know? How does he predict the positions of so many players? And Mir just wraps around the smoke, gets the one, and so quick to focus in on the second. Out towards the back of red. Cressy stops Chopper from coming up after him. Mir's now top fragger on the team. Starting to pull away from Dexter as well. So 11-9. The spot in Cologne still stands between Team Spirit and Sprout. The last chance to get through to IEM.
That second kill. Rapid turnaround. Spitty making that bit of noise was his death sentence in that spot. Sprout saving two guns puts them in a position where they can put a goodbye together. They can get everything they would need into this one. Spirit looking for those yard smokes again. They've been rocking those at the start of almost all these rounds. And they've got a lot of different plays off the back of those yard smokes. Sometimes they follow them up as a team. Sometimes they just send Mir there to make a solo play. And then sometimes they don't follow them at all. And Sprout still have to be aware of the possibility of a player dropping down lower. But it's not the lower play this time. It's the flash and the smokes ready into the A site.
Here comes the pop. Magic's leading the charge. Good flash. That gets Spitty off the angle. And he's in the fire as well. Magix gets one and not the second. Faven survives only for a single kill. But it's Cressy that has got the double. It's an iron hold coming in from Cressy and Slacks as well. How does that get turned around for Sprout? Cressy drops down and just continues to mow them to pieces with the AUG.
It was such a good start for Spirit. Magics get so deep into the site, but Cressy on the rotate finds 2 players in hut that weren't fully out, and then the drop down. SDY doesn't know that he's dropped so quickly. It's so smooth from Cressy dropping down into that fight, almost using that little ramp to push himself out into the open. And now Team Spirit's money is on the verge of being broken. They've got to buy together. They've got these same smokes at the ready. But if they lose this round, they've got themselves into a position where they can't afford to buy in the next.
Mir has been so good in these outside fights. He gets out beside the smokes quickly. He's not even going to respect the Molotov either. He gets beyond it. Dennis is down in towards Secret though. This is going to become an incredibly important fight to start off the round. And Mir, he's going to win it. Dennis is down. Man advantage for Team Spirit. And now they can feel a little bit more comfortable. Now they can breathe.
Oh, slack scope to commit. Just about gets back to safety. Mid trying to push them on that B bomb site, but his teammates weren't ready to help. They can now go down ramp to B, but now Cressy doesn't have to be worried of the flank. He still gets dealt with. And Spitty also follows his teammate to an early grave.
It's unfortunate to see Sprout just capitulate like that. Team Spirit finding all of the important kills. Every fight goes their way. And Slacks and Favid have got to back away and save their weapons in this one. Team Spirit up to 12 rounds now. Sprout have got to hang in there. They've got to try and keep this close. They've got to keep doing damage, because if they lose control of the economy game this late in the matchup, that could be the backbreaker. That could be the moment that puts Team Spirit in Cologne.
It's that kill from Magix there that makes the difference, and it's such a low percentage kill, in my opinion. It's a wallbang headshot with a Galil. That play is clearly just kind of going for info, maybe a couple of shots and then the fallback. But Magix gets a kill that he'd maybe get 10, 20% of the time. Really good headshot lands onto that player.
Got a CCTV camera. What's going on in here?
He's trying to block it, man. He's trying to block the camera while they do some shenanigans.
Yeah. Who knows what they're up to this late at night. Timeout. First one here for Sprout. I was actually kind of surprised they didn't call it in the first half. I was expecting maybe one when that comeback was coming in from Spirit to try and slow down that momentum, slow down that hype. But it never came in. And this is the first one for Sprout being used up. Letting their coach have a little say.
Both teams have got double-digit rounds on every map in this series. Has been competitive. Ancient was still quite comfortable for the Team Spirit side, but Sprout shocked them as they went ahead and won the Dust 2 that Spirit love and hold near and dear to their heart.
Yeah, it's betrayed them here. I'm glad Sprout have actually shown us what they're capable of in the tournament. You know, I think they were a little slow to start in the play-in, and I think at this point we're starting to see that Sprout that they're saying they are, right? They're saying their individuals are playing well in their interviews coming into the event, and we finally got to see it click. It took some time, but they may have just peaked at the right time, because they might just get through the play and they may sneak past Team Spirit and get into the main event of IEM Cologne. But right now, CIS team still in the lead. The buy not there for Team Spirit. They do have their 2 safe weapons. They've got Slacks on the AWP, Favin on the M4. Mir once again going for this early aggression in towards Yard, playing with these smokes. This time he's not alone though, he has his teammate in behind him.
Run boost across is safe for Magix. They were concerned of the AWP that they know Slacks has, but he's all the way down in secret, so Yard is free right now. The pistols can't hold that. Good bit of map control for Spirit. They're all the way into hell. And if they go up that ladder, then an A split looks like a great idea. Or they could even go down ramp.
Oh, Cressy and Pico after running. He's found one. It's a good start, but he's much more than that. He's got to get a couple more out of this. He's going to get a line up. The body shots looking to try and get them. He will land one more, but not enough for the kill. Favin's going to turn around though, and somebody young has gone down, and that is going to put Sprout into the man advantage situation. Down into the lower bomb site, Team Spirit have made the call. They want to run down into B. Chopper's tossed the bomb, and now he's going to have to pick it up again. Try and get that bomb planted. Mir's going to cover off the double door. Swings wide open. Dennis with the first kill. Chopper looking away, but there's not enough kills here for Team Spirit. 5 seconds left. No time as Sprout have stolen away an absolute blinder. This is unbelievable for them. They're even trying to kill Dexter after the time, but it just won't work out. That's a much needed round for Sprout. I was saying how they needed to stay in it, and they're doing that. That's a round that gets them right back into contention.
And we've been saying throughout this series that it feels like Team Spirit are a team who like to ride with that momentum, but that can go the other way. If you lose a round, you feel like you shouldn't have lost, it can go the other way. It can go against you, and you can start to struggle to close out the rounds. They're a team who often go on big win streaks and big loss streaks. They cannot let that be the start of a loss streak here on the Spirit side. Timeout taken by Sprout ahead of this one. They know just how important this round is, because if they win it, Team Spirit will have barely any money on a bunch of their players. Even in this one, they've got a couple of Tech 9s in the mix.
Tech 9s.
This music is very fitting right now. It is intense.
It is real intense right now. Sprout, they're giving themselves the prime opportunity. Will Team Spirit answer back with some weaker weapons of their own? They're going to go for the play. Looks like a quick one in towards the A bomb site over the top. Spitty's trying to hold on. He's got a double kill. 3 from Spitty, nearly coming out, but Chopper finally silences him. But it's not going to be enough. Dexter now 1 versus 3. Quick headshot, couldn't quite flick down. Was still looking towards top hut, but Favin had slid his way down to the ground level. And 12-12. And speaking of level, we are exactly that on the scoreboard.
Good work from Spitty. Didn't look as clean as you might like it to be if you were making a highlight clip, but he got the 2 initial kills that he needed to. And that makes sure that if you don't get those early kills, or you don't let those early kills come against you, it's a lot easier to hold that A site. And you see it there. Chopper has to just barrel through and get the 1 frag, but by that point, they're down in the trades. They're down and out of the round. They're not down and out of this one, though, because even though the money isn't great, they have bought 1 AK.
We did see yesterday, Mir with a hero AK can really be a hero, right? You can get 4 Ks and you turn these rounds in your favor. Slacks has to really pick up the mantle. I try to avoid pick up the slack, and now it's going to be Favin taking 2. SDY and Dexter are just left in the open. Damage control for Sprout, and in fact the lead is now picked up for them. SDY coming right into the rifle of Cressy. The Germans are only 3 steps away from heading to the main event. Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, a team that came into this as one of the teams that should be going out in the play-in in many people's books, but they might just put the CIS team away.
They made it here from Meisterschaft.
Yeah.
They got the opportunity by beating all the German competition. Now they could be going all the way through to the main event itself. It's not over yet, though. They were able to win a close one over on Dust 2. They've got to do the same. They've got to show us that they can come through in those big moments. Slack's going down early. Dennis putting the molly down to slow this push into Secret, but Spirit will still find their way into the position they were looking for. It's these same smokes that Spirit have been rocking, with 3 players committing behind them this time.
Slacks is down here defending with the AWP, though. Will he be able to get the kill out of it? Coming right in front of his face. It's now Magic swinging out straight away, short to the head. And a 5v4 man advantage here for Team Spirit, looking to try and bring that bomb down into B. And when you dish out the AWP that quickly, you can't really do much about that if you're Sprout. You need these riflers now to really step up. And Cressy's coming down into the lower side. Decon looks to swing wide open. Cressy trying to get a good position to deal with it. And he has. He's got behind cover. There's just 1 kill for Cressy. They're going to need more out of that. Favin's going to try and assist, but he hasn't really got his chance. And now he goes back up. SDY was on the flank, and even then, even with Favin looking back, it is still SDY that comes out on top of it. Team Spirit answer back quickly into the lower bomb site, and Sprout will have to take a loss. We're tied up again, 13 apiece, and this is just an unbelievable game of Counter-Strike between these 2 teams. Banging shot from Magix onto the AWP. Dennis holding close.
A good bit of damage done by these two players as they find some exit kills. An economy could become consequential, considering Spirit don't have any money in the bank, and now they only get to save the 2 weapons. But a really solid play into the B site. Magic's kill again opens it up. He's having to go in first a lot for his team, and he's been getting a couple of important kills that open up the round for them. Cressy got into a decent position. However, it's so hard when they're already coming out through decon and you haven't fully got into the best position you would want on that B site. And it's Sprout who keep on taking the timeouts, keep on making sure that they know exactly what they need to do. They know exactly what Spirit have into this one. They also know that if they do win this one, the loss bonus for both teams is so low. This is the moment right here. Whoever loses this has bad money. This round could decide who goes to Cologne, because whoever wins it has got a great chance to go ahead and steal this series.
And we get right into it. The MAC-10 for SDY, often on the weaker weapons, can often deliver on them as well. Team Spirit showing outside presence. They're going to throw some utility. Mio this time not going for that full fight towards outside. He's going to play a little slower to begin with. Faven's expecting the play out of the squeaky door down vent, but it's not come through. Both teams know the magnitude of this round. Both teams not wanting to give away the edge. No player wants to be the player that makes the mistake in a round like this. And so it's slow and it's tentative from both sides. But here comes the utility. Outside execute once again for Team Spirit.
They've been putting those smokes into play in almost every round. We've seen it time and time again, but we've seen different outcomes from it. Dexter has to be ready here.
Oh, Dennis's position. He could get them here. Bomb down. Could get a lineup. Dennis gets away with 2. Finally traded out. And because of those 2 kills found by Dexter and Mir, we're still at a 3v3. 50 seconds left on this timer now for Team Spirit. Sprout have to make the adjustments in the defense based on the information that's been picked up. SDY still in lobby. You've got a player down in the lower bomb side. That's Cressy just figuring out what's going on. And Faven and Spitty have doubled up the buddy system in towards Hut, getting ready for this inevitable late round attack from Team Spirit. They think it's going to be the A site, and they would be correct in assuming so. Heaven through Hut. This is the play. SDY. He's going to get one in the MAC-10. Gets traded out. Now they know what Faven is, and they get the quick reply. It's down to Cressy. 1 versus 2. Bomb gets planted here, and he's got to make a clutch happen here, Cressy. He's got to pull off a miracle. Smoking towards Heaven. Starts to fade away. And Cressy has some utility forward, a flash and an incendiary, but this is never an easy retake. You never want to be in this situation. And Cressy's going to try and get out on towards the site, but waiting for him on the other side of it is Chopper, and he's going to get tagged down low, but no kill for Cressy. 14-13. That's an important round to win that for Spirit, and they come out on top of it.
Magnificent shot from Mir in towards the Hut player. That was so important to get themselves onto the site with ease. He's up there at the top of the board right now with 25 kills, and look at what it means for Sprout. We were saying whoever wins that round has a brilliant chance to win the series, because now Sprout have a full save on 14-13. It's such a heartbreaking moment for them, but what can they do in this round? They can't rely on this.
No, you can't. There's nothing here that gets you excited about it, especially with that early kill. Team Spirit, they've got the first. Magic's have got the second. And at this point, we're starting to just watch the Spirit players drop. They're going to have to play for overtime. If they want that spot at Cologne, they've got to go to OT against Team Spirit. Dennis prevented OT in map 2. This time, I don't think that's going to be happening. Dexter has come in with a map 10. Spirit are just 1 round away from qualifying for the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, the team that should be moving through on paper, the team that would add to the collection, the trifecta of CIS teams looking to compete for the Masters Trophy. And they have that possibility if they just win this next round. They have 2 chances, in fact.
been a longer road than they may have expected. There have been a few more hurdles for them to clear than they would have wanted. But as long as they make it, that's all that matters at this point.
Yeah. And now Favin up on top of Hut. He was looking for some of that early play, looking for those plays to get around the corner. But for Team Spirit, they want to close it here. They do not want to have to play in round 30. Utility at the ready once again to smoke outside. But do they go with it this time? Mir is often okay being in these situations alone.
Sprout have rarely gone for any aggressive plays behind these smokes either. They've never looked for it. They've never looked to see if they can get that info. So Spirit are pretty safe going for this play, getting down Secret safely.
Especially in a round like this, right? If you haven't been doing that in the other gun rounds, you're not going to try it here. It's not worth the risk. And Slacks is going to be down in towards the Secret stairs. This could result in an opening pick. He has been shut down before, and again, it's going to happen. Magic's in with a quick headshot. And now that opens up the B site. It's a sprint here from Team Spirit. Will it be a sprint to the finish line? Sprout looking to try and hold on. A quick kill from Spitty. SDY's gone down. Team Spirit, this isn't a done deal. The bomb has been planted. And Dexter holding the extremities. They come through Secret. 3 players running down the stairway. Dexter's got the first. He looks away as the second comes through. Dexter's got it going for more. And Mir on the headshot. Cressy left alone. He's got a 1v4 in his hands. And it's just not going to happen. Team Spirit, we're going to see them at IEM Cologne tomorrow. We're going to see them in the main event. And Sprout, it is unfortunate. They fought so hard. But it's not going to be enough. We'll be right back to break this one down.
Bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn a flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming.
The last spot at IEM Cologne is taken by Team Spirit. They move through the group stage of the main event, and Sprout are dispatched. A valiant attempt from Sprout, though, straight from Meisterschaft into battling it out for a spot against one of CIS's best teams. And right now, Hawker, I think it's going to be a bitter taste in their mouths, but in the future, they can look back at this as a pretty good result for Sprout.
Absolutely, a great performance. Even if they don't get the win, they proved they could compete against one of the top teams in the world. For Team Spirit, they took the scenic route, but they got there eventually. And for their sake, I think that they're happy they got the win. They've obviously got things that they will be disappointed about. They'll obviously be disappointed with some of these slow starts, some of these streaks that were going against them. But at the same time, there were a lot of positives. And in particular, you pointed out Dexter as that player who looked like he just wanted to take over. And it's so cool to see a young player, an inexperienced player come in and just say, you know what, I'm going to put the team on my back here. I'm going to try and make these moments happen, because he realized they needed it. He realized even if you practice a different way, sometimes you've just got to make that play for the team, reignite the fire, and he did just that.
Yeah, there's 2 hero plays he had. I thought the first hero play he had with the quad kill with the AWP, I thought that was going to be enough, but they couldn't win after that. And then he had to do it again. He had to do it again with the deagle, and this time hyping the team up, getting everybody into the game again. And Sprout, they made it so difficult for them. You know, we look back on Dust 2 and Dennis having the big moments. It just continued over into Nuke, right? The early start from Sprout was incredible. The game plan got them so many rounds. And honestly, if it wasn't for those hero plays out of Dexter and a few moments out of Mir, I think Spirit kind of checked out mentally. It was late in the day. They were down and out. They just lost Dust 2 in such a close, convincing fashion. They were down and out on Nuke. It was those moments that really make a difference in terms of Spirit moving forward now into the main event. They can relax. They've got through the play-in, but they didn't get there easily.
Yeah, you can definitely argue that fundamentally, Sprout played the better CS here today. There's absolutely an argument to be made there, especially on Dust 2. They had a lot of very cool moments, a lot of very good reads. Here on Nuke, it was maybe a bit more back and forth, because there were some moments where Spirit were getting those yard smokes, but at the same time, Magix has to land 2 crazy shots onto the AWP of Slacks to get those rounds open in the first place. Slacks will have practiced those rounds loads of times where he just goes down secret, holds the angle, and assumes he's going to hit the shot. And then Magix just comes in with a crazy peek, a crazy headshot. Even though he didn't have the best game on Nuke here, he was excellent for the whole series. On Ancient especially, he stood out. So very cool to see Magix stepping up as well, and a lot to like about Spirit.
Yeah, lots to like about Spirit and lots to like about today's action. We're going to take a little recap and see how things were playing out in the bracket and how things shape up for tomorrow as well. But we're going to take a look at this. So it started with Complexity versus LDLC, a convincing win for Complexity over the LDLC side, and we've seen them guys go packing. So Complexity make it through, and Renegades, that was the big upset of the day, Hawker.
Huge result for Renegades. So great to see the way they were playing, the way in which they did it. It wasn't just an overperformance from one player or some fortunate scenario. They outplayed OG, they outmaneuvered them in a lot of those rounds. Everyone had their moments on the Renegades side, and whatever happens for them at the main event, they can be incredibly proud of their performance so far. And if they keep playing like that, they are a team who could be a very scary upset squad.
And then we've seen Team Spirit move through, and over in the other matchup, Evil Geniuses versus Mousesports. Rops was just doing unthinkable things. I was seeing highlights. Obviously, it was on during our game, but I did see a lot of highlight plays out of Rops. It was a very convincing win for Mousesports. 2-0 win, convincing scorelines. They're through to the main event. EG, I think it was between them and Faze, who I thought weren't going to make it through, but OG is in there in the mix now too. But here's today's bracket, and here is tomorrow's. We've got Gambit taking on Mousesports in their opening game. Poor Mousesports, not a great opening matchup against Gambit, but very exciting to see if that team's going to be able to transition all of their online play into being #1 on LAN up against Mousesports, who are looking pretty crispy after today. NIP will take on Team Liquid. The North Americans have returned to Cologne for LAN, and this is going to be hell exciting to take a look at. And VP versus Big. I mean, we're going to see VP. We're going to get to see if Kindar can do it on LAN. We're going to get to see how Big are performing. Are they going to be able to play like they did in the play-in going into the main event? And then Complexity G2. Now that is going to be a real barn burner, I think, between those sides. Over on the other side of things, though, we've got Na'Vi taking their step into the main event as well. They'll be playing the Renegades. They've made it through, but I feel like Na'Vis are going to be a real difficult challenge for the Aussies. We'll see if the boys can get it done over there. Team Vitality versus Fury, the Brazilians looking to bring a carnival of Counter-Strike to Cologne. And Astralis versus Faze Clan. Astralis, the PR they're putting out there, not really looking too hot, not really looking too confident coming into the event. So we'll see how they're faring up against Faze Clan, who surprised a few, I think, with how well they played during the play-in itself. Team Spirit versus Heroic. This could be an interesting game. Obviously, unfortunately, there is the news there that Heroic are going to have to play from quarantine due to one of their players getting coronavirus. So hopefully they'll make a full recovery quickly. And I think, Team Spirit, they may be able to get the win there.
And they said, I think, on the Heroic side that there aren't any symptoms. They think they're all okay right now. So hopefully that continues. And hopefully the great Counter-Strike continues, because I'm rubbing my hands. I'm licking my lips. I'm so excited to get into that main event. The top teams in the world back on LAN. Just so grateful that we get to see this. We get to see players put so much of their lives into this game to give us this entertainment. And so far, it's been so fun.
Well, it gets even funner, Alex. That's a word now. And it's going to be NIP versus Team Liquid starting tomorrow here on the B stream. So that's where you want to be, really. That's an incredible game coming up tomorrow on the secondary stream you're currently watching. So make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you keep up to date with all of the scorelines. We'll be back tomorrow, ready for some more action here at IEM Cologne.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.